Chapter 25. Of the Education of Children. To Madame Diane de Foix, Comtesse de Gerson. I never yet saw that father, but let his son be never so decrepit or deformed, would not, notwithstanding, own him. Not, nevertheless, if he were not totally besotted and blinded with his paternal affection, that he did not well enough discern his defects, but that with all defaults he was still his. Just so, I see better than any other, that all I write here are but the idle reveries of a man that has only nibbled upon the outward crust of sciences in his nonage, and only retained a general and formless image of them, who has got a little snatch of everything and nothing of the whole, a la Francus. For I know, in general, that there is such a thing as physic, as jurisprudence, 4 parts in mathematics, and roughly what all these aim and point at. And peradventure I yet know farther what sciences in general pretend unto, in order to the service of our life. But to dive farther than that, and to have cudgelled my brains in the study of Aristotle, the monarch of all modern learning, or particularly addicted myself to any one science, I have never done it. Neither is there any one art of which I am able to draw the first lineaments and dead color. Insomuch that there is not a boy of the lowest form in a school that may not pretend to be wiser than I, who am not able to examine him in his first lesson, which, if I am at any time forced upon, I am necessitated in my own defense to ask him, unaptly enough, some universal questions, such as may serve to try his natural understanding. A lesson as strange and unknown to him as his is to me. I never seriously settled myself to the reading any book of solid learning but Plutarch and Seneca, and there, like the Danaids, I eternally fill, and it as constantly runs out. Something of which drops upon this paper, but little or nothing stays with me. History is my particular game as to matter of reading, or else poetry, for which I have particular kindness and esteem. For, as Cleanthes said, as the voice forced through the narrow passage of a trumpet comes out more forcible and shrill, so, methinks, a sentence pressed within the harmony of verse darts out more briskly upon the understanding, and strikes my ear and apprehension with a smarter and more pleasing effect. As to the natural parts I have, of which this is the essay, I find them to bow under the burden. My fancy and judgment do but grope in the dark, tripping and stumbling in the way. And when I have gone as far as I can, I am in no degree satisfied. I discover still a new and greater extent of land before me, with a troubled and imperfect sight and wrapped up in clouds, that I am not able to penetrate. And taking upon me to write indifferently of whatever comes into my head, and therein making use of nothing but my own proper and natural means. If it befall me, as oft times it does, accidentally to meet in any good author, the same heads and commonplaces upon which I have attempted to write, as I did but just now in Plutarch's Discourse of the Force of Imagination, to see myself so weak and so forlorn, so heavy and so flat, in comparison of those better writers. I at once pity or despise myself. Yet do I please myself with this, that my opinions have often the honor and good fortune to jump with theirs, and that I go in the same path, though at a very great distance, and can say, ah, that is so. I am farther satisfied to find that I have a quality, which everyone is not blessed withal, which is, to discern the vast difference between them and me. And notwithstanding all that, suffer my own inventions, low and feeble as they are, to run on in their career, without mending or plastering up the defects that this comparison has laid open to my own view. And, in plain truth, a man had need of a good strong back to keep pace with these people. The indiscreet scribblers of our times, who, amongst their laborious nothings, insert whole sections and pages out of ancient authors, with a design, by that means, to illustrate their own writings, do quite contrary. For this infinite dissimilitude of ornaments renders the complexion of their own compositions so sallow and deformed that they lose much more than they get. The philosophers, Chrysippus and Epicurus, were in this of 2 quite contrary humors. The first not only in his books mixed passages and sayings of other authors, but entire pieces, and, in one, the whole media of Euripides, which gave Apollodorus occasion to say, that should a man pick out of his writings all that was none of his, he would leave him nothing but blank paper. Whereas the latter, quite on the contrary, in 300 volumes that he left behind him, has not so much as one quotation. Diogenes Laertius, Lives of Chrysippus, Romans 7. 181, and Epicurus, X 26. I happened the other day upon this piece of fortune. I was reading a French book, where after I had a long time run dreaming over a great many words, so dull, so insipid, so void of all wit or common sense, that indeed they were only French words. After a long and tedious travel, I came at last to meet with a piece that was lofty, rich, and elevated to the very clouds, of which, had I found either the declivity easy or the ascent gradual, there had been some excuse. But it was so perpendicular a precipice, and so wholly cut off from the rest of the work, that by the first 6 words, I found myself flying into the other world, and thence discovered the vale whence I came so deep and low, that I have never had since the heart to descend into it any more. If I should set out one of my discourses with such rich spoils as these, it would but too evidently manifest the imperfection of my own writing. To reprehend the fault in others that I am guilty of myself appears to me no more unreasonable than to condemn, as I often do, those of others in myself. They are to be everywhere reproved, and ought to have no sanctuary allowed them. I know very well how audaciously I myself, at every turn, attempt to equal myself to my thefts, and to make my style go hand in hand with them, not without a temerarious hope of deceiving the eyes of my reader from discerning the difference. But withal it is as much by the benefit of my application that I hope to do it, as by that of my invention or any force of my own. Besides, I do not offer to contend with the whole body of these champions, nor hand to hand with any one of them. 'Tis only by flights and little light attempts that I engage them. I do not grapple with them, but try their strength only, and never engage so far as I make a show to do. If I could hold them in play, I were a brave fellow, for I never attack them, but where they are most sinewy and strong. To cover a man's self, as I have seen some do with another man's armor, so as not to discover so much as his fingers' ends. To carry on a design, as it is not hard for a man that has anything of a scholar in him, in an ordinary subject to do, under old inventions patched up here and there with his own trumpery, and then to endeavor to conceal the theft, and to make it pass for his own, is first injustice and meanness of spirit in those who do it, who having nothing in them of their own fit to procure them a reputation, endeavor to do it by attempting to impose things upon the world in their own name, which they have no manner of title to, and next, a ridiculous folly to content themselves with acquiring the ignorant approbation of the vulgar by such a pitiful cheat, at the price at the same time of degrading themselves in the eyes of men of understanding, who turn up their noses at all this borrowed incrustation, yet whose praise alone is worth the having. For my own part, there is nothing I would not sooner do than that, neither have I said so much of others, but to get a better opportunity to explain myself. Nor in this do I glance at the composers of centos, who declare themselves for such, of which sort of writers I have in my time known many very ingenious, and particularly one under the name of Capelupus, besides the ancients. These are really men of wit, and that make it appear they are so, both by that and other ways of writing. As for example, Lipsius, in that learned and laborious contexture of his politics. But be it how it will, and how inconsiderable soever these ineptitudes may be, I will say I never intended to conceal them, no more than my old bald grizzled likeness before them, where the painter has presented you not with a perfect face, but with mine. For these are my own particular opinions and fancies, and I deliver them as only what I myself believe, and not for what is to be believed by others. I have no other end in this writing, but only to discover myself, who also shall, peradventure, be another thing tomorrow, if I chance to meet any new instruction to change me. I have no authority to be believed, neither do I desire it, being too conscious of my own inerudition to be able to instruct others. Someone then, having seen the preceding chapter, the other day told me at my house, that I should a little farther have extended my discourse on the education of children. Which, how fit I am to do, let my friends flatter me if they please, I have in the meantime no such opinion of my own talent, as to promise myself any very good success from my endeavor. This passage would appear to be an interpolation by Cott. At all events, I do not find it in the original editions before me, or in cost. Now, madam, if I had any sufficiency in this subject, I could not possibly better employ it, than to present my best instructions to the little man that threatens you shortly with a happy birth. For you are too generous to begin otherwise than with a male. For, having had so great a hand in the treaty of your marriage, I have a certain particular right and interest in the greatness and prosperity of the issue that shall spring from it. Beside that, your having had the best of my services so long in possession sufficiently obliges me to desire the honor and advantage of all wherein you shall be concerned. But in truth, all I understand as to that particular is only this, that the greatest and most important difficulty of human science is the education of children. For as in agriculture, the husbandry that is to precede planting, as also planting itself, is certain, plain, and well known. But after that which is planted comes to life, there is a great deal more to be done, more art to be used, more care to be taken, and much more difficulty to cultivate and bring it to perfection. So it is with men. It is no hard matter to get children. But after they are born, then begins the trouble, solicitude, and care rightly to train, principle, and bring them up. The symptoms of their inclinations in that tender age are so obscure, and the promises so uncertain and fallacious, that it is very hard to establish any solid judgment or conjecture upon them. Look at Cimon, for example, and Themistocles, and 1,000 others, who very much deceived the expectation men had of them. Cubs of bears and puppies readily discover their natural inclination. But men, so soon as ever they are grown up, applying themselves to certain habits, engaging themselves in certain opinions, and conforming themselves to particular laws and customs, easily alter, or at least disguise, their true and real disposition. And yet it is hard to force the propension of nature. Whence it comes to pass, that for not having chosen the right course, we often take very great pains, and consume a good part of our time in training up children to things, for which, by their natural constitution, they are totally unfit. In this difficulty, nevertheless, I am clearly of opinion that they ought to be elemented in the best and most advantageous studies, without taking too much notice of, or being too superstitious in those light prognostics they give of themselves in their tender years, and to which Plato, in his Republic, gives, methinks, too much authority. Madam, science is a very great ornament, and a thing of marvelous use, especially in persons raised to that degree of fortune in which you are. And, in truth, in persons of mean and low condition, it cannot perform its true and genuine office, being naturally more prompt to assist in the conduct of war, in the government of peoples, in negotiating the leagues and friendships of princes and foreign nations, than in forming a syllogism in logic, in pleading a process in law, or in prescribing a dose of pills in physic. Wherefore, madam, believing you will not omit this so necessary feature in the education of your children, who yourself have tasted its sweetness, and are of a learned extraction, for we yet have the writings of the ancient counts of Foix, from whom my lord, your husband, and yourself are both of you descended, and Monsieur de Candolle, your uncle, every day obliges the world with others, which will extend the knowledge of this quality in your family for so many succeeding ages. I will, upon this occasion, presume to acquaint your ladyship with one particular fancy of my own, contrary to the common method, which is all I am able to contribute to your service in this affair. The charge of the tutor you shall provide for your son, upon the choice of whom depends the whole success of his education, has several other great and considerable parts and duties required in so important a trust, besides that of which I am about to speak. These, however, I shall not mention, as being unable to add anything of moment to the common rules, and in this, wherein I take upon me to advise, he may follow it so far only as it shall appear advisable. For a boy of quality, then, who pretends to letters not upon the account of profit, for so mean an object is unworthy of the grace and favor of the Muses, and moreover, in it a man directs his service to and depends upon others, nor so much for outward ornament as for his own proper and peculiar use, and to furnish and enrich himself within, having rather a desire to come out an accomplished cavalier than a mere scholar or learned man. For such a one, I say, I would also have his friends solicitous to find him out a tutor, who is rather a well-made than a well-filled head, titre by en fait, an expression created by Montaigne, and which has remained a part of our language. Servan, seeking, indeed, both the one and the other, but rather of the two to prefer manners and judgment to mere learning, and that this man should exercise his charge after a new method. 'Tis the custom of pedagogues to be eternally thundering in their pupils' ears, as they were pouring into a funnel, whilst the business of the pupil is only to repeat what the others have said. Now I would have a tutor to correct this error, and that at the very first, he should, according to the capacity he has to deal with, put it to the test, permitting his pupil himself to taste things, and of himself to discern and choose them, sometimes opening the way to him, and sometimes leaving him to open it for himself. That is, I would not have him alone to invent and speak, but that he should also hear his pupils speak in turn. Socrates, and since him Arcesilaus, made first their scholars speak, and then they spoke to them. Obest plerumque iis, qui discere volunt auctoritas earum, qui docent. The authority of those who teach is very often an impediment to those who desire to learn. Cicero, De Natura Deor, I5. It is good to make him, like a young horse, trot before him, that he may judge of his going and how much he is to abate of his own speed, to accommodate himself to the vigor and capacity of the other. For want of which due proportion we spoil all. Which also to know how to adjust, and to keep within an exact and due measure, is one of the hardest things I know, and 'tis the effect of a high and well-tempered soul, to know how to condescend to such puerile motions, and to govern and direct them. I walk firmer and more secure uphill than down. Such as, according to our common way of teaching, undertake with one and the same lesson, and the same measure of direction, to instruct several boys of differing and unequal capacities, are infinitely mistaken. And 'tis no wonder, if in a whole multitude of scholars, there are not found above 2 or 3 who bring away any good account of their time and discipline. Let the master not only examine him about the grammatical construction of the bare words of his lesson, but about the sense, and let him judge of the profit he has made, not by the testimony of his memory, but by that of his life. Let him make him put what he has learned into 100 several forms, and accommodate it to so many several subjects, to see if he yet rightly comprehends it, and has made it his own, taking instruction of his progress by the pedagogic institutions of Plato. 'Tis a sign of crudity and indigestion to disgorge what we eat in the same condition it was swallowed. The stomach has not performed its office unless it have altered the form and condition of what was committed to it to concoct. Our minds work only upon trust, when bound and compelled to follow the appetite of another's fancy, enslaved and captivated under the authority of another's instruction. We have been so subjected to the trammel that we have no free nor natural pace of our own. Our own vigor and liberty are extinct and gone. Nunquam tuteli sui fant. I was privately carried at Pisa to see a very honest man, but so great an Aristotelian, that his most usual thesis was, that the touchstone and square of all solid imagination and of all truth was an absolute conformity to Aristotle's doctrine, and that all besides was nothing but inanity and chimera, for that he had seen all and said all. A position that, for having been a little too injuriously and broadly interpreted, brought him once and long kept him in great danger of the Inquisition at Rome. Let him make him examine and thoroughly sift everything he reads, and lodge nothing in his fancy upon simple authority and upon trust. Aristotle's principles will then be no more principles to him than those of Epicurus and the Stoics. Let this diversity of opinions be propounded to and laid before him. He will himself choose, if he be able; if not, he will remain in doubt. Chi non men the savor, dubere agrata. For if he embrace the opinions of Xenophon and Plato, by his own reason, they will no more be theirs but become his own. Who follows another, follows nothing, finds nothing, nay, is inquisitive after nothing. Non summa sub rege, sibi quisque si vindicit. We are under no king, let each vindicate himself. Seneca, Ep. 33. Let him at least know that he knows. It will be necessary that he imbibe their knowledge, not that he be corrupted with their precepts, and no matter if he forget where he had his learning, provided he know how to apply it to his own use. Truth and reason are common to everyone, and are no more his who spake them first, than his who speaks them after. 'Tis no more according to Plato, than according to me, since both he and I equally see and understand them. Bees cull their several sweets from this flower and that blossom, here and there where they find them, but themselves afterwards make the honey, which is all and purely their own, and no more thyme and marjoram. So the several fragments he borrows from others, he will transform and shuffle together to compile a work that shall be absolutely his own. That is to say, his judgment, his instruction, labor and study, tend to nothing else but to form that. He is not obliged to discover whence he got the materials that have assisted him, but only to produce what he has himself done with them. men that live upon pillage and borrowing, expose their purchases and buildings to everyone's view, but do not proclaim how they came by the money. We do not see the fees and perquisites of a gentleman of the long robe, but we see the alliances wherewith he fortifies himself and his family, and the titles and honors he has obtained for him and his. No man divulges his revenue, or, at least, which way it comes in, but everyone publishes his acquisitions. The advantages of our study are to become better and more wise. Tease, says Epicharmus, the understanding that sees and hears, tease the understanding that improves everything, that orders everything, and that acts, rules, and reigns. All other faculties are blind and deaf and without soul. And certainly we render it timorous and servile, in not allowing it the liberty and privilege to do anything of itself. Whoever asked his pupil what he thought of grammar and rhetoric, or of such and such a sentence of Cicero? Our masters stick them, full-feathered in our memories, and there establish them like oracles, of which the letters and syllables are of the substance of the thing. To know by rote is no knowledge, and signifies no more but only to retain what one has entrusted to our memory. That which a man rightly knows and understands, he is the free disposer of at his own full liberty, without any regard to the author from whence he had it, or fumbling over the leaves of his book. A mere bookish learning is a poor, paltry learning. It may serve for ornament, but there is yet no foundation for any superstructure to be built upon it, according to the opinion of Plato, who says that constancy, faith, and sincerity are the true philosophy, and the other sciences that are directed to other ends, mere adulterate paint. I could wish that Palluel or Pompey, those two noted dancers of my time, could have taught us to cut capers, by only seeing them do it, without stirring from our places, as these men pretend to inform the understanding without ever setting it to work, or that we could learn to ride, handle a pike, touch a lute, or sing without the trouble of practice, as these attempt to make us judge and speak well, without exercising us in judging or speaking. Now in this initiation of our studies in their progress, whatsoever presents itself before us is book sufficient. A roguish trick of a page, a sottish mistake of a servant, a jest at the table, are so many new subjects. And for this reason, conversation with men is of very great use and travel into foreign countries, not to bring back, as most of our young messieurs do, an account only of how many paces Santa Rotunda the Pantheon of Agrippa is in circuit, or of the richness of Signora Livia's petticoats, or, as some others, how much Nero's face, in a statue in such an old ruin, is longer and broader than that made for him on some medal. But to be able chiefly to give an account of the humors, manners, customs, and laws of those nations where he has been, and that we may whet and sharpen our wits by rubbing them against those of others. I would that a boy should be sent abroad very young, and first, so as to kill two birds with one stone, into those neighboring nations whose language is most differing from our own, and to which, if it be not formed betimes, the tongue will grow too stiff to bend. And also tease the general opinion of all, that a child should not be brought up in his mother's lap. Mothers are too tender, and their natural affection is apt to make the most discreet of them all so overfond, that they can neither find in their hearts to give them due correction for the faults they may commit, nor suffer them to be inured to hardships and hazards, as they ought to be. They will not endure to see them return all dust and sweat from their exercise, to drink cold drink when they are hot, nor see them mount an unruly horse, nor take a foil in hand against a rude fencer, or so much as to discharge a carbine. And yet there is no remedy. Whoever will breed a boy to be good for anything when he comes to be a man, must by no means spare him when young, and must very often transgress the rules of physic. Vitam sub dio, et trapides agat in rebus. Let him live in open air and ever in movement about something. Horace, Odd, Roman 2, 3-5. It is not enough to fortify his soul. You are also to make his sinews strong. For the soul will be oppressed if not assisted by the members, and would have too hard a task to discharge two offices alone. I know very well to my cost how much mine groans under the burden, from being accommodated with a body so tender and indisposed as eternally leans and presses upon her. And often in my reading perceive that our masters, in their writings, make examples pass for magnanimity and fortitude of mind, which really are rather toughness of skin and hardness of bones. For I have seen men, women, and children, naturally born of so hard and insensible a constitution of body, that a sound cudgeling has been less to them than a flirt with a finger would have been to me, and that would neither cry out, wince, nor shrink for a good swinging beating. And when wrestlers counterfeit the philosophers in patience, tease rather strength of nerves than stoutness of heart. Now to be inured to undergo labor is to be accustomed to endure pain. Labor calum objusit dolori. A boy is to be broken into the toil and roughness of exercise, so as to be trained up to the pain and suffering of dislocations, colics, cauteries, and even imprisonment and the rack itself. For he may come by misfortune to be reduced to the worst of these, which, as this world goes, is sometimes inflicted on the good as well as the bad. As for proof, in our present civil war whoever draws his sword against the laws threatens the honestest men with the whip and the halter. And moreover, by living at home, the authority of this governor, which ought to be sovereign over the boy he has received into his charge, is often checked and hindered by the presence of parents. To which may also be added that the respect the whole family pay him, as their master's son, and the knowledge he has of the estate and greatness he is heir to, are, in my opinion, no small inconveniences in these tender years. And yet, even in this conversing with men I spoke of, but now, I have observed this vice, that instead of gathering observations from others, we make it our whole business to lay ourselves open to them, and are more concerned how to expose and set out our own commodities than how to increase our stock by acquiring new. Silence, therefore, and modesty are very advantageous qualities in conversation. One should, therefore, train up this boy to be sparing and an husband of his knowledge when he has acquired it, and to forbear taking exceptions at or reproving every idle saying or ridiculous story that is said or told in his presence. For it is a very unbecoming rudeness to carp at everything that is not agreeable to our own palate. Let him be satisfied with correcting himself, and not seem to condemn everything in another he would not do himself, nor dispute it as against common customs. Licet saper sine pompa, sine invidia. Let us be wise without ostentation, without envy. Seneca, Ep. 103. Let him avoid these vain and uncivil images of authority, this childish ambition of coveting to appear better bred and more accomplished than he really will, by such carriage, discover himself to be. And, as if opportunities of interrupting and reprehending were not to be omitted, to desire thence to derive the reputation of something more than ordinary. For as it becomes none but great poets to make use of the poetical license, so it is intolerable for any but men of great and illustrious souls to assume privilege above the authority of custom. Si quid Socrates ant Aristippus contra morm et consududinem fecerunt, idem sibi ni arbitrator licer. Magnes enim, illi et divinis bonus, hanc licentium assequibanter. If Socrates and Aristippus have committed any act against manners and custom, let him not think that he is allowed to do the same, for it was by great and divine benefits that they obtained this privilege. Cicero, De Offic, I 41. Let him be instructed not to engage in discourse or dispute, but with a champion worthy of him, and, even there, not to make use of all the little subtleties that may seem pat for his purpose, but only such arguments as may best serve him. Let him be taught to be curious in the election and choice of his reasons, to abominate impertinence, and consequently to affect brevity. But above all, let him be lessoned to acquiesce and submit to truth so soon as ever he shall discover it, whether in his opponent's argument or upon better consideration of his own. For he shall never be preferred to the chair for a mere clatter of words and syllogisms, and is no further engaged to any argument whatever, than as he shall in his own judgment approve it. Nor yet is arguing a trade, where the liberty of recantation and getting off upon better thoughts are to be sold for ready money. Nec ut omnia, quix prescripto et imperata sint, defendet, necessitate ulla cogitur. Neither is there any necessity upon him that he should defend all things that are prescribed and enjoined him. Cicero, Acad. Roman 2, 3. If his governor be of my humor, he will form his will to be a very good and loyal subject to his prince, very affectionate to his person, and very stout in his quarrel. But withal he will cool in him the desire of having any other tie to his service than public duty. Besides several other inconveniences that are inconsistent with the liberty every honest man ought to have, a man's judgment, being bribed and prepossessed by these particular obligations, is either blinded and less free to exercise its function, or is blemished with ingratitude and indiscretion. A man that is purely a courtier can neither have power nor will to speak or think otherwise than favorably and well of a master, who, amongst so many millions of other subjects, has picked out him with his own hand to nourish and advance. This favor, and the profit flowing from it, must needs, and not without some show of reason, corrupt his freedom and dazzle him. And we commonly see these people speak in another kind of phrase than is ordinarily spoken by others of the same nation, though what they say in that courtly language is not much to be believed. Let his conscience and virtue be eminently manifest in his speaking, and have only reason for their guide. Make him understand that to acknowledge the error he shall discover in his own argument, though only found out by himself, is an effect of judgment and sincerity, which are the principal things he is to seek after. That obstinacy and contention are common qualities, most appearing in mean souls, that to revise and correct himself, to forsake an unjust argument in the height and heat of dispute, are rare, great, and philosophical qualities. Let him be advised, being in company, to have his eye and ear in every corner. For I find that the places of greatest honor are commonly seized upon by men that have least in them, and that the greatest fortunes are seldom accompanied with the ablest parts. I have been present when, whilst they at the upper end of the chamber have been only commenting the beauty of the heiress, or the flavor of the wine, many things that have been very finely said at the lower end of the table have been lost and thrown away. Let him examine every man's talent. A peasant, a bricklayer, a passenger. One may learn something from every one of these in their several capacities, and something will be picked out of their discourse, whereof some use may be made at one time or another. Nay, even the folly and impertinence of others will contribute to his instruction. By observing the graces and manners of all he sees, he will create to himself an emulation of the good and a contempt of the bad. Let an honest curiosity be suggested to his fancy of being inquisitive after everything. Whatever there is singular and rare near the place where he is, let him go and see it. A fine house, a noble fountain, an eminent man, the place where a battle has been anciently fought, the passages of Caesar and Charlemagne. Quix tellus sit lenta gelo, qui putris ab istu ventus in Italium, quis bene vila ferat. What country is bound in frost, what land is friable with heat, what wind serves fairest for Italy? Propertius Roman 4, 3:39. Let him inquire into the manners, revenues, and alliances of princes, things in themselves very pleasant to learn, and very useful to know. In this conversing with men, I mean also, and principally, those who only live in the records of history. He shall, by reading those books, converse with the great and heroic souls of the best ages. 'Tis an idle and vain study to those who make it so by doing it after a negligent manner, but to those who do it with care and observation, 'tis a study of inestimable fruit and value, and the only study, as Plato reports, that the Lacedaemonians reserved to themselves. What profit shall he not reap as to the business of men by reading the lives of Plutarch? But, withal, let my governor remember to what end his instructions are principally directed, and that he do not so much imprint in his pupil's memory the date of the ruin of Carthage as the manners of Hannibal and Scipio, nor so much where Marcellus died, as why it was unworthy of his duty that he died there. Let him not teach him so much the narrative parts of history as to judge them. The reading of them, in my opinion, is a thing that of all others we apply ourselves unto with the most differing measure. I have read 100 things in Livy that another has not, or not taken notice of at least, and Plutarch has read 100 more there than ever I could find, or than, peradventure, that author ever wrote. To some it is merely a grammar study, to others the very anatomy of philosophy, by which the most abstruse parts of our human nature penetrate. There are in Plutarch many long discourses very worthy to be carefully read and observed, for he is, in my opinion, of all others the greatest master in that kind of writing. But there are 1,000 others which he has only touched and glanced upon, where he only points with his finger to direct us which way we may go if we will, and contents himself sometimes with giving only one brisk hit in the nicest article of the question, whence we are to grope out the rest. As, for example, where he says that the inhabitants of Asia came to be vassals to one only, for not having been able to pronounce one syllable, which is no. Which saying of his gave perhaps matter and occasion to La Bodhi to write his voluntary servitude. Only to see him pick out a light action in a man's life, or a mere word that does not seem to amount even to that, is itself a whole discourse. Teased to our prejudice that men of understanding should so immoderately affect brevity, no doubt their reputation is the better by it, but in the meantime we are the worse. Plutarch had rather we should applaud his judgment than commend his knowledge, and had rather leave us with an appetite to read more than glutted with that we have already read. He knew very well that a man may say too much even upon the best subjects, and that Alexandridas justly reproached him who made very good. But 2 long speeches to the Ephori, when he said, O stranger, thou speakest the things thou shouldst speak, but not as thou shouldst speak them. Such as have lean and spare bodies stuff themselves out with clothes, so they who are defective in matter endeavor to make amends with words. Human understanding is marvelously enlightened by daily conversation with men, for we are, otherwise, compressed and heaped up in ourselves, and have our sight limited to the length of our own noses. When asking Socrates of what country he was, he did not make answer of Athens, but of the world. He whose imagination was fuller and wider embraced the whole world for his country, and extended his society and friendship to all mankind, not as we do, who look no further than our feet. When the vines of my village are nipped with the frost, my parish priest presently concludes that the indignation of God has gone out against all the human race, and that the cannibals have already got the pip. Who is it that, seeing the havoc of these civil wars of ours, does not cry out that the machine of the world is near dissolution, and that the day of judgment is at hand, without considering that many worse things have been seen, and that in the meantime people are very merry in 1,000 other parts of the earth for all this? For my part, considering the license and impunity that always attend such commotions, I wonder they are so moderate, and that there is no more mischief done. To him who feels the hailstones patter about his ears, the whole hemisphere appears to be in storm and tempest, like the ridiculous Savoyard, who said very gravely that if that simple king of France could have managed his fortune as he should have done, he might in time have come to have been steward of the household to the duke his master. The fellow could not, in his shallow imagination, conceive that there could be anything greater than a Duke of Savoy. And in truth, we are all of us insensibly in this error, an error of a very great weight and very pernicious consequence. But whoever shall represent to his fancy, as in a picture, that great image of our mother nature, in her full majesty and luster, whoever in her face shall read so general and so constant a variety, whoever shall observe himself in that figure, and not himself but a whole kingdom, no bigger than the least touch or prick of a pencil in comparison of the whole, that man alone is able to value things according to their true estimate and grandeur. This great world, which some do yet multiply as several species under one genus, is the mirror wherein we are to behold ourselves, to be able to know ourselves as we ought to do in the true bias. In short, I would have this to be the book my young gentleman should study with the most attention. So many humours, so many sects, so many judgments, opinions, laws, and customs teach us to judge aright of our own, and inform our understanding to discover its imperfection and natural infirmity, which is no trivial speculation. So many mutations of states and kingdoms, and so many turns and revolutions of public fortune, will make us wise enough to make no great wonder of our own. So many great names, so many famous victories and conquests, drowned and swallowed in oblivion, render our hopes ridiculous of eternizing our names by the taking of half a score of light horse, or a hen roost, which only derives its memory from its ruin. The pride and arrogance of so many foreign pomps, the inflated majesty of so many courts and grandeurs, accustom and fortify our sight without closing our eyes to behold the luster of our own. So many trillions of men, buried before us, encourage us not to fear to go seek such good company in the other world. And so of the rest Pythagoras was wont to say, that our life resembles the great and populous assembly of the Olympic games, wherein some exercise the body, that they may carry away the glory of the prize. Others bring merchandise to sell for profit. There are also some, and those none of the worst sort, who pursue no other advantage than only to look on, and consider how and why everything is done, and to be spectators of the lives of other men, thereby the better to judge of and regulate their own. To examples may fitly be applied all the profitable discourses of philosophy, to which all human actions, as to their best rule, ought to be especially directed. A scholar shall be taught to know. Quid fas opter? Quid asper udal nummus habet? Patrix carisque propinquis quantum elargiri deceit. Quern deus est jussit, et humana qua part locatus ease in re quid sumus, et quidnam victory gignamer. Learn what it is right to wish, what is the true use of coined money, how much it becomes us to give in liberality to our country and our dear relations, whom and what the deity commanded thee to be, and in what part of the human system thou art placed, what we are ant to what purpose engendered. Persius, Roman 3. 69. What it is to know and what to be ignorant, what ought to be the end and design of study, what valor, temperance, and justice are, the difference betwixt ambition and avarice, servitude and subjection, license and liberty, by what token a man may know true and solid contentment, how far death, affliction, and disgrace are to be apprehended. Et quoquam modo fugiec ferrec laborum, and how you may shun or sustain every hardship. Virgil, Aeneid, Roman 3, 459. By what secret springs we move, and the reason of our various agitations and irresolutions. For, methinks the first doctrine with which one should season his understanding ought to be that which regulates his manners and his sense. That teaches him to know himself, and how both well to dig and well to live. Amongst the liberal sciences, let us begin with that which makes us free. Not that they do not all serve in some measure to the instruction and use of life, as all other things in some sort also do, but let us make choice of that which directly and professedly serves to that end. If we are once able to restrain the offices of human life within their just and natural limits, we shall find that most of the sciences in use are of no great use to us, and even in those that are, that there are many very unnecessary cavities and dilatations which we had better let alone. And, following Socrates' direction, limit the course of our studies to those things only where is a true and real utility. Sapere ad insipe, qui rect vivendi prorogat horam, rusticus expectat, dum defluit amnes, et alle labiter, et labiter in omni volubilis ovum. Dare to be wise, begin. He who defers the hour of living well is like the clown, waiting till the river shall have flowed out. But the river still flows, and will run on with constant course to ages without end. Horace, Ep. I2. 'Tis a great foolery to teach our children. Quid movint Pisces, animas ex signa Leonis, lotus et Hesperia quid Capricornus aqua. What influence Pisces have, or the sign of angry Leo or Capricorn washed by the Hesperian wave. Propertius, Roman 4. I. 89. The knowledge of the stars, and the motion of the eighth sphere before their own. What care I about the Pleiades or the stars of Taurus? Anacreon, Ode, Roman 17. 10. Anaximenes writing to Pythagoras, "To what purpose," said he, "should I trouble myself in searching out the secrets of the stars, having death or slavery continually before my eyes?" For the kings of Persia were at that time preparing to invade his country. Everyone ought to say thus, being assaulted, as I am by ambition, avarice, temerity, superstition, and having within so many other enemies of life, shall I go ponder over the world's changes. After having taught him what will make him more wise and good, you may then entertain him with the elements of logic, physics, geometry, rhetoric, and the science which he shall then himself most incline to, his judgment being beforehand formed and fit to choose, he will quickly make his own. The way of instructing him ought to be sometimes by discourse, and sometimes by reading. Sometimes his governor shall put the author himself, which he shall think most proper for him, into his hands, and sometimes only the marrow and substance of it. And if himself be not conversant enough in books to turn to all the fine discourses the books contain for his purpose, there may some man of learning be joined to him, that upon every occasion shall supply him with what he stands in need of to furnish it to his pupil. And who can doubt but that this way of teaching is much more easy and natural than that of Gaza, Theodore Gaza, rector of the Academy of Ferrara, in which the precepts are so intricate and so harsh, and the words so vain, lean, and insignificant, that there is no hold to be taken of them, nothing that quickens and elevates the wit and fancy, whereas here the mind has what to feed upon and to digest. This fruit, therefore, is not only without comparison much more fair and beautiful, but will also be much more early ripe. 'Tis 1,000 pities that matters should be at such a pass in this age of ours, that philosophy, even with men of understanding, should be looked upon as a vain and fantastic name, a thing of no use, no value, either in opinion or effect, of which I think those ergotisms and petty sophistries, by prepossessing the avenues to it, are the cause. And people are much to blame to represent it to children for a thing of so difficult access, and with such a frowning, grim, and formidable aspect. Who is it that has disguised it thus, with this false, pale, and ghostly countenance? There is nothing more airy, more gay, more frolic, and I had like to have said, more wanton. She preaches nothing but feasting and jollity. A melancholic anxious look shows that she does not inhabit there. Demetrius the grammarian, finding in the temple of Delphos a knot of philosophers set chatting together, said to them, Plutarch, treatise on oracles which have ceased. Either I am much deceived, or by your cheerful and pleasant countenances, you are engaged in no very deep discourse. To which one of them, Heracleon the Megarian, replied, "'Tis for such as are puzzled about inquiring whether the future tense of the verb is spelt with a double a, or that hunt after the derivation of the comparatives, and the superlatives, and to knit their brows whilst discoursing of their science. But as to philosophical discourses, they always divert and cheer up those that entertain them, and never deject them or make them sad. Deprendas animi tormenta latentes in egro corpore, deprendas et gaudia, sumit utrumque into habitum facies." You may discern the torments of mind lurking in a sick body, you may discern its joys, either expression the face assumes from the mind. Juvenal, Roman 9, 18. The soul that lodges philosophy ought to be of such a constitution of health, as to render the body in like manner healthful too. She ought to make her tranquillity and satisfaction shine so as to appear without, and her contentment ought to fashion the outward behavior to her own mold, and consequently to fortify it with a graceful confidence, an active and joyous carriage, and a serene and contented countenance. The most manifest sign of wisdom is a continual cheerfulness. Her state is like that of things in the regions above the moon, always clear and serene. Tis barocco and barelipton, two terms of the ancient scholastic logic, that render their disciples so dirty and ill-favored, and not she, they do not so much as know her but by hearsay. What? It is she that calms and appeases the storms and tempests of the soul, and who teaches famine and fevers to laugh and sing. And that, not by certain imaginary epicycles, but by natural and manifest reasons. She has virtue for her end, which is not, as the schoolmen say, situate upon the summit of a perpendicular, rugged, inaccessible precipice. Such as have approached her find her, quite on the contrary, to be seated in a fair, fruitful, and flourishing plain, whence she easily discovers all things below. To which place any one may, however, arrive, if he know but the way, through shady, green, and sweetly flourishing avenues, by a pleasant, easy, and smooth descent, like that of the celestial vault. 'Tis for not having frequented this supreme, this beautiful, triumphant, and amiable, this equally delicious and courageous virtue, this so professed and implacable enemy to anxiety, sorrow, fear, and constraint, who, having nature for her guide, has fortune and pleasure for her companions, that they have gone according to their own weak imagination, and created this ridiculous, this sorrowful, querulous, despiteful, threatening, terrible image of it to themselves and others, and placed it upon a rock apart, amongst thorns and brambles, and made of it a hobgoblin to affright people. But the governor that I would have, that is such a one as knows it to be his duty to possess his pupil with as much or more affection than reverence to virtue, will be able to inform him that the poets have evermore accommodated themselves to the public humor, and make him sensible that the gods have planted more toil and sweat in the avenues of the cabinets of Venus than in those of Minerva. And when he shall once find him begin to apprehend, and shall represent to him a Bradamante or an Angelica mistress, a natural, active, generous, and not a viragoish, but a manly beauty, in comparison of a soft, delicate, artificial simpering and affected form, the one in the habit of a heroic youth, wearing a glittering helmet, the other tricked up in curls and ribbons like a wanton minx. He will then look upon his own affection as brave and masculine, when he shall choose quite contrary to that effeminate shepherd of Phrygia. Such a tutor will make a pupil digest this new lesson, that the height and value of true virtue consists in the facility, utility, and pleasure of its exercise, so far from difficulty, that boys, as well as men, and the innocent as well as the subtle, may make it their own. It is by order, and not by force, that it is to be acquired. Socrates, her first minion, is so averse to all manner of violence as totally to throw it aside, to slip into the more natural facility of her own progress. 'Tis the nursing mother of all human pleasures, who in rendering them just, renders them also pure and permanent. In moderating them, keeps them in breath and appetite. In interdicting those which she herself refuses, whets our desire to those that she allows. And like a kind and liberal mother, abundantly allows all that nature requires, even to satiety, if not to lassitude. Unless we mean to say that the regimen which stops the toper before he has drunk himself drunk, the glutton before he has eaten to a surfeit, and the lecher before he has got the pox, is an enemy to pleasure. If the ordinary fortune fail, she does without it, and forms another, wholly her own, not so fickle and unsteady as the other. She can be rich, be potent and wise, and knows how to lie upon soft perfumed beds. She loves life, beauty, glory, and health. But her proper and peculiar office is to know how to regulate the use of all these good things, and how to lose them without concern. An office much more noble than troublesome, and without which the whole course of life is unnatural, turbulent, and deformed, and there it is indeed that men may justly represent those monsters upon rocks and precipices. If this pupil shall happen to be of so contrary a disposition, that he had rather hear a tale of a tub than the true narrative of some noble expedition or some wise and learned discourse. Who, at the beat of drum, that excites the youthful ardor of his companions, leaves that to follow another that calls to a Morris or the Bears. Who would not wish, and find it more delightful and more excellent, to return all dust and sweat victorious from a battle, than from tennis or from a ball, with the prize of those exercises. I see no other remedy, but that he be bound prentice in some good town to learn to make minced pies, though he were the son of a duke. According to Plato's precept, that children are to be placed out and disposed of, not according to the wealth, qualities, or condition of the father, but according to the faculties and the capacity of their own souls. Since philosophy is that which instructs us to live, and that infancy has there its lessons as well as other ages, why is it not communicated to children betimes? Udum et mal ludum est, nunc properandis, et acri fingendis sine fine rhoda. The clay is moist and soft, now make haste and form the pitcher on the rapid wheel. Persius, Roman 3:23. They begin to teach us to live when we have almost done living. 100 students have got the pox before they have come to read Aristotle's lecture on temperance. Cicero said that though he should live 2 men's ages, he should never find leisure to study the lyric poets. And I find these sophisters yet more deplorably unprofitable. The boy we would breed has a great deal less time to spare. He owes but the first 15 or 16 years of his life to education. The remainder is due to action. Let us, therefore, employ that short time in necessary instruction. Away with the thorny subtleties of dialectics. They are abuses, things by which our lives can never be amended. Take the plain philosophical discourses, learn how rightly to choose, and then rightly to apply them. They are more easy to be understood than one of Boccaccio's novels. A child from nurse is much more capable of them than of learning to read or to write. Philosophy has discourses proper for childhood, as well as for the decrepit age of men. I am of Plutarch's mind that Aristotle did not so much trouble his great disciple with the knack of forming syllogisms, or with the elements of geometry, as with infusing into him good precepts concerning valor, prowess, magnanimity, temperance, and the contempt of fear. And with this ammunition, sent him, whilst yet a boy, with no more than 30,000 foot, 4,000 horse, and but 42,000 crowns, to subjugate the empire of the whole earth. For the other acts and sciences, he says, Alexander highly indeed commended their excellence and charm, and had them in very great honor and esteem, but not ravished with them to that degree as to be tempted to affect the practice of them in his own person. Petit hinc juvenesque senesque, finem amo surdum, miserisque viatica canis. Young men and old men derive hence a certain end to the mind, and stores for miserable gray hairs. Persius v. 64. Epicurus, in the beginning of his letter to Menaceus, Diogenes Laertius, X 122, says that neither the youngest should refuse to philosophize, nor the oldest grow weary of it. Who does otherwise seems tacitly to imply that either the time of living happily is not yet come, or that it is already past. And yet, for all that, I would not have this pupil of ours imprisoned and made a slave to his book. Nor would I have him given up to the morosity and melancholic humor of a sour, ill-natured pedant. I would not have his spirit cowed and subdued by applying him to the rack and tormenting him, as some do, 14 or 15 hours a day, and so make a pack-horse of him. Neither should I think it good, when, by reason of a solitary and melancholic complexion, he is discovered to be overmuch addicted to his book, to nourish that humor in him, for that renders him unfit for civil conversation and diverts him from better employments. And how many have I seen in my time totally brutified by an immoderate thirst after knowledge? Carneades was so besotted with it that he would not find time so much as to comb his head or to pare his nails. Neither would I have his generous manners spoiled and corrupted by the incivility and barbarism of those of another. The French wisdom was anciently turned into proverb, early, but of no continuance. And in truth, we yet see that nothing can be more ingenious and pleasing than the children of France. But they ordinarily deceive the hope and expectation that have been conceived of them, and grown up to be men, have nothing extraordinary or worth taking notice of. I have heard men of good understanding say, these colleges of ours to which we send our young people, and of which we have but too many, make them such animals as they are. Hobbes said that if he had been at college as long as other people, he should have been as great a blockhead as they. W.C.H. And Bacon before Hobbes' time had discussed the futility of university teaching. D.W. But to our little monsieur, a closet, a garden, the table, his bed, solitude and company, morning and evening, all hours shall be the same, and all places to him a study. For philosophy, who, as the formatrix of judgment and manners, shall be his principal lesson, has that privilege to have a hand in everything. The orator Isocrates, being at a feast entreated to speak of his art, all the company were satisfied with and commended his answer. It is not now a time, said he, to do what I can do, and that which it is now time to do, I cannot do. Plutarch, Simp. For to make orations and rhetorical disputes in a company met together to laugh and make good cheer, had been very unreasonable and improper, and as much might have been said of all the other sciences. But as to what concerns philosophy, that part of it at least that treats of man, and of his offices and duties, it has been the common opinion of all wise men, that, out of respect to the sweetness of her conversation, she is ever to be admitted in all sports and entertainments. And Plato, having invited her to his feast, we see after how gentle and obliging a manner, accommodated both to time and place, she entertained the company, though in a discourse of the highest and most important nature. Ec pauperibus prodest, locu pletibus ec et, neglecta, ec puris sinibus gnospit. It profits poor and rich alike, but neglected equally hurts old and young. Horace, Ep. I-25. By this method of instruction, my young pupil will be much more and better employed than his fellows of the college are. But as the steps we take in walking to and fro in a gallery, though 3 times as many, do not tire a man so much as those we employ in a formal journey, so our lesson, as it were accidentally occurring, without any set obligation of time or place, and falling naturally into every action, will insensibly insinuate itself. By which means our very exercises and recreations, running, wrestling, music, dancing, hunting, riding, and fencing, will prove to be a good part of our study. I would have his outward fashion and mien, and the disposition of his limbs formed at the same time with his mind. 'Tis not a soul, 'tis not a body that we are training up, but a man, and we ought not to divide him. And, as Plato says, we are not to fashion one without the other, but make them draw together like 2 horses harnessed to a coach. By which saying of his, does he not seem to allow more time for, and to take more care of exercises for the body, and to hold that the mind, in a good proportion, does her business at the same time too? As to the rest, this method of education ought to be carried on with a severe sweetness, quite contrary to the practice of our pedants, who, instead of tempting and alluring children to letters by apt and gentle ways, do in truth present nothing before them but rods and ferrules, horror and cruelty. Away with this violence, away with this compulsion, than which, I certainly believe nothing more dulls and degenerates a well-descended nature. If you would have him apprehend shame and chastisement, do not harden him to them. Inure him to heat and cold, to wind and sun, and to dangers that he ought to despise. Wean him from all effeminacy and delicacy in clothes and lodging, eating and drinking, accustom him to everything, that he may not be a Sir Paris, a carpet knight, but a sinewy, hardy, and vigorous young man. I have ever from a child to the age wherein I now am, been of this opinion, and am still constant to it. But amongst other things, the strict government of most of our colleges has evermore displeased me. Peradventure, they might have erred less perniciously on the indulgent side. 'Tis a real house of correction of imprisoned youth. They are made debauched by being punished before they are so. Do but come in when they are about their lesson, and you shall hear nothing but the outcries of boys under execution, with the thundering noise of their pedagogues drunk with fury. A very pretty way this, to tempt these tender and timorous souls to love their book, with a furious countenance and a rod in hand. A cursed and pernicious way of proceeding. Besides what Quintilian has very well observed, that this imperious authority is often attended by very dangerous consequences, and particularly our way of chastising. How much more decent would it be to see their classes strewed with green leaves and fine flowers, than with the bloody stumps of birch and willows? Were it left to my ordering, I should paint the school with the pictures of joy and gladness, Flora and the Graces, as the philosopher Speusippus did his. Where their profit is, let them there have their pleasure too. Such viands as are proper and wholesome for children should be sweetened with sugar, and such as are dangerous to them, embittered with gall. 'Tis marvelous to see how solicitous Plato is in his laws concerning the gaiety and diversion of the youth of his city, and how much and often he enlarges upon the races, sports, songs, leaps, and dances. Of which, he says, that antiquity has given the ordering and patronage particularly to the gods themselves, to Apollo, Minerva, and the Muses. He insists long upon, and is very particular in, giving innumerable precepts for exercises, but as to the lettered sciences, says very little, and only seems particularly to recommend poetry upon the account of music. All singularity in our manners and conditions is to be avoided, as inconsistent with civil society. Who would not be astonished at so strange a constitution as that of Demophoon, steward to Alexander the Great, who sweated in the shade and shivered in the sun? I have seen those who have run from the smell of a mellow apple with greater precipitation than from a harquebus shot, others afraid of a mouse, others vomit at the sight of cream, others ready to swoon at the making of a feather bed. Germanicus could neither endure the sight nor the crowing of a cock. I will not deny, but that there may, peradventure, be some occult cause and natural aversion in these cases, but in my opinion a man might conquer it if he took it in time. Precept has in this wrought so effectually upon me, though not without some pains on my part, I confess, that beer excepted, my appetite accommodates itself indifferently to all sorts of diet. Young bodies are supple. One should, therefore, in that age bend and ply them to all fashions and customs. And provided a man can contain the appetite and the will within their due limits, let a young man, in God's name, be rendered fit for all nations and all companies, even to debauchery and excess, if need be, that is, where he shall do it out of complacency to the customs of the place. Let him be able to do everything, but love to do nothing but what is good. The philosophers themselves do not justify Callisthenes for forfeiting the favor of his master Alexander the Great, by refusing to pledge him a cup of wine. Let him laugh, play, wench with his prince. Nay, I would have him, even in his debauches, too hard for the rest of the company, and to excel his companions in ability and vigor, and that he may not give over doing it, either through defect of power or knowledge how to do it, but for want of will. Multum interest, utrum peccare aliquis nollit and nesciat. There is a vast difference betwixt forbearing to sin and not knowing how to sin. Seneca, Ep. 90. I thought I passed a compliment upon a lord, as free from those excesses as any man in France, by asking him before a great deal of very good company, how many times in his life he had been drunk in Germany, in the time of his being there about his Majesty's affairs, which he also took as it was intended, and made answer, 3 times, and withal told us the whole story of his debauches. I know some who, for want of this faculty, have found a great inconvenience in negotiating with that nation. I have often with great admiration reflected upon the wonderful constitution of Alcibiades, who so easily could transform himself to so various fashions without any prejudice to his health, one while outdoing the Persian pomp and luxury, and another the Lacedaemonian austerity and frugality, as reformed in Sparta, as voluptuous in Ionia. Omnes Aristippum decuit color, et status, et res. Every complexion of life and station and circumstance became Aristobus. Horace, Ep., Roman 17, 23. I would have my pupil to be such an one. Quem duplici pano patentia velat muraber, vidi via si conversa decebit, personamque ferit non inconsinus utranc. I should admire him who with patience bearing a patched garment, bears well a changed fortune, acting both parts equally well. Horace, Ep., Roman 17, 25. These are my lessons, and he who puts them in practice shall reap more advantage than he who has had them read to him only, and so only knows them. If you see him, you hear him. If you hear him, you see him. God forbid, says one in Plato, that to philosophize were only to read a great many books, and to learn the arts. Hanc amplissimam omnium artium bene vivendi disciplinam, vita magis quam literis, persecuti sunt. They have proceeded to this discipline of living well, which of all arts is the greatest, by their lives, rather than by their reading. Cicero, Tusc., Quas, Roman 4. 3. Leo, prince of the Phliasians, asking Heraclides Ponticus, it was not Heraclides of Pontus who made this answer, but Pythagoras, of what art or science he made profession. I know, said he, neither art nor science, but I am a philosopher. One reproaching Diogenes that being ignorant, he should pretend to philosophy. I therefore, answered he, pretend to it with so much the more reason. Hegesias entreated that he would read a certain book to him. You are pleasant, said he. You choose those figs that are true and natural, and not those that are painted. Why do you not also choose exercises which are naturally true rather than those written? The lad will not so much get his lesson by heart as he will practice it, he will repeat it in his actions. We shall discover if there be prudence in his exercises, if there be sincerity and justice in his deportment, if there be grace and judgment in his speaking, if there be constancy in his sickness, if there be modesty in his mirth, temperance in his pleasures, order in his domestic economy, indifference in palate, whether what he eats or drinks be flesh or fish, wine or water. Qui disciplinam suam non ostentationem scientiae, sed legem vidi putet, quic obtemperat ip sibi, et decretis periet. Who considers his own discipline not as a vain ostentation of science, but as a law and rule of life, and who obeys his own decrees and the laws he has prescribed for himself. Cicero, Tusc. Quis, Roman 2, 4. The conduct of our lives is the true mirror of our doctrine. Zeuxidamus, to one who asked him why the Lacedaemonians did not commit their constitutions of chivalry to writing, and deliver them to their young men to read, made answer, that it was because they would inure them to action, and not amuse them with words. With such a one, after 15 or 16 years' study, compare one of our college Latinists, who has thrown away so much time in nothing but learning to speak. The world is nothing but babble, and I hardly ever yet saw that man who did not rather prate too much than speak too little. And yet half of our age is embezzled this way. We are kept 4 or 5 years to learn words only, and to tack them together into clauses, as many more to form them into a long discourse, divided into 4 or 5 parts, and other 5 years, at least, to learn succinctly to mix and interweave them after a subtle and intricate manner. Let us leave all this to those who make a profession of it. Going one day to Orleans, I met in that plain on this side Clary 2 pedants who were traveling towards Bordeaux, about 50 paces distant from one another. And a good way further behind them, I discovered a troop of horse, with a gentleman at the head of them, who was the late Monsieur le Comte de la Rochefoucauld. One of my people inquired of the foremost of these masters of arts, who that gentleman was that came after him. He, having not seen the train that followed after, and thinking his companion was meant, pleasantly answered, He is not a gentleman, he is a grammarian, and I am a logician. Now we who, quite contrary, do not here pretend to breed a grammarian or a logician, but a gentleman, let us leave them to abuse their leisure. Our business lies elsewhere. Let but our pupil be well furnished with things, words will follow but too fast, he will pull them after him if they do not voluntarily follow. I have observed some to make excuses that they cannot express themselves, and pretend to have their fancies full of a great many very fine things, which yet, for want of eloquence, they cannot utter. 'Tis a mere shift and nothing else. Will you know what I think of it? I think they are nothing but shadows of some imperfect images and conceptions that they know not what to make of within, nor consequently bring out. They do not yet themselves understand what they would be at, and if you but observe how they haggle and stammer upon the point of parturition, you will soon conclude that their labor is not to delivery, but about conception, and that they are but licking their formless embryo. For my part, I hold, and Socrates commands it, that whoever has in his mind a sprightly and clear imagination, he will express it well enough in one kind of tongue or another, and, if he be dumb, by signs. Verbac previsum, rem non invita sequenter. Once a thing is conceived in the mind, the words to express it soon present themselves. The words will not reluctantly follow the thing preconceived. Horace, De Arte Poetica, v. 311. And as another as poetically says in his prose, Quam res animum occupaver, verbs ambient. When things are once in the mind, the words offer themselves readily. When things have taken possession of the mind, the words trip. Seneca, Controvers, Roman 3, proem. And this other, ipsi res verbs rapiunt. The things themselves force the words to express them. Cicero, Definib, Roman 3, 5. He knows nothing of ablative, conjunctive, substantive, or grammar, no more than his lackey or a fishwife of the petty pont. And yet these will give you a bellyful of talk, if you will hear them, and peradventure shall trip as little in their language as the best masters of art in France. He knows no rhetoric, nor how in a preface to bribe the benevolence of the courteous reader, neither does he care to know it. Indeed, all this fine decoration of painting is easily effaced by the luster of a simple and blunt truth. These fine flourishes serve only to amuse the vulgar, of themselves incapable of more solid and nutritive diet, as Aper very evidently demonstrates in Tacitus. The ambassadors of Samos, prepared with a long and elegant oration, came to Cleomenes, king of Sparta, to incite him to a war against the tyrant Polycrates, who, after he had heard their harangue with great gravity and patience, gave them this answer. As to the exordium, I remember it not, nor consequently the middle of your speech. And for what concerns your conclusion, I will not do what you desire. Plutarch, Apothegms of the Lacedaemonians. A very pretty answer this, methinks, and a pack of learned orators most sweetly gravelled. And what did the other man say? The Athenians were to choose one of 2 architects for a very great building they had designed. Of these, the first, a pert affected fellow, offered his service in a long premeditated discourse upon the subject of the work in hand, and by his oratory inclined the voices of the people in his favor. But the other in 3 words, O Athenians, what this man says, I will do. When Cicero was in the height and heat of an eloquent harangue, many were struck with admiration, but Cato only laughed, saying, We have a pleasant, mirth-making consul. Let it go before, or come after, a good sentence or a thing well said, is always in season, if it neither suit well with what went before, nor has much coherence with what follows after, it is good in itself. I am none of those who think that good rhyme makes a good poem. Let him make short long, and long short if he will, 'tis no great matter. If there be invention, and that the wit and judgment have well performed their offices, I will say, here's a good poet, but an ill rhymer. Emunctinaris, duris componer versus. Of delicate humor, but of rugged versification. Horace, Sat. Roman 4, 8. Let a man, says Horace, divest his work of all method and measure. Tempora certa modasc, et, quod prius ordine verbum est, posterius facies, preponens ultima primus invenias etiam disjecti membra poeti. Take away certain rhythms and measures, and make the word which was first in order come later, putting that which should be last first, you will still find the scattered remains of the poet. Horace, Sat. I 4:58. He will never the more lose himself for that, the very pieces will be fine by themselves. Menander's answer had this meaning, who being reproved by a friend, the time drawing on at which he had promised a comedy, that he had not yet fallen in hand with it. It is made and ready, said he, all but the verses. Plutarch, whether the Athenians more excelled in arms or in letters, having contrived the subject and disposed the scenes in his fancy, he took little care for the rest. Since Ronsard and Du Bellay have given reputation to our French poesy, every little dabbler, for aught I see, swells his words as high, and makes his cadences very near as harmonious as they. Plus sonnet quam valet. For the vulgar, there were never so many poetasters as now. But though they find it no hard matter to imitate their rhyme, they yet fall infinitely short of imitating the rich descriptions of the one, and the delicate invention of the other of these masters. But what will become of our young gentleman if he be attacked with the sophistic subtlety of some syllogism? A Westphalia ham makes a man drink, drink quenches thirst. Ergo a Westphalia ham quenches thirst. Why, let him laugh at it. It will be more discretion to do so than to go about to answer it, or let him borrow this pleasant evasion from Aristippus. Why should I trouble myself to untie that which, bound as it is, gives me so much trouble? One offering at this dialectic juggling against cleans, Chrysippus took him short, saying, "Reserve these baubles to play with children, and do not by such fooleries divert the serious thoughts of a man of years." If these ridiculous subtleties, contorta et oculida sophismata, as Cicero calls them, are designed to possess him with an untruth, they are dangerous. But if they signify no more than only to make him laugh, I do not see why a man need to be fortified against them. There are some so ridiculous as to go a mile out of their way to hook in a fine word. Aut qui non verba rebus aptant, sed res extrinsecus arsa sunt, quibus verba convenient. Who do not fit words to the subject, but seek out for things quite from the purpose to fit the words. Quintilian, Roman 8, 3. And as another says, qui alicugus verbi decor placentis, vocenter ad id, quod non preposterant scriber. Who by their fondness of some fine-sounding word are tempted to something they had no intention to treat of. Seneca, Ep. 59. I for my part rather bring in a fine sentence by head and shoulders to fit my purpose, than divert my designs to hunt after a sentence. On the contrary, words are to serve, and to follow a man's purpose, and let Gascon come and play where French will not do. I would have things so excelling, and so wholly possessing the imagination of him that hears, that he should have something else to do than to think of words. The way of speaking that I love is natural and plain, the same in writing as in speaking, and a sinewy and muscular way of expressing a man's self, short and pithy, not so elegant and artificial as prompt and vehement. Hic demum sapiet dictio, quix feriet. That has most weight and wisdom which pierces the ear. That utterance indeed will have a taste which shall strike the ear. Epitaph on Lucan, in Fabricius, Bibliath, Lat. Roman 2, 10. Rather hard than wearisome, free from affectation, irregular, incontinuous, and bold, where every piece makes up an entire body, not like a pedant, a preacher, or a pleader, but rather a soldier-like style, as Suetonius calls that of Julius Caesar. And yet I see no reason why he should call it so. I have ever been ready to imitate the negligent garb, which is yet observable amongst the young men of our time, to wear my cloak on one shoulder, my cap on one side, a stocking in disorder, which seems to express a kind of haughty disdain of these exotic ornaments and a contempt of the artificial. But I find this negligence of much better use in the form of speaking. All affectation, particularly in the French gaiety and freedom, is ungraceful in a courtier, and in a monarchy every gentleman ought to be fashioned according to the court model, for which reason an easy and natural negligence does well. I no more like a web where the knots and seams are to be seen than a fine figure, so delicate that a man may tell all the bones and veins. Qui veritati operem dat oratio, incomposita sit et simplex. Let the language that is dedicated to truth be plain and unaffected. Seneca, Ep. 40. Quis accurat loquitur, nisi qui vult putide loqui. For who studies to speak accurately, that does not at the same time wish to perplex his auditory. Item, Ep. 75. That eloquence prejudices the subject it would advance, that wholly attracts us to itself. And as in our outward habit, tease a ridiculous effeminacy to distinguish ourselves by a particular and unusual garb or fashion, so in language, to study new phrases, and to affect words that are not of current use, proceeds from a puerile and scholastic ambition. May I be bound to speak no other language than what is spoken in the marketplaces of Paris. Aristophanes the grammarian was quite out when he reprehended Epicurus for his plain way of delivering himself, and the design of his oratory, which was only perspicuity of speech. The imitation of words, by its own facility, immediately disperses itself through a whole people. But the imitation of inventing and fitly applying those words is of a slower progress. The generality of readers, for having found a like robe, very mistakenly imagine they have the same body and inside too, whereas force and sinews are never to be borrowed, the gloss, and outward ornament, that is, words and elocution, may. Most of those I converse with speak the same language I hear right, but whether they think the same thoughts I cannot say. The Athenians, says Plato, study fullness and elegancy of speaking. The Lacedaemonians affect brevity, and those of Crete to aim more at the fecundity of conception than the fertility of speech. And these are the best. Zeno used to say that he had two sorts of disciples, one that he called Saius, curious to learn things, and these were his favorites. The other Aios, that cared for nothing but words. Not that fine speaking is not a very good and commendable quality, but not so excellent and so necessary as some would make it, and I am scandalized that our whole life should be spent in nothing else. I would first understand my own language and that of my neighbors, with whom most of my business and conversation lies. No doubt but Greek and Latin are very great ornaments and of very great use, but we buy them too dear. I will here discover one way, which has been experimented in my own person, by which they are to be had better cheap, and such may make use of it as will. My late father having made the most precise inquiry that any man could possibly make amongst men of the greatest learning and judgment, of an exact method of education, was by them cautioned of this inconvenience then in use, and made to believe that the tedious time we applied to the learning of the tongues of them who had them for nothing, was the sole cause we could not arrive to the grandeur of soul and perfection of knowledge, of the ancient Greeks and Romans. I do not, however, believe that to be the only cause. So it is that the expedient my father found out for this was, that in my infancy, and before I began to speak, he committed me to the care of a German, who since died a famous physician in France, totally ignorant of our language, and very fluent and a great critic in Latin. This man, whom he had fetched out of his own country, and whom he entertained with a great salary for this only one end, had me continually with him. He had with him also joined two others, of inferior learning, to attend me, and to relieve him. These spoke to me in no other language but Latin. As to the rest of his household, it was an inviolable rule that neither himself, nor my mother, nor valet, nor chambermaid should speak anything in my company, but such Latin words as each one had learned to gabble with me. These passages are the basis of a small volume by the Abbe Mangan, Education de Montaigne. L'art d'enseigner le Latin à l'instar des meilleurs Latins. It is not to be imagined how great an advantage this proved to the whole family. My father and my mother by this means learned Latin enough to understand it perfectly well, and to speak it to such a degree as was sufficient for any necessary use, as also those of the servants did who were most frequently with me. In short, we Latined it at such a rate that it overflowed to all the neighboring villages, where there yet remain, that have established themselves by custom, several Latin appellations of artisans and their tools. As for what concerns myself, I was above 6 years of age before I understood either French or Perigordin, any more than Arabic, and without art, book, grammar, or precept, whipping, or the expense of a tear, I had, by that time, learned to speak as pure Latin as my master himself, for I had no means of mixing it up with any other. If, for example, they were to give me a theme after the college fashion, they gave it to others in French, but to me they were to give it in bad Latin to turn it into that which was good. And Nicolas Grouchy, who wrote a book De Comitias Romanorum, Guillaume Gurrent, who wrote a comment upon Aristotle, George Buchanan, that great Scottish poet, and Mark Anton Muret, whom both France and Italy have acknowledged for the best orator of his time, my domestic tutors, have all of them often told me that I had in my infancy that language so very fluent and ready that they were afraid to enter into discourse with me. And particularly Buchanan, whom I since saw attending the late Marshal de Brissac, then told me that he was about to write a treatise of education, the example of which he intended to take from mine. For he was then tutor to that Comte de Brissac who afterward proved so valiant and so brave a gentleman. As to Greek, of which I have but a mere smattering, my father also designed to have it taught me by a device, but a new one and by way of sport, tossing our declensions to and fro, after the manner of those who, by certain games of tables, learn geometry and arithmetic. For he, amongst other rules, had been advised to make me relish science and duty by an unforced will, and of my own voluntary motion, and to educate my soul in all liberty and delight, without any severity or constraint. which he was an observer of to such a degree, even of superstition, if I may say so, that some being of opinion that it troubles and disturbs the brains of children suddenly to wake them in the morning, and to snatch them violently and over-hastily from sleep, wherein they are much more profoundly involved than we. He caused me to be wakened by the sound of some musical instrument, and was never unprovided of a musician for that purpose. By this example you may judge of the rest, this alone being sufficient to recommend both the prudence and the affection of so good a father, who is not to be blamed if he did not reap fruits answerable to so exquisite a culture. Of this 2 things were the cause. First, a sterile and improper soil, for though I was of a strong and healthful constitution, and of a disposition tolerably sweet and tractable, yet I was, withal, so heavy, idle, and indisposed that they could not rouse me from my sloth, not even to get me out to play. What I saw clearly enough, and under this heavy complexion nourished a bold imagination and opinions above my age. I had a slow wit that would go no faster than it was led, a tardy understanding, a languishing invention, and above all incredible defect of memory. So that it is no wonder if from all these nothing considerable could be extracted. Secondly, like those who, impatient of a long and steady cure, submit to all sorts of prescriptions and recipes, the good man being extremely timorous of any way failing in a thing he had so wholly set his heart upon, suffered himself at last to be overruled by the common opinions, which always follow their leader as a flight of cranes, and complying with the method of the time, having no more those persons he had brought out of Italy, and who had given him the first model of education, about him. He sent me at 6 years of age to the College of Gien, at that time the best and most flourishing in France. And there, it was not possible to add anything to the care he had to provide me the most able tutors, with all other circumstances of education, reserving also several particular rules contrary to the college practice. But so it was, that with all these precautions, it was a college still. My Latin immediately grew corrupt, of which also by discontinuance I have since lost all manner of use, so that this new way of education served me to no other end than only at my first coming to prefer me to the first forms. For at 13 years old that I came out of the college, I had run through my whole course, as they call it, and, in truth, without any manner of advantage that I can honestly brag of, in all this time. The first taste which I had for books came to me from the pleasure in reading the fables of Ovid's Metamorphoses. For, being about 7 or 8 years old, I gave up all other diversions to read them, both by reason that this was my own natural language, the easiest book that I was acquainted with, and for the subject, the most accommodated to the capacity of my age. For as for the Lancelot of the Lake, the Amadis of Gaul, the Huon of Bordeaux, and such farragos, by which children are most delighted with, I had never so much as heard their names, no more than I yet know what they contain. So exact was the discipline wherein I was brought up. But this was enough to make me neglect the other lessons that were prescribed me, and here it was infinitely to my advantage to have to do with an understanding tutor, who very well knew discreetly to connive at this and other truanteries of the same nature. For by this means I ran through Virgil's Aeneid, and then Terence, and then Plautus, and then some Italian comedies, allured by the sweetness of the subject. Whereas had he been so foolish as to have taken me off this diversion, I do really believe I had brought away nothing from the college but a hatred of books, as almost all our young gentlemen do. But he carried himself very discreetly in that business, seeming to take no notice, and allowing me only such time as I could steal from my other regular studies, which whetted my appetite to devour those books. For the chief things my father expected from their endeavors to whom he had delivered me for education were affability and good humor. And, to say the truth, my manners had no other vice but sloth and want of mettle. The fear was not that I should do ill, but that I should do nothing. Nobody prognosticated that I should be wicked, but only useless. They foresaw idleness, but no malice, and I find it falls out accordingly. The complaints I hear of myself are these: he is idle, cold in the offices of friendship and relation, and in those of the public too particular, too disdainful. But the most injurious do not say, why has he taken such a thing? Why has he not paid such an one? But why does he part with nothing? Why does he not give? And I should take it for a favor that men would expect from me no greater effects of supererogation than these. but they are unjust to exact from me what I do not owe, far more rigorously than they require from others that which they do owe. In condemning me to it, they efface the gratification of the action, and deprive me of the gratitude that would be my due for it, whereas the active well-doing ought to be of so much the greater value from my hands, by how much I have never been passive that way at all. I can the more freely dispose of my fortune the more it is mine, and of myself the more I am my own. Nevertheless, if I were good at setting out my own actions, I could, peradventure, very well repel these reproaches, and could give some to understand, that they are not so much offended, that I do not enough, as that I am able to do a great deal more than I do. Yet for all this heavy disposition of mine, my mind, when retired into itself, was not altogether without strong movements, solid and clear judgments about those objects it could comprehend, and could also, without any helps, digest them. But amongst other things, I do really believe it had been totally impossible to have made it to submit by violence and force. Shall I here acquaint you with one faculty of my youth? I had great assurance of countenance, and flexibility of voice and gesture, in applying myself to any part one undertook to act. For before, alter ab undecimo, tum me vix separat annis. I played the chief parts in the Latin tragedies of Buchanan, Geraint, and Muret that were presented in our College of Guienne with great dignity. Now Andreas Govenus, our principal, as in all other parts of his charge, was, without comparison, the best of that employment in France, and I was looked upon as one of the best actors. 'Tis an exercise that I do not disapprove in young people of condition, and I have since seen our princes, after the example of some of the ancients, in person handsomely and commendably perform these exercises. It was even allowed to persons of quality to make a profession of it in Greece. Aristoni tragico actori rem aperit, huic et genus et fortuna honesta erant, nec ars, quia nihil tale apud Grecos pudori est, e deformabat. He imparted this matter to Aristo the tragedian, a man of good family and fortune, which neither of them receive any blemish by that profession, nothing of this kind being reputed a disparagement in Greece. Livy, Roman 24. 24. Nay, I have always taxed those with impertinence who condemn these entertainments, and with injustice those who refuse to admit such comedians as are worth seeing into our good towns, and grudge the people that public diversion. Well-governed corporations take care to assemble their citizens, not only to the solemn duties of devotion, but also to sports and spectacles. They find society and friendship augmented by it, and besides, can there possibly be allowed a more orderly and regular diversion than what is performed the sight of everyone, and very often in the presence of the supreme magistrate himself? And I, for my part, should think it reasonable that the prince should sometimes gratify his people at his own expense, out of paternal goodness and affection, and that in populous cities there should be theaters erected for such entertainments, if but to divert them from worse and private actions. To return to my subject, there is nothing like alluring the appetite and affections. Otherwise you make nothing but so many asses laden with books. By dint of the lash, you give them their pocketful of learning to keep. Whereas, to do well you should not only lodge it with them, but make them espouse it. Chapter 26. That it is folly to measure truth and error by our own capacity. 'Tis not, perhaps, without reason, that we attribute facility of belief and easiness of persuasion to simplicity and ignorance. For I fancy I have heard belief compared to the impression of a seal upon the soul, which by how much softer and of less resistance it is the more easy to be impressed upon. Ut necess est, lancem in libra ponderibus impositus, deprimi sic animum perspicuis sedier. As the scale of the balance must give way to the weight that presses it down, so the mind yields to demonstration. Cicero, Acad, Roman 2, 12. By how much the soul is more empty and without counterpoise, with so much greater facility it yields under the weight of the first persuasion. And this is the reason that children, the common people, women, and sick folks are most apt to be led by the ears. But then, on the other hand, 'tis a foolish presumption to slight and condemn all things for false that do not appear to us probable, which is the ordinary vice of such as fancy themselves wiser than their neighbors. I was myself once one of those, and if I heard talk of dead folks walking, of prophecies, enchantments, witchcrafts, or any other story I had no mind to believe. Somnia, terrors magicos, miracula, sagas nocturnos lemuris portentec Thessala. Dreams, magic terrors, marvels, sorceries, Thessalian prodigies. Horace, Ep, Roman 2, 3, 208. I presently pitied the poor people that were abused by these follies. Whereas I now find that I myself was to be pitied as much, at least, as they. Not that experience has taught me anything to alter my former opinions, though my curiosity has endeavored that way. But reason has instructed me that thus resolutely to condemn anything for false and impossible is arrogantly and impiously to circumscribe and limit the will of God, and the power of our mother nature, within the bounds of my own capacity, than which no folly can be greater. If we give the names of monster and miracle to everything our reason cannot comprehend, how many are continually presented before our eyes? Let us but consider through what clouds, and as it were groping in the dark, our teachers lead us to the knowledge of most of the things about us. Assuredly, we shall find that it is rather custom than knowledge that takes away their strangeness. Jam nemo, fessus saturusque videndi, suspicere in celi dignator lucida templa. Weary of the sight, now no one deigns to look up to heaven's lucid temples. Lucretius, Roman 2, 1037. The text has statiate vidni. And that if those things were now newly presented to us, we should think them as incredible, if not more, than any others. Si nunc primum mortalibus id sint ex improvise, si sint objecta repent, nil magis his rebus potret mirabildissa, aut minus antiquad oderant for credier gentes. Lucretius, Roman 2, 1032. The sense of the passage is in the preceding sentence. He that had never seen a river, imagined the first he met with to be the sea, and the greatest things that have fallen within our knowledge, we conclude the extremes that nature makes of the kind. Silicet et fluvius qui non est maximus, eist qui non ante aliquam majorum vidit, et ingens arbor, homoc vidter, et omnia degener omni maxima qui vidit quisque, hic ingentia fingit. A little river seems to him who has never seen a larger river, a mighty stream, and so with other things a tree, a man anything appears greatest to him that never knew a greater. Item, Roman 6, 674. Consududine oculorum assuscunt animi, nec admiranter, nec recurrent rations eram rerum, quas semper vident. Things grow familiar to men's minds by being often seen, so that they neither admire nor are they inquisitive about things they daily see. Cicero, De Natura Deor, Lib Roman 2, 38. The novelty, rather than the greatness of things, tempts us to inquire into their causes. We are to judge with more reverence, and with greater acknowledgement of our own ignorance and infirmity, of the infinite power of nature. How many unlikely things are there testified by people worthy of faith, which, if we cannot persuade ourselves absolutely to believe, we ought at least to leave them in suspense. For, to condemn them as impossible is by a temerarious presumption to pretend to know the utmost bounds of possibility. Did we rightly understand the difference betwixt the impossible and the unusual, and betwixt that which is contrary to the order and course of nature and contrary to the common opinion of men, in not believing rashly, And on the other hand, in not being too incredulous, we should observe the rule of ne quid nimis, enjoined by Chilo. When we find in Froissart that the Comte de Foix knew in Béarn the defeat of John, King of Castile, at Jubera the next day after it happened, and the means by which he tells us he came to do so, we may be allowed to be a little merry at it, as also at what our annals report that Pope Honorius, the same day that King Philip Augustus died at Mantes, performed his public obsequies at Rome, and commanded the like throughout Italy, the testimony of these authors not being, perhaps, of authority enough to restrain us. But what if Plutarch, besides several examples that he produces out of antiquity, tells us he knows of certain knowledge that in the time of Domitian, the news of the battle lost by Antony in Germany was published at Rome, many days' journey from thence, and dispersed throughout the whole world the same day it was fought. And if Caesar was of opinion that it has often happened that the report has preceded the incident, shall we not say that these simple people have suffered themselves to be deceived with the vulgar, for not having been so clear-sighted as we? Is there anything more delicate, more clear, more sprightly than Pliny's judgment when he is pleased to set it to work? Anything more remote from vanity? Setting aside his learning, of which I make less account, in which of these excellences do any of us excel him? And yet there is scarce a young schoolboy that does not convict him of untruth, and that pretends not to instruct him in the progress of the works of nature. When we read in Bouchet the miracles of Saint Hilary's relics, away with them. His authority is not sufficient to deprive us of the liberty of contradicting him, but generally and offhand to condemn all such like stories seems to me a singular impudence. That great Saint Augustine testifies to have seen a blind child recover sight upon the relics of Saint Gervasius and Saint Protasius at Milan. A woman at Carthage cured of a cancer, by the sign of the cross made upon her by a woman newly baptized. Hesperius, a familiar friend of his, to have driven away the spirits that haunted his house with a little earth of the sepulchre of our Lord, which earth, being also transported thence into the church, a paralytic to have there been suddenly cured by it. A woman in a procession, having touched St. Stephen's shrine with a nosegay, and rubbing her eyes with it to have recovered her sight, lost many years before, with several other miracles of which he professes himself to have been an eyewitness. Of what shall we excuse him and the two holy bishops, Aurelius and Maximinus, both of whom he attests to the truth of these things? Shall it be of ignorance, simplicity, and facility, or of malice and imposture? Is any man now living so impudent as to think himself comparable to them in virtue, piety, learning, judgment, or any kind of perfection? Qui ut rationem nullum afferent, ipsa auctoritate me frangerent. Who, though they should adduce no reason, would convince me with their authority alone? Cicero, Tusc, quas I-21. 'Tis a presumption of great danger and consequence, besides the absurd temerity it draws after it, to contemn what we do not comprehend. For after, according to your fine understanding, you have established the limits of truth and error, and that, afterwards, there appears a necessity upon you of believing stranger things than those you have contradicted, you are already obliged to quit your limits. Now, that which seems to me so much to disorder our consciences in the commotions we are now in concerning religion, is the Catholics dispensing so much with their belief. They fancy they appear moderate and wise when they grant to their opponents some of the articles in question. But besides that, they do not discern what advantage it is to those with whom we contend to begin to give ground and to retire, and how much this animates our enemy to follow his blow. These articles, which they select as things indifferent, are sometimes of very great importance. We are either wholly and absolutely to submit ourselves to the authority of our ecclesiastical polity, or totally throw off all obedience to it. 'Tis not for us to determine what and how much obedience we owe to it. And this I can say, as having myself made trial of it, that having formerly taken the liberty of my own swing and fancy, and omitted or neglected certain rules of the discipline of our church, which seemed to me vain and strange coming afterwards to discourse of it with learned men, I have found those same things to be built upon very good and solid ground and strong foundation, and that nothing but stupidity and ignorance makes us receive them with less reverence than the rest. Why do we not consider what contradictions we find in our own judgments? How many things were yesterday articles of our faith, that today appear no other than fables? Glory and curiosity are the scourges of the soul. The last prompts us to thrust our noses into everything the other forbids us to leave anything doubtful and undecided. Chapter 27. Of Friendship. Having considered the proceedings of a painter that serves me, I had a mind to imitate his way. He chooses the fairest place and middle of any wall, or panel, wherein to draw a picture, which he finishes with his utmost care and art, and the vacuity about it he fills with grotesques, which are odd fantastic figures without any grace but what they derive from their variety and the extravagance of their shapes. And in truth, what are these things I scribble, other than grotesques and monstrous bodies, made of various parts without any certain figure, or any other than accidental order, coherence, or proportion? Desinit in pissam mulier formosa superni. A fair woman in her upper form terminates in a fish. Horace, De Art Poetica, v4. In this second part one go hand in hand with my painter, but fall very short of him in the first and the better, my power of handling not being such, that I dare to offer at a rich piece, finely polished, and set off according to art. I have therefore thought fit to borrow one of Estienne de la Bodie, and such a one as shall honor and adorn all the rest of my work, namely, a discourse that he called Voluntary Servitude, but since those who did not know him have properly enough called it Le Conteran. He wrote in his youth, not being as yet 18 years old. Edition of 1588. By way of essay, in honor of liberty against tyrants, and it has since run through the hands of men of great learning and judgment, not without singular and merited commendation, for it is finely written, and as full as anything can possibly be. And yet one may confidently say it is far short of what he was able to do, and if in that more mature age, wherein I had the happiness to know him, he had taken a design like this of mine, to commit his thoughts to writing, we should have seen a great many rare things, and such as would have gone very near to have rivaled the best writings of antiquity. For in natural parts especially, I know no man comparable to him. But he has left nothing behind him, save this treatise only, and that too by chance, for I believe he never saw it after it first went out of his hands, and some observations upon that edict of January 1562, which granted to the Huguenots the public exercise of their religion, made famous by our civil wars, which also shall elsewhere, peradventure, find a place. These were all I could recover of his remains, I to whom with so affectionate a remembrance, upon his deathbed, he by his last will bequeath his library and papers, the little book of his works only excepted, which I committed to the press. And this particular obligation I have to this treatise of his, that it was the occasion of my first coming acquainted with him, for it was showed to me long before I had the good fortune to know him. And the first knowledge of his name, proving the first cause and foundation of a friendship, which we afterwards improved and maintained, so long as God was pleased to continue us together, so perfect, inviolate, and entire, that certainly the like is hardly to be found in story. And amongst the men of this age, there is no sign nor trace of any such thing in use. So much concurrence is required to the building of such a one, that 'tis much, if fortune bring it but once to pass in 3 ages. There is nothing to which nature seems so much to have inclined us, as to society, and Aristotle says that the good legislators had more respect to friendship than to justice. Now the most supreme point of its perfection is this. For generally, all those that pleasure, profit, public or private interest create and nourish are so much the less beautiful and generous, and so much the less friendships, by how much they mix another cause, and design, and fruit in friendship than itself. Neither do the four ancient kinds, natural, social, hospitable, venereal, either separately or jointly, make up a true and perfect friendship. That of children to parents is rather respect. Friendship is nourished by communication, which cannot by reason of the great disparity be betwixt these, but would rather perhaps offend the duties of nature. For neither are all the secret thoughts of fathers fit to be communicated to children, lest it beget an indecent familiarity betwixt them. Nor can the advices and reproofs, which is one of the principal offices of friendship, be properly performed by the son to the father. There are some countries where 'twas the custom for children to kill their fathers, and others, where the fathers killed their children, to avoid there being an impediment one to another in life. And naturally, the expectations of the one depend upon the ruin of the other. There have been great philosophers who have made nothing of this tie of nature, as Aristippus for one, who being pressed home about the affection he owed to his children, as being come out of him, presently fell to spit, saying that this also came out of him, and that we also breed worms and lice. And that other, that Plutarch endeavored to reconcile to his brother. I make never the more account of him, said he, for coming out of the same hole. This name of brother does indeed carry with it a fine and delectable sound, and for that reason, he and I called one another brothers, but the complication of interests, the division of estates, and that the wealth of the one should be the property of the other, strangely relax and weaken the fraternal tie. Brothers pursuing their fortune and advancement by the same path, 'tis hardly possible, but they must of necessity often jostle and hinder one another. Besides, why is it necessary that the correspondence of manners, parts, and inclinations, which begets the true and perfect friendships, should always meet in these relations? The father and the son may be of quite contrary humors, and so of brothers. He is my son, he is my brother, but he is passionate, ill-natured, or a fool. And moreover, by how much these are friendships that the law and natural obligation impose upon us, so much less is there of our own choice and voluntary freedom. Whereas that voluntary liberty of ours has no production more promptly, and properly its own than affection and friendship. Not that I have not in my own person experimented all that can possibly be expected of that kind, having had the best and most indulgent father, even to his extreme old age, that ever was, and who was himself descended from a family for many generations famous and exemplary for brotherly concord. Et ipse notus in fraters animi paterni. And I myself, known for paternal love toward my brothers, Horace, Ode, Roman 2:6. We are not here to bring the love we bear to women, though it be an act of our own choice, into comparison, nor rank it with the others. The fire of this, I confess. Nec enim est dinesia nostri, quox dulcem curis misset amoritum. Nor is the goddess unknown to me who mixes a sweet bitterness with my love. Catalyst LXVI, 17. Is more active, more eager, and more sharp. But withal, 'tis more precipitant, fickle, moving, and inconstant. A fever subject to intermissions and paroxysms that has seized but on one part of us. Whereas in friendship, 'tis a general and universal fire, but temperate and equal, a constant established heat, all gentle and smooth, without poignancy or roughness. Moreover, in love, 'tis no other than frantic desire for that which flies from us. Cum segue la leper il caxieter Alfredo, al caldo, alla Montagna, al lido ni più l'estima poi the pressa vide, e sol dietro a kai fug a freda il pede. As the hunter pursues the hare, in cold and heat, to the mountain to the shore, nor cares for it farther when he sees it taken, and only delights in chasing that which flees from him. Aristo, X7. So soon as it enters unto the terms of friendship, that is to say, into a concurrence of desires, it vanishes and is gone, fruition destroys it, as having only a fleshly end, and such a one as is subject to satiety. Friendship, on the contrary, is enjoyed proportionably as it is desired, and only grows up, is nourished and improved by enjoyment, as being of itself spiritual, and the soul growing still more refined by practice. Under this perfect friendship, the other fleeting affections have in my younger years found some place in me, to say nothing of him, who himself so confesses but too much in his verses. so that I had both these passions, but always so, that I could myself well enough distinguish them, and never in any degree of comparison with one another. The first maintaining its flight in so lofty and so brave a place, as with disdain to look down, and see the other flying at a far humbler pitch below. As concerning marriage, besides that it is a covenant, the entrance into which only is free, but the continuance in it forced and compulsory, having another dependence than that of our own free will, and a bargain commonly contracted to other ends, there almost always happens 1,000 intricacies in it to unravel, enough to break the thread, and to divert the current of a lively affection. Whereas friendship has no manner of business or traffic with aught but itself. Moreover, to say truth, the ordinary talent of women is not such as is sufficient to maintain the conference and communication required to the support of this sacred tie, nor do they appear to be endued with constancy of mind, to sustain the pinch of so hard and durable a knot. And doubtless, if without this, there could be such a free and voluntary familiarity contracted, where not only the souls might have this entire fruition, but the bodies also might share in the alliance, and a man be engaged throughout, the friendship would certainly be more full and perfect. But it is without example that this sex has ever yet arrived at such perfection, and by the common consent of the ancient schools, it is wholly rejected from it. That other Grecian license is justly abhorred by our manners, which also, from having, according to their practice, a so necessary disparity of age and difference of offices betwixt the lovers, answered no more to the perfect union and harmony that we here require than the other. Quis est enim ist amor amicitii, cur nec deformum adolescentem quisquam amat, nec formosum senem. For what is that friendly love? Why does no one love a deformed youth or a comely old man? Cicero, Tusc. Quis, Roman 4:33. Neither will that very picture that the Academy presents of it, as I conceive, contradict me, when I say, that this first fury inspired by the son of Venus into the heart of the lover, upon sight of the flower and prime of a springing and blossoming youth, to which they allow all the insolent and passionate efforts that an immoderate ardor can produce, was simply founded upon external beauty, the false image of corporal generation. For it could not ground this love upon the soul, the sight of which as yet lay concealed, was but now springing and not of maturity to blossom. That this fury, if it seized upon a low spirit, the means by which it preferred its suit were rich presents, favor and advancement to dignities, and such trumpery which they by no means approve. If on a more generous soul, the pursuit was suitably generous by philosophical instructions, precepts to revere religion, to obey the laws, to die for the good of one's country. By examples of valor, prudence, and justice, the lover studying to render himself acceptable by the grace and beauty of the soul, that of his body being long since faded and decayed, hoping by this mental society to establish a more firm and lasting contract. When this courtship came to effect in due season, for that which they do not require in the lover, namely, leisure and discretion in his pursuit, they strictly require in the person loved, forasmuch as he is to judge of an internal beauty, of difficult knowledge and abstruse discovery. Then there sprung in the person loved the desire of a spiritual conception by the mediation of a spiritual beauty. This was the principal, the corporeal and accidental and secondary matter, quite the contrary as to the lover. For this reason they prefer the person beloved, maintaining that the gods in like manner preferred him too, and very much blame the poet Aeschylus for having, in the loves of Achilles and Patroclus, given the lover's part to Achilles, who was in the first and beardless flower of his adolescence, and the handsomest of all the Greeks. After this general community, the sovereign, and most worthy part presiding and governing, and performing its proper offices, they say, that thence great utility was derived, both by private and public concerns, that it constituted the force and power of the countries where it prevailed, and the chiefest security of liberty and justice, of which the healthy loves of Harmodius and Aristogiton are instances. And therefore it is that they called it sacred and divine, and conceive that nothing but the violence of tyrants and the baseness of the common people are inimical to it. Finally, all that can be said in favor of the Academy is, that it was a love which ended in friendship, which well enough agrees with the Stoical definition of love. Amorum conatum esse amicitiae, faciandi ex pulchritu dinis specie. Love is a desire of contracting friendship arising from the beauty of the object. Cicero, Tusc, Quas, Roman 6, 34. I return to my own more just and true description. Omnino amicitui, corroboratis jam confirmatis et ingeniis, et editibus, judicandi sunt. Those are only to be reputed friendships that are fortified and confirmed by judgment and the length of time. Cicero, De Amicit, c. 20. For the rest, what we commonly call friends and friendships are nothing but acquaintance and familiarities, either occasionally contracted, or upon some design, by means of which there happens some little intercourse betwixt our souls. But in the friendship I speak of, they mix and work themselves into one piece, with so universal a mixture, that there is no more sign of the seam by which they were first conjoined. If a man should importune me to give a reason why I loved him, I find it could no otherwise be expressed than by making answer. Because it was he, because it was I, there is, beyond all that I am able to say, I know not what inexplicable and fated power that brought on this union. We sought one another long before we met, and by the characters we heard of one another, which wrought upon our affections more than in reason, mere reports should do. I think 'twas by some secret appointment of heaven. We embraced in our names, and at our first meeting, which was accidentally at a great city entertainment, we found ourselves so mutually taken with one another, so acquainted, and so endeared betwixt ourselves, that from thenceforward nothing was so near to us as one another. He wrote an excellent Latin satire, since printed, wherein he excuses the precipitation of our intelligence, so suddenly come to perfection, saying that destined to have so short a continuance as begun so late, for we were both full-grown men, and he some years the older. There was no time to lose, nor were we tied to conform to the example of those slow and regular friendships that require so many precautions of long preliminary conversation. This has no other idea than that of itself, and can only refer to itself. This is no one special consideration, nor two, nor three, nor four, nor 1,000. 'Tis I know not what quintessence of all this mixture, which, seizing my whole will, carried it to plunge and lose itself in his, and that having seized his whole will, brought it back with equal concurrence and appetite to plunge and lose itself in mine. I may truly say lose, reserving nothing to ourselves that was either his or mine. All this relates to Estienne de la Bodie. When Laelius, in the presence of the Roman consuls, who after they had sentenced Tiberius Gracchus, prosecuted all those who had had any familiarity with him also, came to ask Caius Blosius, who was his chiefest friend, how much he would have done for him, and that he made answer, "All things." "How, all things?" said Laelius. "And what if he had commanded you to fire our temples?" "He would never have commanded me that," replied Blosius. "But what if he had?" Said Laelius. "I would have obeyed him," said the other. If he was so perfect a friend to Gracchus as the histories report him to have been, there was yet no necessity of offending the consuls by such a bold confession, though he might still have retained the assurance he had of Gracchus' disposition. However, those who accuse this answer as seditious do not well understand the mystery, nor presuppose, as it was true, that he had Gracchus' will in his sleeve, both by the power of a friend and the perfect knowledge he had of the man. They were more friends than citizens, more friends to one another than either enemies or friends to their country, or than friends to ambition and innovation, having absolutely given up themselves to one another, either held absolutely the reins of the other's inclination. And suppose all this guided by virtue, and all this by the conduct of reason, which also without these it had not been possible to do, Blosius, answer was such as it ought to be. If any of their actions flew out of the handle, they were neither, according to my measure of friendship, friends to one another, nor to themselves. As to the rest, this answer carries no worse sound than mine would do to one that should ask me, "If your will should command you to kill your daughter, would you do it?" And that I should make answer, that I would, for this expresses no consent to such an act, forasmuch as I do not in the least suspect my own will, and as little that of such a friend. 'Tis not in the power of all the eloquence in the world to dispossess me of the certainty I have of the intentions and resolutions of my friend. Nay, no one action of his, what face soever it might bear, could be presented to me, of which I could not presently, and at first sight, find out the moving cause. Our souls had drawn so unanimously together, they had considered each other with so ardent an affection, and with the like affection laid open the very bottom of our hearts to one another's view, that I not only knew his as well as my own, but should certainly in any concern of mine have trusted my interest much more willingly with him than with myself. Let no one, therefore, rank other common friendships with such a one as this. I have had as much experience of these as another, and of the most perfect of their kind. But I do not advise that any should confound the rules of the one and the other, for they would find themselves much deceived. In those other ordinary friendships, you are to walk with bridle in your hand, with prudence and circumspection, for in them the knot is not so sure that a man may not half suspect it will slip. Love him, said Chilo, so as if you were one day to hate him, and hate him so as you were one day to love him. This precept, though abominable in the sovereign and perfect friendship I speak of, is nevertheless very sound as to the practice of the ordinary and customary ones, and to which the saying that Aristotle had so frequent in his mouth, "O my friends, there is no friend," may very fitly be applied. In this noble commerce, good offices, presents, and benefits, by which other friendships are supported and maintained, do not deserve so much as to be mentioned. And the reason is the concurrence of our wills. For, as the kindness I have for myself receives no increase, for anything I relieve myself withal in time of need, whatever the Stoics say, and as I do not find myself obliged to myself for any service I do myself. So the union of such friends, being truly perfect, deprives them of all idea of such duties, and makes them loathe and banish from their conversation these words of division and distinction: benefits, obligation, acknowledgement, entreaty, thanks, and the like. All things, wills, thoughts, opinions, goods, wives, children, honors, and lives, being in effect common betwixt them, and that absolute concurrence of affections being no other than one soul in two bodies, according to that very proper definition of Aristotle, they can neither lend nor give anything to one another. This is the reason why the lawgivers, to honor marriage with some resemblance of this divine alliance, interdict all gifts betwixt man and wife, inferring by that all should belong to each of them, and that they have nothing to divide or to give to each other. If, in the friendship of which I speak, one could give to the other, the receiver of the benefit would be the man that obliged his friend. For each of them contending and above all things studying how to be useful to the other, he that administers the occasion is the liberal man, in giving his friend the satisfaction of doing that towards him which above all things he most desires. When the philosopher Diogenes wanted money, he used to say that he redemanded it of his friends, not that he demanded it. And to let you see the practical working of this, I will here produce an ancient and singular example. Eudamidas, a Corinthian, had two friends, Charaxenus a Sicyonian and Aretius a Corinthian. This man coming to die, being poor, and his two friends rich, he made his will after this manner: I bequeath to Aretius the maintenance of my mother, to support and provide for her in her old age, and to Charaxenus I bequeath the care of marrying my daughter, and to give her as good a portion as he is able. And in case one of these chance to die, I hereby substitute the survivor in his place. They who first saw this will made themselves very merry at the contents, but the legatees, being made acquainted with it, accepted it with very great content. And one of them, Charaxenus, dying within 5 days after, and by that means the charge of both duties devolving solely on him, Aretius nurtured the old woman with very great care and tenderness, and of 5 talents he had in estate, he gave 2.5 in marriage with an only daughter he had of his own, and 2.5 in marriage with the daughter of Eudamidas, and on one and the same day solemnized both their nuptials. This example is very full, if one thing were not to be objected, namely the multitude of friends, for the perfect friendship I speak of is indivisible. Each one gives himself so entirely to his friend that he has nothing left to distribute to others. On the contrary, is sorry that he is not double, treble, or quadruple, and that he has not many souls and many wills, to confer them all upon this one object. Common friendships will admit of division. One may love the beauty of this person, the good humor of that, the liberality of a third, the paternal affection of a fourth, the fraternal love of a fifth, and so of the rest. But this friendship that possesses the whole soul, and their rules and sways with an absolute sovereignty, cannot possibly admit of a rival. If 2 at the same time should call to you for succor, to which of them would you run? Should they require of you contrary offices, how could you serve them both? Should one commit a thing to your silence that it were of importance to the other to know, how would you disengage yourself? A unique and particular friendship dissolves all other obligations whatsoever. The The secret I have sworn not to reveal to any other, I may without perjury communicate to him who is not another, but myself. 'Tis miracle enough certainly, for a man to double himself, and those that talk of tripling, talk they know not of what. Nothing is extreme, that has its like. And he who shall suppose, that of two, I love one as much as the other, that they mutually love one another too, and love me as much as I love them, multiplies into a confraternity the most single of units, and whereof, moreover, one alone is the hardest thing in the world to find. The rest of this story suits very well with what I was saying. For Eudamidas, as a bounty and favor, bequeaths to his friends a legacy of employing themselves in his necessity. He leaves them heirs to this liberality of his, which consists in giving them the opportunity of conferring a benefit upon him. And doubtless, the force of friendship is more eminently apparent in this act of his than in that of Arretius. In short, these are effects not to be imagined nor comprehended by such as have not experience of them, and which make me infinitely honor and admire the answer of that young soldier to Cyrus, by whom being asked how much he would take for a horse, with which he had won the prize of a race, and whether he would exchange him for a kingdom. No, truly, sir, said he, but I would give him with all my heart, to get thereby a true friend, could I find out any man worthy of that alliance. He did not say ill in saying, could I find. For though one may almost everywhere meet with men sufficiently qualified for a superficial acquaintance, yet in this, where a man is to deal from the very bottom of his heart, without any manner of reservation, it will be requisite that all the wards and springs be truly wrought and perfectly sure. In confederations that hold but by one end, we are only to provide against the imperfections that particularly concern that end. It can be of no importance to me of what religion my physician or my lawyer is. This consideration has nothing in common with the offices of friendship which they owe me. And I am of the same indifference in the domestic acquaintance my servants must necessarily contract with me. I never inquire, when I am to take a footman, if he be chaste, but if he be diligent, and am not solicitous if my muleteer be given to gaming, as if he be strong and able, or if my cook be a swearer, if he be a good cook. I do not take upon me to direct what other men should do in the government of their families. There are plenty that meddle enough with that, but only give an account of my method in my own. Mihi sic usus est, tibi ut opus est facto face. This has been my way, as for you, do as you find needful. Terence Hute, II 28. For table talk, I prefer the pleasant and witty before the learned and the grave, in bed, beauty before goodness. In common discourse the ablest speaker, whether or no there be sincerity in the case. And as he that was found astride upon a hobby-horse, playing with his children, entreated the person who had surprised him in that posture to say nothing of it till himself came to be a father, Plutarch, Life of Agesilaus, c. 9. Supposing that the fondness that would then possess his own soul would render him a fairer judge of such an action. So I, also, could wish to speak to such as have had experience of what I say. Though knowing how remote a thing such a friendship is from the common practice, and how rarely it is to be found, I despair of meeting with any such judge. For even these discourses left us by antiquity upon this subject seem to me flat and poor, in comparison of the sense I have of it, and in this particular, the effects surpass even the precepts of philosophy. Nil ego cancellarum, jucundo sanus amico. While I have sense left to me, there will never be anything more acceptable to me than an agreeable friend. Horace, Sat. I 5:44. The ancient Menander declared him to be happy that had had the good fortune to meet with but the shadow of a friend. And doubtless he had good reason to say so, especially if he spoke by experience. For in good earnest, if I compare all the rest of my life, though, thanks be to God, I have passed my time pleasantly enough, and at my ease, and the loss of such a friend excepted, free from any grievous affliction, and in great tranquillity of mind, having been contented with my natural and original commodities, without being solicitous after others. If I should compare it all, I say, with the 4 years I had the happiness to enjoy the sweet society of this excellent man, 'tis nothing but smoke, an obscure and tedious night, from the day that I lost him. Quern semper acerbum, semper honoratum, sic di voluistis habibo. A day for me ever sad, for ever sacred, so have you willed ye gods. Enate v. 49. I have only led a languishing life, and the very pleasures that present themselves to me, instead of administering anything of consolation, double my affliction for his loss. We were halves throughout, and to that degree that methinks, by outliving him, I defraud him of his part. Nec fas esse ulla me voluptate hic frui decrevi, tantus per dumile abest muse particeps. I have determined that it will never be right for me to enjoy any pleasure, so long as he, with whom I shared all pleasures, is away. Terence Hute, II 97. I was so grown and accustomed to be always his double in all places and in all things, that methinks I am no more than half of myself. Illam misi partum anima cilit maturior vis, quid moror altera, nec caris ec, nec superstes integer. Ille dies utramque duxit ruinam. If that half of my soul were snatched away from me by an untimely stroke, why should the other stay? That which remains will not be equally dear, will not be whole. The same day will involve the destruction of both. Or, if a superior force has taken that part of my soul, why do I, the remaining one, linger behind? What is left is not so dear, nor an entire thing. This day has wrought the destruction of both. Horace, Ode, Roman 2. 17:5. There is no action or imagination of mine wherein I do not miss him, as I know that he would have missed me. For as he surpassed me by infinite degrees in virtue and all other accomplishments, so he also did in the duties of friendship. Quis desiderio sit pudor, aut modus tam carry capitis. What shame can there, or measure, in lamenting so dear a friend? Horace, Ode, I-24 I. O misero frater, adempt mihi omnia tecum una perierunt gaudia nostra, qui tus in vita dulcis allebet amor. To me, tu moriens fragisti commoda, frater, tecum una tota est nostra sepulta anima cujus ego interridu tota dementh fugavi hic studia, atque omnes delicias animi aliquar. Audiro nunquam tua verba loquentum nunquam ego te, vita frater amabilior aspicium post hac, et cert semper amabo. O brother, taken from me miserable, with thee all our joys have vanished, those joys which in thy life thy dear love nourished. Dying, thou, my brother, hast destroyed all my happiness. My whole soul is buried with thee, through whose death I have banished from my mind these studies and all the delights of the mind. Shall I address thee? I shall never hear thy voice. Never shall I behold thee hereafter. O brother, dearer to me than life. Not remains, but assuredly I shall ever love thee. Catullus LXVI. 20 LXV. But let us hear a boy of 16 speak. In Cotton's translation, the work referred to is those memoirs upon the famous Edict of January, of which mention has already been made in the present edition. The edition of 1580, however, and the Verurum edition of 1870–1900 indicate no particular work. But the edition of 1580 has it, this boy of 18 years, which was the age at which La Bodie wrote his Servitude Volontaire, speaks of a boy of 16 as occurring only in the common editions, and it would seem tolerably clear that this more important work was, in fact, the production to which Montaigne refers, and that the proper reading of the text should be 16 years. What this boy spoke is not given by Montaigne, for the reasons stated in the next following paragraph. Because I have found that that work has been since brought out, and with a mischievous design, by those who aim at disturbing and changing the condition of our government, without troubling themselves to think whether they are likely to improve it. And because they have mixed up his work with some of their own performance, I have refrained from inserting it here. But that the memory of the author may not be injured, nor suffer with such as could not come near hand to be acquainted with his principles, I here give them to understand that it was written by him in his boyhood, and that by way of exercise only, as a common theme that has been hackneyed by 1,000 writers. I make no question but that he himself believed what he wrote, being so conscientious that he would not so much as lie in jest. And I moreover know that could it have been in his own choice, he had rather have been born at Venice than at Sarlac, and with reason. But he had another maxim sovereignty imprinted in his soul, very religiously to obey and submit to the laws under which he was born. There never was a better citizen, more affectionate to his country, nor a greater enemy to all the commotions and innovations of his time, so that he would much rather have employed his talent to the extinguishing of those civil flames than have added any fuel to them. He had a mind fashioned to the model of better ages. Now, in exchange of this serious piece, I will present you with another of a more gay and frolic air, from the same hand, and written at the same age. Chapter 28. 9 and 20 Sonnets of Estienne de la Boétie. To Madame de Gramont, Comtesse de Gisson. They scarce contain anything but amorous complaints, expressed in a very rough style, discovering the follies and outrages of a restless passion, overgorged, as it were, with jealousies, fears, and suspicions. Cost. These, contained in the edition of 1588 9 and 20 Sonnets of La Boétie, accompanied by a dedicatory epistle to Madame de Gramont. The former, which are referred to at the end of chapter XXville, do not really belong to the book, and are of very slight interest at this time. The epistle is transferred to the correspondence. The sonnets, with the letter, were presumably sent some time after letters V et sec. Montaigne seems to have had several copies written out to forward to friends or acquaintances. Chapter 29. Of moderation. As if we had an infectious touch, we, by our manner of handling, corrupt things that in themselves are laudable and good. We may grasp virtue so that it becomes vicious, if we embrace it too stringently and with too violent a desire. Those who say there is never any excess in virtue, forasmuch as it is not virtue when it once becomes excess, only play upon words. Insani sapiens nomen feret, equus iniqui, ultra quam satis est, virtutum si pedet ipsum. Let the wise man bear the name of a madman, the just one of an unjust, if he seek wisdom more than is sufficient. Horace, Ep. I 6:15. The wise man is no longer wise, the just man no longer just, if he seek to carry his love for wisdom or virtue beyond that which is necessary. This is a subtle consideration of philosophy. A man may both be too much in love with virtue and be excessive in a just action. Holy Writ agrees with this: be not wiser than you should, but be soberly wise. St. Paul, Epistle to the Romans, Roman 12. 3. I have known a great man. It is likely that Montaigne meant Henry Roman III, King of France. The Cardinal d'Ossat, writing to Louise, the Queen Dowager, told her, in his frank manner, that he had lived as much or more like a monk than a monarch, Letter Roman 23. And Pope Sextus V, speaking of that prince one day to the Cardinal de Joyeuse, protector of the affairs of France, said to him pleasantly, "There is nothing that your king hath not done, and does not do so still, to be a monk, nor anything that I have not done, not to be a monk." Cost. Prejudice the opinion men had of his devotion, by pretending to be devout beyond all examples of others of his condition. I love temperate and moderate natures. An immoderate zeal, even to that which is good, even though it does not offend, astonishes me, and puts me to study what name to give it. Neither the mother of Pausanias. Montaigne would here give us to understand, upon the authority of Diodorus Siculus, that Pausanias, mother, gave the first hint of the punishment that was to be inflicted on her son. Pausanias, says this historian, perceiving that the Ephori and some other Lacedaemonians aimed at apprehending him, got the start of them, and went and took sanctuary M. Minerva's temple. And the Lacedaemonians, being doubtful whether they ought to take him from thence in violation of the franchise there, it is said that his own mother came herself to the temple, but spoke nothing, nor did anything more than lay a piece of brick, which she brought with her, on the threshold of the temple, which, when she had done, she returned home. The Lacedaemonians, taking the hint from the mother, caused the gate of the temple to be walled up, and by this means starved Pausanias, so that he died with hunger, and see Lib. Zycap. 10 of Amyot's translation. The name of Pausanias, mother, was Alcithea, as we are informed by Thucydides' scholiast, who only says that it was reported that when they set about walling up the gates of the chapel in which Pausanias had taken refuge, his mother Alcithea laid the first stone. Cost. Who was the first instructor of her son's process, and threw the first stone towards his death, nor Posthumius the dictator, who put his son to death, whom the ardor of youth had successfully pushed upon the enemy a little more advanced than the rest of his squadron, do appear to me so much just as strange. And I should neither advise nor like to follow so savage a virtue, and that costs so dear. Opinions differ as to the truth of this fact. Livy thinks he has good authority for rejecting it, because it does not appear in history that Posthumius was branded with it, as Titus Manlius was, about 100 years after his time. For Manlius, having put his son to death for the like cause, obtained the odious name of Imperiosus. And since that time, Manliana Imperia has been used as a term to signify orders that are too severe. Manliana Imperia, says Livy, were not only horrible for the time present, but of a bad example to posterity. And this historian makes no doubt but such commands would have been actually styled Posthumiana Imperia if Posthumius had been the first who set so barbarous an example. Livy, Lib. Roman 4, cap. 29 and Lib. Roman 8, cap. 7. But however, Montaigne has valor. Maximus on his side, who says expressly that Posthumius caused his son to be put to death, and Diodorus of Sicily, Lib. Roman 12, cap. Cost. The archer that shoots over misses as much as he that falls short, and 'tis equally troublesome to my sight to look up at a great light, and to look down into a dark abyss. Callicles in Plato says that the extremity of philosophy is hurtful, and advises not to dive into it beyond the limits of profit. That, taken moderately, it is pleasant and useful, but that in the end it renders a man brutish and vicious, a contemner of religion and the common laws, an enemy to civil conversation, and all human pleasures, incapable of all public administration, unfit either to assist others or to relieve himself, and a fit object for all sorts of injuries and affronts. He says true, for in its excess it enslaves our natural freedom, and by an impertinent subtlety leads us out of the fair and beaten way that nature has traced for us. The love we bear to our wives is very lawful, and yet theology thinks fit to curb and restrain it. As I remember, I have read in one place of St. Thomas Aquinas, where he condemns marriages within any of the forbidden degrees, for this reason, amongst others, that there is some danger, lest the friendship a man bears to such a woman should be immoderate. For if the conjugal affection be full and perfect betwixt them, as it ought to be, and that it be over and above surcharged with that of kindred too, there is no doubt, but such an addition will carry the husband beyond the bounds of reason. Those sciences that regulate the manners of men, divinity and philosophy, will have their say in everything. There is no action so private and secret that can escape their inspection and jurisdiction. They are best taught who are best able to control and curb their own liberty. Women expose their nudities as much as you will upon the account of pleasure, though in the necessities of physic they are altogether as shy. I will, therefore, in their behalf. Cost translates this. On the part of philosophy and theology, observing that but few wives would think themselves obliged to Montaigne for any such lesson to their husbands. Teach the husbands, that is, such as are too vehement in the exercise of the matrimonial duty, if such there still be this lesson, that the very pleasures they enjoy in the society of their wives are reproachable if immoderate, and that a licentious and riotous abuse of them is a fault as reprovable here as in illicit connections. Those immodest and debauched tricks and postures that the first ardor suggests to us in this affair are not only indecently but detrimentally practiced upon our wives. Let them at least learn impudence from another hand. They are ever ready enough for our business, and I for my part always went the plain way to work. Marriage is a solemn and religious tie, and therefore the pleasure we extract from it should be a sober and serious delight, and mixed with a certain kind of gravity. It should be a sort of discreet and conscientious pleasure. And seeing that the chief end of it is generation, some make a question, whether when men are out of hopes as when they are superannuated or already with child, it be lawful to embrace our wives. 'Tis homicide, according to Plato. Certain nations, the Mohammedan amongst others, abominate all conjunction with women with child, others also, with those who are in their courses. Zenobia would never admit her husband for more than one encounter, after which she left him to his own swing for the whole time of her conception, and not till after that would again receive him, Trebellius Pollio Trigentityron. C. 30, a brave and generous example of conjugal continence. It was doubtless from some lascivious poet. The lascivious poet is Homer. See his Iliad, Roman 14. 294. And one that himself was in great distress for a little of this sport, that Plato borrowed this story. That Jupiter was one day so hot upon his wife, that not having so much patience as till she could get to the couch, he threw her upon the floor, where the vehemence of pleasure made him forget the great and important resolutions he had but newly taken with the rest of the gods in his celestial council, and to brag that he had had as good a bout as when he got her maidenhead, unknown to their parents. The kings of Persia were wont to invite their wives to the beginning of their festivals. But when the wine began to work in good earnest, and that they were to give the reins to pleasure, they sent them back to their private apartments, that they might not participate in their immoderate lust, sending for other women in their stead, with whom they were not obliged to so great a decorum of respect. Plutarch, Precepts of Marriage, c. 14. All pleasures and all sorts of gratifications are not properly and fitly conferred upon all sorts of persons. Epaminondas had committed to prison a young man for certain debauches, for whom Pelopidas mediated, that at his request he might be set at liberty, which Epaminondas denied to him, but granted it at the first word to a wench of his that made the same intercession, saying that it was a gratification fit for such a one as she, but not for a captain. Sophocles being joint praetor with Pericles, seeing accidentally a fine boy pass by. "Oh, what a charming boy is that," said he. "That might be very well," answered Pericles, "for any other than a praetor who ought not only to have his hands but his eyes too chaste." Cicero de Offic, I 40. Aelius Verus, the emperor, answered his wife, who reproached him with his love to other women, that he did it upon a conscientious account, forasmuch as marriage was a name of honor and dignity, not of wanton and lascivious desire. And our ecclesiastical history preserves the memory of that woman in great veneration, who parted from her husband because she would not comply with his indecent and inordinate desires. In fine, there is no pleasure so just and lawful, where intemperance and excess are not to be condemned. But to speak the truth, is not man a most miserable creature the while? It is scarce, by his natural condition, in his power to taste one pleasure pure and entire, and yet must he be contriving doctrines and precepts to curtail that little he has. He is not yet wretched enough, unless by art and study he augment his own misery. Fortunae miseras oximus art vias. We artificially augment the wretchedness of fortune. Properitius, lib. Roman 3, 7:44. Human wisdom makes as ill use of her talent, when she exercises it in rescinding from the number and sweetness of those pleasures that are naturally our due, as she employs it favorably and well in artificially disguising and tricking out the ills of life, to alleviate the sense of them. Had I ruled the roast, I should have taken another and more natural course, which, to say the truth, is both commodious and holy, and should, peradventure, have been able to have limited it too, notwithstanding that both our spiritual and corporal physicians, as by compact betwixt themselves, can find no other way to cure, nor other remedy for the infirmities of the body and the soul, than by misery and pain. To this end, watchings, fastings, hair shirts, remote and solitary banishments, perpetual imprisonments, whips, and other afflictions have been introduced amongst men, but so that they should carry a sting with them and be real afflictions indeed, and not fall out as it once did to one Gallio, who having been sent in exile into the Isle of Lesbos, news was not long after brought to Rome, that he there lived as merry as the day was long, and that what had been enjoined him for a penance turned to his pleasure and satisfaction. Whereupon the Senate thought fit to recall him home to his wife and family, and confine him to his own house, to accommodate their punishment to his feeling and apprehension. For to him whom fasting would make more healthful and more sprightly, and to him to whose palate fish were more acceptable than flesh, The prescription of these would have no curative effect, no more than in the other sort of physic, where drugs have no effect upon him who swallows them with appetite and pleasure. The bitterness of the potion and the abhorrence of the patient are necessary circumstances to the operation. The nature that would eat rhubarb like buttered turnips would frustrate the use and virtue of it. It must be something to trouble and disturb the stomach that must purge and cure it. And here the common rule that things are cured by their contraries fails, for in this one ill is cured by another. This belief a little resembles that other so ancient one, of thinking to gratify the gods and nature by massacre and murder, an opinion universally once received in all religions. And still, in these later times wherein our fathers lived, Amurath at the taking of the isthmus immolated 600 young Greeks to his father's soul, in the nature of a propitiatory sacrifice for his sins. And in those new countries discovered in this age of ours, which are pure and virgin yet, in comparison of ours, this practice is in some measure everywhere received. All their idols reek with human blood, not without various examples of horrid cruelty. Some they burn alive, and take, half-broiled, off the coals to tear out their hearts and entrails. Some, even women, they flay alive, and with their bloody skins clothe and disguise others. Neither are we without great examples of constancy and resolution in this affair, the poor souls that are to be sacrificed, old men, women, and children, themselves going about some days before to beg alms for the offering of their sacrifice, presenting themselves to the slaughter, singing and dancing with the spectators. The ambassadors of the King of Mexico, setting out to Fernando Cortés the power and greatness of their master, after having told him that he had 30 vassals, of whom each was able to raise 100,000 fighting men, and that he kept his court in the fairest and best fortified city under the sun, added at last, that he was obliged yearly to offer to the gods 50,000 men. And it is affirmed that he maintained a continual war with some potent neighboring nations, not only to keep the young men in exercise, but principally to have wherewithal to furnish his sacrifices with his prisoners of war. At a certain town in another place, for the welcome of the said Cortés, they sacrificed 50 men at once. I will tell you this one tale more, and I have done. Some of these people being beaten by him, sent to acknowledge him and to treat with him of a peace, whose messengers carried him 3 sorts of gifts which they presented in these terms. Behold, Lord, here are 5 slaves. If thou art a furious god that feedeth upon flesh and blood, eat these, and we will bring thee more. If thou art an affable god, behold here incense and feathers. But if thou art a man, take these fowls and these fruits that we have brought thee. Chapter 30. Of Cannibals. When King Pyrrhus invaded Italy, having viewed and considered the order of the army the Romans sent out to meet him, I know not, said he, what kind of barbarians, for so the Greeks called all other nations, these may be, but the disposition of this army that I see has nothing of barbarism in it. As much said the Greeks of that which Flaminius brought into their country. And Philip, beholding from an eminence the order and distribution of the Roman camp formed in his kingdom by Publius Sulpicius Galba, spake to the same effect. By which it appears how cautious men ought to be of taking things upon trust from vulgar opinion, and that we are to judge by the eye of reason and not from common report. I long had a man in my house that lived 10 or 12 years in the New World, discovered in these latter days, and in that part of it where Villegagnon landed, which he called Antarctic France. This discovery of so vast a country seems to be of very great consideration. I cannot be sure that hereafter there may not be another, so many wiser men than we, having been deceived in this. I am afraid our eyes are bigger than our bellies, and that we have more curiosity than capacity, for we grasp it all, but catch nothing but wind. Plato brings in Solon telling a story that he had heard from the priests of Sais in Egypt, that of old, and before the deluge, there was a great island called Atlantis, situate directly at the mouth of the Straits of Gibraltar, which contained more countries than both Africa and Asia put together. And that the kings of that country, who not only possessed that isle, but extended their dominion so far into the continent that they had a country of Africa as far as Egypt, and extending in Europe to Tuscany, attempted to encroach even upon Asia, and to subjugate all the nations that border upon the Mediterranean Sea as far as the Black Sea, and to that effect overran all Spain, the Gauls, and Italy so far as to penetrate into Greece, where the Athenians stopped them. But that some time after, both the Athenians and they and their island were swallowed by the flood. It is very likely that this extreme eruption and inundation of water made wonderful changes and alterations in the habitations of the earth, as Tees said that the sea then divided Sicily from Italy. Hic loca, Roman 6 quandam et vasta convulsa ruina, deciluus ferunt, quam protenis attractellus unifort. These lands, they say, formerly with violence and vast desolation convulsed, burst asunder where erewhile were. Aeneid, Roman 3, 414. Cyprus from Syria, the Isle of Negropont from the continent of Boeotia, and elsewhere united lands that were separate before, by filling up the channel betwixt them with sand and mud. Sterilisque diu palus, aptac remes vicinus herbsalit, et grave sentit eritrum. That which was once a sterile marsh, and bore vessels on its bosom, now feeds neighboring cities and admits the plough. Horace, De Art Poetica, v. 65. But there is no great appearance that this isle was this new world so lately discovered. For that almost touched upon Spain, and it were an incredible effect of an inundation, to have tumbled back so prodigious a mass, above 1,200 leagues. Besides that our modern navigators have already almost discovered it to be no island, but terra firma, and continent with the East Indies on the one side, and with the lands under the two poles on the other side. Or, if it be separate from them, it is by so narrow a strait and channel, that it none the more deserves the name of an island for that. It should seem that in this great body there are two sorts of motions, the one natural and the other febrific, as there are in ours. When I consider the impression that our river of Dordogne has made in my time on the right bank of its descent, and that in 20 years it has gained so much, and undermined the foundations of so many houses, I perceive it to be an extraordinary agitation. For had it always followed this course, or were hereafter to do it, the aspect of the world would be totally changed. But rivers alter their course, sometimes beating against the one side, and sometimes the other, and sometimes quietly keeping the channel. I do not speak of sudden inundations, the causes of which everybody understands. In Medoc, by the seashore, the seer Darsac, my brother, sees an estate he had there, buried under the sands which the sea vomits before it, where the tops of some houses are yet to be seen, and where his rents and domains are converted into pitiful barren pasturage. The inhabitants of this place affirm that of late years the sea has driven so vehemently upon them that they have lost above 4 leagues of land. These sands are her harbingers, and we now see great heaps of moving sand that march half a league before her and occupy the land. The other testimony from antiquity, to which some would apply this discovery of the New World, is in Aristotle. At least, if that little book of unheard of miracles be his one of the spurious publications brought out under his name D.W. He there tells us that certain Carthaginians, having crossed the Atlantic Sea without the Straits of Gibraltar, and sailed a very long time, discovered at last a great and fruitful island, all covered over with wood, and watered with several broad and deep rivers, far remote from all terra firma, and that they, and others after them, allured by the goodness and fertility of the soil, went thither with their wives and children, and began to plant a colony. But the Senate of Carthage, perceiving their people by little and little to diminish, issued out an express prohibition that none, upon pain of death, should transport themselves thither, and also drove out these new inhabitants, fearing, Tees said, lest, in process of time, they should so multiply as to supplant themselves and ruin their state. But this relation of Aristotle no more agrees with our newfound lands than the other. This man that I had was a plain, ignorant fellow, and therefore the more likely to tell truth. For your better-bred sort of men are much more curious in their observation, tease true, and discover a great deal more, but then they gloss upon it, and to give the greater weight to what they deliver, and allure your belief, they cannot forbear a little to alter the story. They never represent things to you simply as they are, but rather as they appeared to them, or as they would have them appear to you, and to gain the reputation of men of judgment, and the better to induce your faith, are willing to help out the business with something more than is really true, of their own invention. Now in this case, we should either have a man of irreproachable veracity, or so simple that he has not wherewithal to contrive, and to give a color of truth to false relations, and who can have no ends in forging an untruth. Such a one was mine, and besides, he has at divers times brought to me several seamen and merchants who at the same time went the same voyage. I shall therefore content myself with his information, without inquiring what the cosmographers say to the business. We should have topographers to trace out to us the particular places where they have been. But for having had this advantage over us, to have seen the Holy Land, they would have the privilege, forsooth, to tell us stories of all the other parts of the world beside. I would have every one write what he knows, and as much as he knows, but no more, and that not in this only but in all other subjects. For such a person may have some particular knowledge and experience of the nature of such a river, or such a fountain, who, as to other things, knows no more than what everybody does, and yet to give a currency to his little pittance of learning, will undertake to write the whole body of physics, a vice from which great inconveniences derive their original. Now, to return to my subject, I find that there is nothing barbarous and savage in this nation, by anything that I can gather, excepting that every one gives the title of barbarism to everything that is not in use in his own country. As, indeed, we have no other level of truth and reason than the example and idea of the opinions and customs of the place wherein we live. There is always the perfect religion, there the perfect government, there the most exact and accomplished usage of all things. They are savages at the same rate that we say fruits are wild, which nature produces of herself and by her own ordinary progress, whereas, in truth, we ought rather to call those wild whose natures we have changed by our artifice and diverted from the common order. In those, the genuine, most useful, and natural virtues and properties are vigorous and sprightly, which we have helped to degenerate in these, by accommodating them to the pleasure of our own corrupted palate. And yet for all this, our taste confesses a flavor and delicacy excellent even to emulation of the best of ours, in several fruits wherein those countries abound without art or culture. Neither is it reasonable that art should gain the preeminence of our great and powerful Mother Nature. We have so surcharged her with the additional ornaments and graces we have added to the beauty and riches of her own works by our inventions, that we have almost smothered her. Yet in other places, where she shines in her own purity and proper luster, she marvelously baffles and disgraces all our vain and frivolous attempts. Et veniunt hederi spont sua melius, surgit et in solis formosur arbutus antris, et vollicers nulls dulcius art canunt. The ivy grows best spontaneously, the arbutus best in shady caves, and the wild notes of birds are sweeter than art can teach. Propertius, I2, 10. Our utmost endeavors cannot arrive at so much as to imitate the nest of the least of birds, its contexture, beauty, and convenience, not so much as the web of a poor spider. All things, says Plato, are produced either by nature, by fortune, or by art. The greatest and most beautiful by the one or the other of the former, the least and the most imperfect by the last. These nations then seem to me to be so far barbarous, as having received but very little form and fashion from art and human invention, and consequently to be not much remote from their original simplicity. The laws of nature, however, govern them still, not as yet much vitiated with any mixture of ours, but tease in such purity that I am sometimes troubled we were not sooner acquainted with these people, and that they were not discovered in those better times, when there were men much more able to judge of them than we are. I am sorry that Lycurgus and Plato had no knowledge of them. For to my apprehension, what we now see in those nations does not only surpass all the pictures with which the poets have adorned the Golden Age, and all their inventions in feigning a happy state of man, but, moreover, the fancy, and even the wish and desire of philosophy itself. So native and so pure a simplicity, as we by experience see to be in them, could never enter into their imagination, nor could they ever believe that human society could have been maintained with so little artifice and human patchwork. I should tell Plato that it is a nation wherein there is no manner of traffic, no knowledge of letters, no science of numbers, no name of magistrate or political superiority. No use of service, riches, or poverty, no contracts, no successions, no dividends, no properties, no employments, but those of leisure, no respect of kindred, but common, no clothing, no agriculture, no metal, no use of corn or wine. The very words that signify lying, treachery, dissimulation, avarice, envy, detraction, pardon, never heard of. This is the famous passage which Shakespeare, through Florio's version, 1603, or ed. 1613, p. 102, has employed in The Tempest, Roman 2. 1. How much would he find his imaginary republic short of his perfection? Viria deas recens. Hos natura modos primum dedit. These were the manners first taught by nature. Virgil, Georgix, Roman 2. 20. As to the rest, they live in a country very pleasant and temperate, so that, as my witnesses inform me, 'tis rare to hear of a sick person, and they moreover assure me that they never saw any of the natives, either paralytic, blearied, toothless, or crooked with age. The situation of their country is along the seashore, enclosed on the other side towards the land, with great and high mountains, having about 100 leagues in breadth between. They have great store of fish and flesh that have no resemblance to those of ours, which they eat without any other cookery than plain boiling, roasting, and broiling. The first that rode a horse thither, though in several other voyages he had contracted an acquaintance and familiarity with them, put them into so terrible a fright with his centaur appearance that they killed him with their arrows before they could come to discover who he was. Their buildings are very long, and of capacity to hold 200 or 300 people, made of the barks of tall trees, reared with one end upon the ground, and leaning to and supporting one another at the top, like some of our barns, of which the covering hangs down to the very ground and serves for the side walls. They have wood so hard that they cut with it and make their swords of it and their grills of it to broil their meat. Their beds are of cotton hung swinging from the roof, like our seamen's hammocks, every man his own, for the wives lie apart from their husbands. They rise with the sun, and so soon as they are up, eat for all day, for they have no more meals but that. They do not then drink, as Suidas reports of some other people of the East that never drank at their meals, but drink very often all day after, and sometimes to a rousing pitch. Their drink is made of a certain root, and is of the color of our claret, and they never drink it but lukewarm. It will not keep above 2 or 3 days, it has a somewhat sharp, brisk taste, is nothing heady, but very comfortable to the stomach, laxative to strangers, but a very pleasant beverage to such as are accustomed to it. They make use, instead of bread, of a certain white compound, like coriander seeds. I have tasted of it. The taste is sweet and a little flat. The whole day is spent in dancing. Their young men go a-hunting after wild beasts with bows and arrows. One part of their women are employed in preparing their drink the while, which is their chief employment. One of their old men, in the morning before they fall to eating, preaches to the whole family, walking from the one end of the house to the other, and several times repeating the same sentence till he has finished the round, for their houses are at least 100 yards long. Valor towards their enemies and love towards their wives are the two heads of his discourse, never failing in the close to put them in mind, that tease their wives who provide them their drink warm and well seasoned. The fashion of their beds, ropes, swords, and of the wooden bracelets they tie about their wrists when they go to fight, and of the great canes, bored hollow at one end, by the sound of which they keep the cadence of their dances, are to be seen in several places, and amongst others at my house. They shave all over, and much more neatly than we, without other razor than one of wood or stone. They believe in the immortality of the soul, and that those who have merited well of the gods are lodged in that part of heaven where the sun rises, and the accursed in the west. They have I know not what kind of priests and prophets, who very rarely present themselves to the people, having their abode in the mountains. At their arrival, there is a great feast and solemn assembly of many villages. Each house, as I have described, makes a village, and they are about a French league distant from one another. This prophet declaims to them in public, exhorting them to virtue and their duty. But all their ethics are comprised in these two articles: resolution in war and affection to their wives. He also prophesies to them events to come, and the issues they are to expect from their enterprises, and prompts them to or diverts them from war. But let him look taut. For if he fail in his divination, and anything happen otherwise than he has foretold, he is cut into 1,000 pieces, if he be caught, and condemned for a false prophet. For that reason, if any of them has been mistaken, he is no more heard of. Divination is a gift of God, and therefore to abuse it ought to be a punishable imposture. Amongst the Scythians, where their diviners failed in the promised effect, they were laid, bound hand and foot, upon carts loaded with furs and bavins, and drawn by oxen, on which they were burned to death. Such as only meddle with things subject to the conduct of human capacity are excusable in doing the best they can. But those other fellows that come to delude us with assurances of an extraordinary faculty, beyond our understanding, ought they not to be punished, when they do not make good the effect of their promise, and for the temerity of their imposture? They have continual war with the nations that live further within the mainland, beyond their mountains, to which they go naked, and without other arms than their bows and wooden swords, fashioned at one end like the head of our javelins. The obstinacy of their battles is wonderful, and they never end without great effusion of blood. For as to running away, they know not what it is. Every one for a trophy brings home the head of an enemy he has killed, which he fixes over the door of his house. After having a long time treated their prisoners very well, and given them all the regales they can think of, he to whom the prisoner belongs invites a great assembly of his friends. They being come, he ties a rope to one of the arms of the prisoner, of which, at a distance, out of his reach, he holds the one end himself, and gives to the friend he loves best the other arm to hold after the same manner. Which being done, they too, in the presence of all the assembly, dispatch him with their swords. After that they roast him, eat him amongst them, and send some chops to their absent friends. They do not do this, as some think, for nourishment, as the Scythians anciently did, but as a representation of an extreme revenge, as will appear by this: that having observed the Portuguese, who were in league with their enemies, to inflict another sort of death upon any of them they took prisoners, which was to set them up to the girdle in the earth, to shoot at the remaining part till it was stuck full of arrows, and then to hang them, they thought those people of the other world, as being men who had sown the knowledge of a great many vices amongst their neighbors, and who were much greater masters in all sorts of mischief than they, did not exercise this sort of revenge without a meaning, and that it must needs be more painful than theirs, they began to leave their old way, and to follow this. I am not sorry that we should here take notice of the barbarous horror of so cruel an action, but that, seeing so clearly into their faults, we should be so blind to our own. I conceive there is more barbarity in eating a man alive than when he is dead. In tearing a body limb from limb by racks and torments, that is yet in perfect sense. In roasting it by degrees, in causing it to be bitten and worried by dogs and swine, as we have not only read but lately seen, not amongst inveterate and mortal enemies, but among neighbors and fellow citizens, and, which is worse, under color of piety and religion, than to roast and eat him after he is dead. Chrysippus and Zeno, the two heads of the Stoic sect, were of opinion that there was no hurt in making use of our dead carcasses, in what way soever for our necessity, and in feeding upon them too. Diogenes Laertius, Romans 7. 188. As our own ancestors, who being besieged by Caesar in the city Alexia, resolved to sustain the famine of the siege with the bodies of their old men, women, and other persons who were incapable of bearing arms. Vascones ut fama est, alimentis talibus usi produxer animas. Tease said the Gascons with such meats appeased their hunger. Juvenal sat, Roman 15, 93. And the physicians make no bones of employing it to all sorts of use, either to apply it outwardly, or to give it inwardly for the health of the patient. But there never was any opinion so irregular as to excuse treachery, disloyalty, tyranny, and cruelty, which are our familiar vices. We may then call these people barbarous in respect to the rules of reason, but not in respect to ourselves, who in all sorts of barbarity exceed them. Their wars are throughout noble and generous, and carry as much excuse and fair pretense as that human malady is capable of, having with them no other foundation than the sole jealousy of valor. Their disputes are not for the conquest of new lands, for these they already possess are so fruitful by nature, as to supply them without labor or concern, with all things necessary, in such abundance that they have no need to enlarge their borders. And they are, moreover, happy in this, that they only covet so much as their natural necessities require. All beyond that is superfluous to them. Men of the same age call one another generally brothers, those who are younger, children, and the old men are fathers to all. These leave to their heirs in common the full possession of goods, without any manner of division or other title than what nature bestows upon her creatures, in bringing them into the world. If their neighbors pass over the mountains to assault them, and obtain a victory, all the victors gain by it is glory only, and the advantage of having proved themselves the better in valor and virtue. For they never meddle with the goods of the conquered, but presently return into their own country, where they have no want of anything necessary, nor of this greatest of all goods, to know happily how to enjoy their condition and to be content. And those in turn do the same. They demand of their prisoners no other ransom than acknowledgment that they are overcome. But there is not one found in an age who will not rather choose to die than make such a confession, or either by word or look recede from the entire grandeur of an invincible courage. There is not a man amongst them who had not rather be killed and eaten than so much as to open his mouth to entreat he may not. They use them with all liberality and freedom, to the end their lives may be so much the dearer to them, but frequently entertain them with menaces of their approaching death, of the torments they are to suffer, of the preparations making in order to it, of the mangling their limbs, and of the feast that is to be made, where their carcass is to be the only dish. All which they do, to no other end, but only to extort some gentle or submissive word from them, or to frighten them so as to make them run away, to obtain this advantage that they were terrified, and that their constancy was shaken. And indeed, if rightly taken, it is in this point only that a true victory consists. Victoria nulla est, quam qui confessor animo quoque subjugat hosts. No victory is complete, which the conquered do not admit to be so. Claudius, de Sexto Consulatu Honore, v. 248. The Hungarians, a very warlike people, never pretend further than to reduce the enemy to their discretion. For having forced this confession from them, they let them go without injury or ransom, excepting, at the most, to make them engage their word never to bear arms against them again. We have sufficient advantages over our enemies that are borrowed and not truly our own. It is the quality of a porter, and no effect of virtue, to have stronger arms and legs. It is a dead and corporeal quality to set in array. 'Tis a turn of fortune to make our enemy stumble, or to dazzle him with the light of the sun. 'Tis a trick of science and art, and that may happen in a mean base fellow, to be a good fencer. The estimate and value of a man consist in the heart and in the will, there his true honor lies. Valor is stability, not of legs and arms, but of the courage and the soul. It does not lie in the goodness of our horse or our arms, but in our own. He that falls obstinate in his courage. Si succiderit, de geniu pugnat. If his legs fail him, he fights on his knees. Seneca de Providentia, c. 2. He who, for any danger of imminent death, abates nothing of his assurance, who, dying, yet darts at his enemy a fierce and disdainful look, is overcome not by us, but by fortune. He is killed, not conquered. The most valiant are sometimes the most unfortunate. There are defeats more triumphant than victories. Never could those four sister victories, the fairest the sun ever beheld, of Salamis, Plataea, Michael, and Sicily, venture to oppose all their united glories to the single glory of the discomfiture of King Leonidas and his men, at the pass of Thermopylae. Who ever ran with a more glorious desire and greater ambition to the winning than Captain Escolas to the certain loss of a battle? Who could have found out a more subtle invention to secure his safety than he did to assure his destruction? He was set to defend a certain pass of Peloponnesus against the Arcadians, which, considering the nature of the place and the inequality of forces, finding it utterly impossible for him to do, and seeing that all who were presented to the enemy must certainly be left upon the place. And on the other side, reputing it unworthy of his own virtue and magnanimity, and of the Lacedaemonian name to fail in any part of his duty, he chose a mean betwixt these two extremes after this manner. The youngest and most active of his men he preserved for the service and defense of their country and sent them back. And with the rest, whose loss would be of less consideration, he resolved to make good the pass, and with the death of them to make the enemy buy their entry as dear as possibly he could. As it fell out, for being presently environed on all sides by the Arcadians, after having made a great slaughter of the enemy, he and his were all cut in pieces. Is there any trophy dedicated to the conquerors which was not much more due to these who were overcome? The part that true conquering is to play lies in the encounter, not in the coming off, and the honor of valor consists in fighting, not in subduing. But to return to my story. These prisoners are so far from discovering the least weakness, for all the terrors that can be represented to them, that, on the contrary, during the 2 or 3 months they are kept, they always appear with a cheerful countenance, importune their masters to make haste to bring them to the test, defy, rail at them, and reproach them with cowardice, and the number of battles they have lost against those of their country. I have a song made by one of these prisoners, wherein he bids them come all and dine upon him, and welcome, for they shall withal eat their own fathers and grandfathers, whose flesh has served to feed and nourish him. These muscles, says he, this flesh and these veins are your own. Poor silly souls as you are, you little think that the substance of your ancestors' limbs is here yet. Notice what you eat, and you will find in it the taste of your own flesh. In which song there is to be observed an invention that nothing relishes of the barbarian. Those that paint these people dying after this manner represent the prisoner spitting in the faces of his executioners and making wry mouths at them. And 'tis most certain that to the very last gasp they never cease to brave and defy them both in word and gesture. In plain truth, these men are very savage in comparison of us. Of necessity, they must either be absolutely so or else we are savages, for there is a vast difference betwixt their manners and ours. The men there have several wives, and so much the greater number, by how much they have the greater reputation for valor. And it is one very remarkable feature in their marriages, that the same jealousy our wives have to hinder and divert us from the friendship and familiarity of other women, those employ to promote their husbands' desires, and to procure them many spouses. For being above all things solicitous of their husbands' honor, 'tis their chiefest care to seek out, and to bring in the most companions they can, forasmuch as it is a testimony of the husband's virtue. Most of our ladies will cry out, that 'tis monstrous, whereas in truth it is not so, but a truly matrimonial virtue, and of the highest form. In the Bible, Sarah, with Leah and Rachel, the 2 wives of Jacob, gave the most beautiful of their handmaids to their husbands. Livia preferred the passions of Augustus to her own interest, and the wife of King Deiotarus, Stratonus, did not only give up a fair young maid that served her to her husband's embraces, but moreover carefully brought up the children he had by her, and assisted them in the succession to their father's crown. And that it may not be supposed that all this is done by a simple and servile obligation to their common practice, or by any authoritative impression of their ancient custom, without judgment or reasoning, and from having a soul so stupid that it cannot contrive what else to do, I must here give you some touches of their sufficiency in point of understanding. Besides what I repeated to you before, which was one of their songs of war, I have another, a love song, that begins thus. Stay, adder, stay, that by thy pattern my sister may draw the fashion and work of a rich ribbon, that I may present to my beloved, by which means thy beauty and the excellent order of thy scales shall for ever be preferred before all other serpents. Wherein the first couplet, stay, adder, and see, makes the burden of the song. Now I have conversed enough with poetry to judge thus much that not only there is nothing barbarous in this invention, but moreover, that it is perfectly anacreontic. To which it may be added that their language is soft, of a pleasing accent, and something bordering upon the Greek termination. 3 of these people, not foreseeing how dear their knowledge of the corruptions of this part of the world, will one day cost their happiness and repose, and that the effect of this commerce will be their ruin, as I presuppose it is in a very fair way, miserable men to suffer themselves to be deluded with desire of novelty, and to have left the serenity of their own heaven to come so far to gaze at ours. Were at Rouen at the time that the late King Charles Roman IX was there. The king himself talked to them a good while, and they were made to see our fashions, our pomp, and the form of a great city. After which, someone asked their opinion, and would know of them what of all the things they had seen they found most to be admired. To which they made answer, 3 things, of which I have forgotten the third, and am troubled at it, but 2 I yet remember. They said that in the first place they thought it very strange that so many tall men, wearing beards, strong and well armed, who were about the king, teased like they meant the Swiss of the guard, should submit to obey a child, and that they did not rather choose out one amongst themselves to command. Secondly, they have a way of speaking in their language to call men the half of one another, that they had observed that there were amongst us men full and crammed with all manner of commodities, whilst, in the meantime, their halves were begging at their doors, lean and half-starved with hunger and poverty, and they thought it strange that these necessitous halves were able to suffer so great an inequality and injustice, and that they did not take the others by the throats or set fire to their houses. I talked to one of them a great while together, but I had so ill an interpreter, and one who was so perplexed by his own ignorance to apprehend my meaning, that I could get nothing out of him of any moment, asking him what advantage he reaped from the superiority he had amongst his own people, for he was a captain, and our mariners called him king. He told me to march at the head of them to war. Demanding of him further how many men he had to follow him, he showed me a space of ground, to signify as many as could march in such a compass, which might be 4,000 or 5,000 men. And putting the question to him whether or no his authority expired with the war, he told me this remained: that when he went to visit the villages of his dependents, they planed him paths through the thick of their woods, by which he might pass at his ease. All this does not sound very ill, and the last was not at all amiss, for they wear no breeches. Chapter 31. That a man is soberly to judge of the divine ordinances. The true field and subject of imposture are things unknown, forasmuch as, in the first place, their very strangeness lends them credit, and moreover, by not being subjected to our ordinary reasons, they deprive us of the means to question and dispute them. For which reason, says Plato, it is much more easy to satisfy the hearers, when speaking of the nature of the gods than of the nature of men, because the ignorance of the auditory affords a fair and large career and all manner of liberty in the handling of abstruse things. Thence it comes to pass that nothing is so firmly believed as what we least know, nor any people so confident as those who entertain us with fables, such as your alchemists, judicial astrologers, fortune-tellers, and physicians. Id genus omni. To which I would willingly, if I durst, join a pack of people that take upon them to interpret and control the designs of God himself, pretending to find out the cause of every accident, and to pry into the secrets of the divine will, there to discover the incomprehensible motive of his works. And although the variety and the continual discordance of events throw them from corner to corner, and toss them from east to west, yet do they still persist in their vain inquisition, and with the same pencil to paint black and white. In a nation of the Indies, there is this commendable custom, that when anything befalls them amiss in any encounter or battle, they publicly ask pardon of the sun, who is their God, as having committed an unjust action, always imputing their good or evil fortune to the divine justice, and to that submitting their own judgment and reason. 'Tis enough for a Christian to believe that all things come from God, to receive them with acknowledgement of his divine and inscrutable wisdom, and also thankfully to accept and receive them, with what face soever they may present themselves. But I do not approve of what I see in use, that is, to seek to affirm and support our religion by the prosperity of our enterprises. Our belief has other foundation enough, without going about to authorize it by events. For the people being accustomed to such plausible arguments as these and so proper to their taste, it is to be feared, lest when they fail of success they should also stagger in their faith. As in the war wherein we are now engaged upon the account of religion, those who had the better in the business of Rochelabe, making great brags of that success as an infallible approbation of their cause, when they came afterwards to excuse their misfortunes of Moncontour and Jarnac, by saying they were fatherly scourges and corrections that they had not a people wholly at their mercy, they make it manifestly enough appear what it is to take two sorts of grist out of the same sack, and with the same mouth to blow hot and cold. It were better to possess the vulgar with the solid and real foundations of truth. 'Twas a fine naval battle that was gained under the command of Don John of Austria a few months since against the Turks, but it has also pleased God at other times to let us see as great victories at our own expense. In fine, 'tis a hard matter to reduce divine things to our balance, without waste, and losing a great deal of the weight. And who would take upon him to give a reason that Arius and his Pope Leo, the principal heads of the Arian heresy, should die, at several times, of so like and strange deaths, for being withdrawn from the disputation by a griping in the bowels, they both of them suddenly gave up the ghost upon the stool, and would aggravate this divine vengeance by the circumstances of the place, might as well add the death of Heliogabalus, who was also slain in a house of office. And indeed, Irenaeus was involved in the same fortune. God, being pleased to show us that the good have something else to hope for, and the wicked something else to fear, than the fortunes or misfortunes of this world, manages and applies these according to his own occult will and pleasure, and deprives us of the means foolishly to make thereof our own profit. And those people abuse themselves who will pretend to dive into these mysteries by the strength of human reason. They never give one hit that they do not receive two for it, of which St. Augustine makes out a great proof upon his adversaries. 'Tis a conflict that is more decided by strength of memory than by the force of reason. We are to content ourselves with the light it pleases the sun to communicate to us, by virtue of his rays, and who will lift up his eyes to take in a greater. Let him not think it strange, if for the reward of his presumption he there lose his sight. Quis hominum potest sire concilium Dei, aut quis potric cogiter quid velit Dominus. Who of men can know the counsel of God, or who can think what the will of the Lord is? Book of Wisdom, Roman 9:13. Chapter 32. That we are to avoid pleasures, even at the expense of life. I had long ago observed most of the opinions of the ancients to concur in this, that it is high time to die when there is more ill than good in living. and that to preserve life to our own torment and inconvenience is contrary to the very rules of nature, as these old laws instruct us. Either tranquil life or happy death, it is well to die when life is wearisome, it is better to die than to live miserable. Stobius, Serm, Roman 20. But to push this contempt of death so far as to employ it to the removing our thoughts from the honors, riches, dignities, and other favors and goods, as we call them, of fortune, as if reason were not sufficient to persuade us to avoid them, without adding this new injunction, I had never seen it either commanded or practiced, till this passage of Seneca fell into my hands. Who advising Lucilius, a man of great power and authority about the emperor, to alter his voluptuous and magnificent way of living, and to retire himself from this worldly vanity and ambition, to some solitary, quiet, and philosophical life, and the other alleging some difficulties. I am of opinion, says he, either that thou leave that life of thine, or life itself. I would, indeed, advise thee to the gentle way, and to untie rather than to break the knot thou hast indiscreetly knit, provided that if it be not otherwise to be untied, thou resolutely break it. There is no man so great a coward that had not rather once fall than to be always falling. I should have found this counsel conformable enough to the stoical roughness, but it appears the more strange, for being borrowed from Epicurus, who writes the same thing upon the like occasion to Idomeneus. And I think I have observed something like it, but with Christian moderation, amongst our own people. Saint Hilary, Bishop of Poictiers, that famous enemy of the Arian heresy, being in Syria, had intelligence thither sent him, that Abra, his only daughter whom he left at home under the eye and tuition of her mother, was sought in marriage by the greatest nobleman of the country, as being a virgin virtuously brought up, fair, rich, and in the flower of her age, whereupon he wrote to her, as appears upon record, that she should remove her affection from all the pleasures and advantages proposed to her. For that he had in his travels found out a much greater and more worthy fortune for her, a husband of much greater power and magnificence, who would present her with robes and jewels of inestimable value, wherein his design was to dispossess her of the appetite and use of worldly delights, to join her wholly to God. But the nearest and most certain way to this, being, as he conceived, the death of his daughter. He never ceased, by vows, prayers, and orisons, to beg of the Almighty that he would please to call her out of this world, and to take her to himself, as accordingly it came to pass. For soon after his return she died, at which he expressed a singular joy. This seems to outdo the other, forasmuch as he applies himself to this means at the outset, which they only take subsidiarily, and besides it was towards his only daughter. But I will not omit the latter end of this story, though it be for my purpose. Saint Hilary's wife, having understood from him how the death of their daughter was brought about by his desire and design, and how much happier she was to be removed out of this world than to have stayed in it, conceived so vivid an apprehension of the eternal and heavenly beatitude, that she begged of her husband, with the extremest importunity, to do as much for her. And God, at their joint request, shortly after calling her to him, it was a death embraced with singular and mutual content. Chapter 33. That fortune is oftentimes observed to act by the rule of reason. the inconstancy and various motions of fortune. The term fortune, so often employed by Montaigne, and in passages where he might have used providence, was censured by the doctors who examined his essays when he was at Rome in 1581. See his Travels, I. 35 and 76. May reasonably make us expect she should present us with all sorts of faces. Can there be a more express act of justice than this? The Duc de Valentinois, having resolved to poison Adrian, Cardinal of Corneto, with whom Pope Alexander Roman VI, his father and himself, were to sup in the Vatican, he sent before a bottle of poisoned wine, and withal, strict order to the butler to keep it very safe. The Pope being come before his son, and calling for drink, the butler, supposing this wine had not been so strictly recommended to his care, but only upon the account of its excellency, presented it forthwith to the Pope, and the Duke himself coming in presently after, and being confident they had not meddled with his bottle, took also his cup, so that the father died immediately upon the spot. Other historians assign the Pope several days of misery prior to death. D.W. And the son, after having been long tormented with sickness, was reserved to another and a worse fortune. Sometimes she seems to play upon us, just in the nick of an affair. Monsieur d'Estrées, at that time ensign to Monsieur de Vendôme, and Monsieur de Lix, lieutenant in the company of the Duc de Scott, being both pretenders to the Sieur de Faugassel's sister, though of several parties, as it oft falls out amongst frontier neighbors, the Sieur de Lix carried her. But on the same day he was married, and which was worse, before he went to bed to his wife, the bridegroom, having a mind to break a lance in honor of his new bride, went out to skirmish near St. Omer, where the Sieur d'Estrées, proving the stronger, took him prisoner. And the more to illustrate his victory, the lady was fain. Conjuges ante cocta novi dimiter colum, quam veniens una atque, altera rursus hiems noctibus, in longis avidum saturesset amorum. Compelled to abstain from embracing her new spouse in her arms before 2 winters pass in succession, during their long nights had satiated her eager love. Catullus, LXVI, 81. To request him of courtesy, to deliver up his prisoner to her, as he accordingly did, the gentlemen of France never denying anything to ladies. Does she not seem to be an artist here? Constantine, son of Helena, founded the empire of Constantinople, and so many ages after, Constantine, the son of Helen, put an end to it. Sometimes she is pleased to emulate our miracles. We are told that King Clovis besieging Angoulême, the walls fell down of themselves by divine favor, and Bouchet has it from some author, that King Robert, having sat down before a city, and being stolen away from the siege to go keep the feast of St. Anan at Orleans, as he was in devotion at a certain part of the mass, the walls of the beleaguered city, without any manner of violence, fell down with a sudden ruin. But she did quite contrary in our Milan wars. For Le Capitaine Rents, laying siege for us to the city Arona, and having carried a mine under a great part of the wall, the mine being sprung, the wall was lifted from its base, but dropped down again nevertheless, whole and entire, and so exactly upon its foundation, that the besieged suffered no inconvenience by that attempt. Sometimes she plays the physician. Jason, of fears being given over by the physicians, by reason of an imposthume in his breast, having a mind to rid himself of his pain, by death at least, threw himself in a battle desperately into the thickest of the enemy, where he was so fortunately wounded quite through the body, that the imposthume broke, and he was perfectly cured. Did she not also excel the painter Protogenes in his art, who, having finished the picture of a dog quite tired and out of breath, in all the other parts excellently well to his own liking, but not being able to express, as he would, the slaver and foam that should come out of its mouth, vexed and angry at his work, he took his sponge, which by cleaning his pencils had imbibed several sorts of colors, and threw it in a rage against the picture, with an intent utterly to deface it. When fortune guiding the sponge to hit just upon the mouth of the dog, it there performed what all his art was not able to do. Does she not sometimes direct our counsels and correct them? Isabel, Queen of England, having to sail from Zealand into her own kingdom, with an army in favor of her son against her husband, had been lost, had she come into the port she intended, being there laid wait for by the enemy. But fortune, against her will, threw her into another haven, where she landed in safety. And that man of old who, throwing a stone at a dog, hit and killed his mother-in-law, had he not reason to pronounce this verse? Icetes had contracted with 2 soldiers to kill Timoleon at Adrana in Sicily. They took their time to do it when he was assisting at a sacrifice, and thrusting into the crowd, as they were making signs to one another, that now was a fit time to do their business, in steps a third, who, with a sword, takes one of them full drive over the pate, lays him dead upon the place and runs away, which the others see, and concluding himself discovered and lost, runs to the altar and begs for mercy, promising to discover the whole truth, which, as he was doing, and laying open the full conspiracy, behold the third man, who being apprehended, was, as a murderer, thrust and hauled by the people through the press, towards Timoleon and the other most eminent persons of the assembly, before whom being brought, he cries out for pardon, pleading that he had justly slain his father's murderer. Which he also, proving upon the spot, by sufficient witnesses, whom his good fortune very opportunely supplied him withal, that his father was really killed in the city of Leontini, by that very man on whom he had taken his revenge, he was presently awarded 10 Attic minae, for having had the good fortune, by designing to revenge the death of his father, to preserve the life of the common father of Sicily. Fortune, truly, in her conduct surpasses all the rules of human prudence. But to conclude, is there not a direct application of her favor, bounty, and piety manifestly discovered in this action? Ignatius the father and Ignatius the son being proscribed by the triumvirs of Rome, resolved upon this generous act of mutual kindness, to fall by the hands of one another, and by that means to frustrate and defeat the cruelty of the tyrants. And accordingly with their swords drawn, ran full drive upon one another, where fortune so guided the points, that they made 2 equally mortal wounds, affording withal so much honor to so brave a friendship, as to leave them just strength enough to draw out their bloody swords, that they might have liberty to embrace one another in this dying condition, with so close and hearty an embrace, that the executioner cut off both their heads at once, leaving the bodies still fast linked together in this noble bond. And their wounds joined mouth to mouth, affectionately sucking in the last blood and remainder of the lives of each other. Chapter 34. Of one defect in our government. My late father, a man that had no other advantages than experience and his own natural parts, was nevertheless of a very clear judgment, formerly told me that he once had thoughts of endeavoring to introduce this practice, that there might be in every city a certain place assigned to which such as stood in need of anything might repair, and have their business entered by an officer appointed for that purpose. As for example, I want a chapman to buy my pearls, I want one that has pearls to sell, such a one wants company to go to Paris, such a one seeks a servant of such a quality, such a one a master, such a one such an artificer, some inquiring for one thing, some for another, every one according to what he wants. And doubtless, these mutual advertisements would be of no contemptible advantage to the public correspondence and intelligence. For there are evermore conditions that hunt after one another, and for want of knowing one another's occasions leave men in very great necessity. I have heard, to the great shame of the age we live in, that in our very sight 2 most excellent men for learning died, so poor that they had scarce bread to put in their mouths. Lilius Gregorius Giraldus in Italy and Sebastianus Castalio in Germany. And I believe there are 1,000 men would have invited them into their families, with very advantageous conditions, or have relieved them where they were, had they known their wants. The world is not so generally corrupted, but that I know a man that would heartily wish the estate his ancestors have left him might be employed, so long as it shall please fortune to give him leave to enjoy it, to secure rare and remarkable persons of any kind, whom misfortune sometimes persecutes to the last degree, from the dangers of necessity, and at least place them in such a condition that they must be very hard to please if they are not contented. My father in his domestic economy had this rule, which I know how to commend, but by no means to imitate, namely, that besides the daybook or memorial of household affairs, where the small accounts, payments, and disbursements, which do not require a secretary's hand, were entered, and which a steward always had in custody, he ordered him whom he employed to write for him, to keep a journal, and in it to set down all the remarkable occurrences and daily memorials of the history of his house. Very pleasant to look over, when time begins to wear things out of memory, and very useful sometimes to put us out of doubt when such a thing was begun, when ended, what visitors came and when they went, our travels, absences, marriages, and deaths, the reception of good or ill news, the change of principal servants, and the like. An ancient custom, which I think it would not be amiss for every one to revive in his own house, and I find I did very foolishly in neglecting it. Chapter 35. Of the custom of wearing clothes. Whatever I shall say upon this subject, I am of necessity to invade some of the bounds of custom, so careful has she been to shut up all the avenues. I was disputing with myself in this shivering season, whether the fashion of going naked in those nations lately discovered is imposed upon them by the hot temperature of the air, as we say of the Indians and Moors, or whether it be the original fashion of mankind. Men of understanding, forasmuch as all things under the sun, as the Holy Writ declares, are subject to the same laws, were wont in such considerations as these, where we are to distinguish the natural laws from those which have been imposed by man's invention, to have recourse to the general polity of the world, where there can be nothing counterfeit. Now, all other creatures being sufficiently furnished with all things necessary for the support of their being, Montaigne's expression is, with needle and thread. W.C.H. It is not to be imagined that we only are brought into the world in a defective and indigent condition, and in such a state as cannot subsist without external aid. Therefore it is that I believe that as plants, trees, and animals, and all things that have life, are seen to be by nature sufficiently clothed and covered, to defend them from the injuries of weather. Propterique fear resomnes ant corio sunt aut sida, ant conchise, ant callo, ant cordis tecti. And that for this reason nearly all things are clothed with skin, or hair, or shells, or bark, or some such thing. Lucretius, Roman 4. 936. So were we, but as those who by artificial light put out that of day, so we by borrowed forms and fashions have destroyed our own. And 'tis plain enough to be seen, that 'tis custom only which renders that impossible that otherwise is nothing so. For of those nations who have no manner of knowledge of clothing, some are situated under the same temperature that we are, and some in much colder climates. And besides, Our most tender parts are always exposed to the air, as the eyes, mouth, nose, and ears, and our country laborers, like our ancestors in former times, go with their breasts and bellies open. Had we been born with a necessity upon us of wearing petticoats and breeches, there is no doubt but nature would have fortified those parts she intended should be exposed to the fury of the seasons with a thicker skin, as she has done the finger ends and the soles of the feet. And why should this seem hard to believe? I observe much greater distance betwixt my habit and that of one of our country boors than betwixt his and that of a man who has no other covering but his skin. How many men, especially in Turkey, go naked upon the account of devotion? Someone asked a beggar, whom he saw in his shirt in the depth of winter, as brisk and frolic as he who goes muffled up to the ears in furs, how he was able to endure to go so. "Why, sir," he answered, "you go with your face bare, I am all face." The Italians have a story of the Duke of Florence's fool, whom his master asking how, being so thinly clad, he was able to support the cold when he himself, warmly wrapped up as he was hardly able to do it. "Why," replied the fool, "use my receipt to put on all your clothes you have at once, and you'll feel no more cold than I, King Massinissa, to an extreme old age, could never be prevailed upon to go with his head covered, how cold, stormy, or rainy soever the weather might be," which also is reported of the Emperor Severus. Herodotus tells us that in the battles fought betwixt the Egyptians and the Persians, it was observed both by himself and by others, that of those who were left dead upon the field, the heads of the Egyptians were without comparison harder than those of the Persians, by reason that the last had gone with their heads always covered from their infancy, first with biggins, and then with turbans, and the others always shaved and bare. King Agesilaus continued to a decrepit age to wear always the same clothes in winter that he did in summer. Caesar, says Suetonius, marched always at the head of his army, for the most part on foot, with his head bare, whether it was rain or sunshine, and as much is said of Hannibal. Tum verdus nudo, exciper insanos imbres, silique ruinam. Bareheaded he marched in snow, exposed to pouring rain and the utmost rigor of the weather. Silius Italicus, I 250. A Venetian who has long lived in Pegu, and has lately returned thence, writes that the men and women of that kingdom, though they cover all their other parts, go always barefoot and ride so too. And Plato very earnestly advises for the health of the whole body, to give the head and the feet no other clothing than what nature has bestowed. He whom the Poles have elected for their king since ours came thence, who is, indeed, one of the greatest princes of this age, never wears any gloves, and in winter or whatever weather can come, never wears other cap abroad than that he wears at home. Whereas I cannot endure to go unbuttoned or untied, my neighboring laborers would think themselves in chains if they were so braced. Varro is of opinion that when it was ordained we should be bare in the presence of the gods and before the magistrate, it was so ordered rather upon the score of health, and to inure us to the injuries of weather, than upon the account of reverence. And since we are now talking of cold, and Frenchmen used to wear variety of colors, not I myself, for I seldom wear other than black or white in imitation of my father, let us add another story out of Le Capitaine Martin du Bellay, who affirms that in the march to Luxembourg he saw so great frost that the munition wine was cut with hatchets and wedges and delivered out to the soldiers by weight, and that they carried it away in baskets. And Ovid. Nudec consistunt, formam serventia testi vina, nec hosta meri sed data frusta bibunt. The wine when out of the cask retains the form of the cask, and is given out not in cups but in bits. Ovid Trist, Roman 3, 10:23. At the mouth of Lake Meodes, the frosts are so very sharp, that in the very same place where Mithridates, lieutenant, had fought the enemy Dryfoot, and given them a notable defeat, the summer following he obtained over them a naval victory. The Romans fought at a very great disadvantage, in the engagement they had with the Carthaginians near Piacenza, by reason that they went to the charge with their blood congealed, and their limbs numbed with cold, whereas Hannibal had caused great fires to be dispersed quite through his camp to warm his soldiers, and oil to be distributed amongst them, to the end that anointing themselves, they might render their nerves more supple and active, and fortify the pores against the violence of the air and freezing wind, which raged in that season. The retreat the Greeks made from Babylon into their own country is famous for the difficulties and calamities they had to overcome. of which this was one, that being encountered in the mountains of Armenia with a horrible storm of snow, they lost all knowledge of the country and of the ways, and being driven up, were a day and a night without eating or drinking. Most of their cattle died, many of themselves were starved to death. Several struck blind with the force of the hail and the glare of the snow, many of them maimed in their fingers and toes, and many stiff and motionless with the extremity of the cold, who had yet their understanding entire. Alexander saw a nation, where they bury their fruit trees in winter to protect them from being destroyed by the frost, and we also may see the same. But so far as clothes go, the King of Mexico changed 4 times a day his apparel, and never put it on again, employing that he left off in his continual liberalities and rewards, and neither pot, dish, nor other utensil of his kitchen or table was ever served twice. Chapter 36. Of Cato the Younger. I am not possessed with this common error, to judge of others according to what I am myself. I am easy to believe things differing from myself. Though I be engaged to one form, I do not tie the world unto it, as every man doth. And I believe and conceive 1,000 manners of life, contrary to the common sort. Florio, ed. 1613, p. 113. I am not guilty of the common error of judging another by myself. I easily believe that in another's humor which is contrary to my own, and though I find myself engaged to one certain form, I do not oblige others to it, as many do, but believe and apprehend 1,000 ways of living, and, contrary to most men, more easily admit of difference than uniformity amongst us. I, as frankly as anyone would have me, discharge a man from my humors and principles, and consider him according to his own particular model. Though I am not continent myself, I nevertheless sincerely approve the continence of the Fuelans and Capuchins, and highly commend their way of living. I insinuate myself by imagination into their place, and love and honor them the more for being other than I am. I very much desire that we may be judged every man by himself, and would not be drawn into the consequence of common examples. My own weakness, nothing alters the esteem I ought to have for the force and vigor of those who deserve it. Sunt qui nihil suadent, quam quod si imitari posse confidunt. There are who persuade nothing but what they believe they can imitate themselves. Cicero de Orator, c. 7. Crawling upon the slime of the earth, I do not for all that cease to observe up in the clouds the inimitable height of some heroic souls. 'Tis a great deal for me to have my judgment regular and just, if the effects cannot be so, and to maintain this sovereign part, at least, free from corruption. 'Tis something to have my will right and good where my legs fail me. This age wherein we live, in our part of the world at least, is grown so stupid, that not only the exercise, but the very imagination of virtue is defective, and seems to be no other but college jargon. Virtutum verba putent, ut lucum ligna. They think words virtue, as they think mere wood a sacred grove. Horace, Ep. I6, 31. Quam vereri deberent, etiam si perciper non possent. Which they ought to reverence though they cannot comprehend. Cicero, Tusc. Quas v2. 'Tis a gewgaw to hang in a cabinet or at the end of the tongue, as on the tip of the ear, for ornament only. There are no longer virtuous actions extant. Those actions that carry a show of virtue have yet nothing of its essence, by reason that profit, glory, fear, custom, and other such like foreign causes put us on the way to produce them. Our justice also, valor, courtesy, may be called so too, in respect to others and according to the face they appear with to the public. But in the doer it can by no means be virtue, because there is another end proposed, another moving cause. Now virtue owns nothing to be hers, but what is done by herself and for herself alone. In that great battle of Plataea, that the Greeks under the command of Pausanias gained against Mardonius and the Persians, the conquerors, according to their custom, coming to divide amongst them the glory of the exploit, attributed to the Spartan nation the preeminence of valor in the engagement. The Spartans, great judges of virtue, when they came to determine to what particular man of their nation the honor was due of having the best behaved himself upon this occasion, found that Aristodemus had of all others hazarded his person with the greatest bravery, but did not, however, allow him any prize, by reason that his virtue had been incited by a desire to clear his reputation from the reproach of his miscarriage at the business of Thermopylae, and to die bravely to wipe off that former blemish. Our judgments are yet sick, and obey the humor of our depraved manners. I observe most of the wits of these times pretend to ingenuity, by endeavoring to blemish and darken the glory of the bravest and most generous actions of former ages, putting one vile interpretation or another upon them, and forging and supposing vain causes and motives for the noble things they did. A mighty subtlety indeed. Give me the greatest and most unblemished action that ever the day beheld, and I will contrive 100 plausible drifts and ends to obscure it. God knows, whoever will stretch them out to the full, what diversity of images our internal will suffer under. They do not so maliciously play the censurers, as they do it ignorantly and rudely in all their detractions. The same pains and license that others take to blemish and bespatter these illustrious names, I would willingly undergo to lend them a shoulder to raise them higher. These rare forms, that are culled out by the consent of the wisest men of all ages, for the world's example, I should not stick to augment in honor, as far as my invention would permit, in all the circumstances of favorable interpretation, and we may well believe that the force of our invention is infinitely short of their merit. 'Tis the duty of good men to portray virtue as beautiful as they can, and there would be nothing wrong should our passion a little transport us in favor of so sacred a form. What these people do, on the contrary, they either do out of malice, or by the vice of confining their belief to their own capacity, or, which I am more inclined to think, for not having their sight strong, clear, and elevated enough to conceive the splendor of virtue in her native purity. As Plutarch complains, that in his time some attributed the cause of the younger Cato's death to his fear of Caesar, at which he seems very angry, and with good reason. And by this a man may guess how much more he would have been offended with those who have attributed it to ambition. Senseless people, he would rather have performed a noble, just, and generous action, and to have had ignominy for his reward, than for glory. That man was in truth a pattern that nature chose out to show to what height human virtue and constancy could arrive. But I am not capable of handling so rich an argument, and shall therefore only set 5 Latin poets together, contending in the praise of Cato and, incidentally, for their own too. Now, a well-educated child will judge the 2 first, in comparison of the others, a little flat and languid, the third more vigorous, but overthrown by the extravagance of his own force. He will then think that there will be room for 1 or 2 gradations of invention to come to the 4th, and mounting to the pitch of that, he will lift up his hands in admiration. Coming to the last, the first by some space, but a space that he will swear is not to be filled up by any human wit, he will be astounded, he will not know where he is. And here is a wonder. We have far more poets than judges and interpreters of poetry. It is easier to write it than to understand it. There is, indeed, a certain low and moderate sort of poetry that a man may well enough judge by certain rules of art, but the true, supreme, and divine poesy is above all rules and reason. And whoever discerns the beauty of it with the most assured and most steady sight sees no more than the quick reflection of a flash of lightning. It does not exercise, but ravishes and overwhelms our judgment. The fury that possesses him who is able to penetrate into it wounds yet a third man by hearing him repeat it, like a lodestone that not only attracts the needle, but also infuses into it the virtue to attract others. And it is more evidently manifest in our theaters that the sacred inspiration of the Muses, having first stirred up the poet to anger, sorrow, hatred, and out of himself, to whatever they will, does moreover by the poet possess the actor, and by the actor consecutively all the spectators. So much do our passions hang and depend upon one another. Poetry has ever had that power over me from a child to transpierce and transport me, but this vivid sentiment that is natural to me has been variously handled by variety of forms, not so much higher or lower, for they were ever the highest of every kind, as differing in color. First, a gay and sprightly fluency, afterwards a lofty and penetrating subtlety, and lastly a mature and constant vigor. Their names will better express them: Ovid, Lucan, Virgil. But our poets are beginning their career. Sit Cato dum vivit, sane vel Caesar major. Let Cato, whilst he lived, be greater than Caesar. Martial Roman 6:32. Says one, et invictum, divicta mort catanum. And Cato invincible, death being overcome. Manilius Astron, Roman 4:87. Says the second, and the third, speaking of the civil wars betwixt Caesar and Pompey. Victrix causa Deus placuit, set victa Catoni. The victorious cause blessed the gods, the defeated one Cato. Lucan, I 128. And the fourth, upon the praises of Caesar. Et cuncta terrarum subacta, praetor atrocum animum Catinus. And conquered all but the indomitable mind of Cato. Horace, Od Roman 2, 1:23. And the master of the choir, after having set forth all the great names of the greatest Romans, ends thus. His dantem jura Catanum. Chapter 37. That we laugh and cry for the same thing. When we read in history that Antigonus was very much displeased with his son for presenting him the head of King Pyrrhus his enemy, but newly slain fighting against him, and that seeing it, he wept. And that René, Duke of Lorraine, also lamented the death of Charles, Duke of Burgundy, whom he had himself defeated, and appeared in mourning at his funeral. And that in the battle of Doré, which Count Montfort obtained over Charles de Blois, his competitor for the Duchy of Brittany, the conqueror meeting the dead body of his enemy, was very much afflicted at his death, we must not presently cry out. E cosi avin, the Elenimos iascuna sua passion sado, el contrario manto, ricuper, con la vista or chiara, or bruna. And thus it happens that the mind of each veils its passion under a different appearance, and beneath a smiling visage, gay beneath a somber air. Petrarch. When Pompey's head was presented to Caesar, the histories tell us that he turned away his face, as from a sad and unpleasing object. There had been so long an intelligence and society betwixt them in the management of the public affairs, so great a community of fortunes, so many mutual offices, and so near an alliance, that this countenance of his ought not to suffer under any misinterpretation, or to be suspected for either false or counterfeit, as this other seems to believe. Tudumque pudivit jam bonus esse socer, lacrimi non spont cadens, effudit, gemitusque expressit pector lito. And now he thought it safe to play the kind father-in-law shedding forced tears, and from a joyful breast discharging sighs and groans. Lucan, Roman 9, 10:37. For though it be true that the greatest part of our actions are no other than visor and disguise, and that it may sometimes be true that Heredes fletus sub persona rises est. The heir's tears behind the mask are smiles. Publius Syrus, apud Gellium, Roman 17, 14. Yet, in judging of these accidents, we are to consider how much our souls are oftentimes agitated with divers passions. And as they say that in our bodies there is a congregation of divers humours, of which that is the sovereign which, according to the complexion we are of, is commonly most predominant in us. So, though the soul have in it divers motions to give it agitation, yet must there of necessity be one to overrule all the rest, though not with so necessary and absolute a dominion, but that through the flexibility and inconstancy of the soul, those of less authority may upon occasion reassume their place and make a little sally in turn. Thence it is that we see not only children, who innocently obey and follow nature, often laugh and cry at the same thing, but not one of us can boast, what journey soever he may have in hand that he has the most set his heart upon. But when he comes to part with his family and friends, he will find something that troubles him within. And though he refrain his tears, yet he puts foot in the stirrup with a sad and cloudy countenance. And what gentle flame soever may warm the heart of modest and well-born virgins, yet are they fain to be forced from about their mothers, next to be put to bed to their husbands, whatever this boon companion is pleased to say. Esne novis nuptis odio Venus, and parentum frustranter falsus gaudia lacrimulis, uberdum thalami quaes, intra limina fundunt non, ida me divi, vira gemunt, juverent. Is Venus really so alarming to the new-made bride, or does she honestly oppose her parents, rejoicing the tears she so abundantly sheds on entering the nuptial chamber? No, by the gods, these are no true tears. Catullus, LXVI, 15. Is Venus really so repugnant to newly married maids? Do they meet the smiles of parents with feigned tears? They weep copiously within the very threshold of the nuptial chamber. No, so the gods help me, they do not truly grieve. Catullus, LXVI, 15. Neither is it strange to lament a person dead whom a man would by no means should be alive. When I rattle my man, I do it with all the mettle I have, and load him with no feigned, but downright real curses. But the heat being over, if he should stand in need of me, I should be very ready to do him good. For I instantly turn the leaf. When I call him calf and coxcomb, I do not pretend to entail those titles upon him forever, neither do I think I give myself the lie in calling him an honest fellow presently after. No one quality engrosses us purely and universally. Were it not the sign of a fool to talk to one's self, there would hardly be a day or hour wherein I might not be heard to grumble and mutter to myself and against myself, confound the fool. And yet, I do not think that to be my definition. Who foreseeing me one while cold and presently very fond towards my wife, believes the one or the other to be counterfeited, is an ass Nero, taking leave of his mother whom he was sending to be drowned, was nevertheless sensible of some emotion at this farewell, and was struck with horror and pity. Tease said that the light of the sun is not one continuous thing, but that he darts new rays so thick one upon another that we cannot perceive the intermission. Largus enim liquidi fons luminis, etherius sol, irrigat aciducilum candor recenti, sepeditac novo confestum lumine lumen. So the wide fountain of liquid light, the ethereal sun, steadily fertilizes the heavens with new heat and supplies a continuous store of fresh light. Lucretius, v. 282. Just so the soul variously and imperceptibly darts out her passions. Artabanus, coming by surprise once upon his nephew Xerxes, chid him for the sudden alteration of his countenance. He was considering the immeasurable greatness of his forces passing over the Hellespont for the Grecian expedition. He was first seized with a palpitation of joy to see so many millions of men under his command, and this appeared in the gaiety of his looks. But his thoughts at the same instant suggesting to him that of so many lives, within a century at most, there would not be one left, he presently knit his brows and grew sad, even to tears. We have resolutely pursued the revenge of an injury received, and been sensible of a singular contentment for the victory, but we shall weep notwithstanding. 'Tis not for the victory, though, that we shall weep. There is nothing altered in that, but the soul looks upon things with another eye and represents them to itself with another kind of face. For everything has many faces and several aspects. Relations, old acquaintances, and friendships possess our imaginations and make them tender for the time, according to their condition. But the turn is so quick that tea's gone in a moment. Nil ideo feri celeri ration viter, quam si mens feri proponit, et inchot ipsa, otius ergo animus, quam res si perseat ulla, anti oculos quorum in promptu natura viter. Nothing therefore seems to be done in so swift a manner than if the mind proposes it to be done and itself begins. It is more active than anything which we see in nature. Lucretius, Roman 3, 183. And therefore, if we would make one continued thing of all this succession of passions, we deceive ourselves. When Timoleon laments the murder he had committed upon so mature and generous deliberation, he does not lament the liberty restored to his country. He does not lament the tyrant, but he laments his brother. One part of his duty is performed, let us give him leave to perform the other. Chapter 38. Of Solitude. Let us pretermit that long comparison betwixt the active and the solitary life. And as for the fine sayings with which ambition and avarice palliate their vices, that we are not born for ourselves, but for the public, this is the eulogium passed by Lucan on Cato of Utica, Roman 2. 383. Let us boldly appeal to those who are in public affairs. Let them lay their hands upon their hearts, and then say whether, on the contrary, they do not rather aspire to titles and offices and that tumult of the world to make their private advantage at the public expense. The corrupt ways by which in this our time they arrive at the height to which their ambitions aspire, manifestly enough declares that their ends cannot be very good. Let us tell ambition that it is she herself who gives us a taste of solitude, for what does she so much avoid as society? What does she so much seek as elbow-room? A man many do well or ill everywhere, but if what Bias says be true, that the greatest part is the worst part, or what the preacher says, there is not one good of 1,000. Rari quip boni, numo vic sunt totitum quat the barum porti, vel divitis ostia nilli. Good men forsooth are scarce. There are hardly as many as there are gates of Thebes or mouths of the rich Nile. Juvenal, Sat., Roman 13, 26. The contagion is very dangerous in the crowd. A man must either imitate the vicious or hate them. Both are dangerous things, either to resemble them because they are many or to hate many because they are unresembling to ourselves. Merchants who go to sea are in the right when they are cautious that those who embark with them in the same bottom be neither dissolute blasphemers nor vicious other ways, looking upon such society as unfortunate. And therefore it was that Bias pleasantly said to some, who being with him in a dangerous storm implored the assistance of the gods. Peace, speak softly, said he, that they may not know you are here in my company. And of more pressing example, Albuquerque, viceroy in the Indies for Emmanuel, king of Portugal, in an extreme peril of shipwreck, took a young boy upon his shoulders, for this only end that, in the society of their common danger, his innocence might serve to protect him, and to recommend him to the divine favor, that they might get safe to shore. 'Tis not that a wise man may not live everywhere content, and be alone in the very crowd of a palace, but if it be left to his own choice, the schoolman will tell you that he should fly the very sight of the crowd. He will endure it if need be, but if it be referred to him, he will choose to be alone. He cannot think himself sufficiently rid of vice, if he must yet contend with it in other men. Charondas punished those as evil men who were convicted of keeping ill company. There is nothing so unsociable and sociable as man, the one by his vice, the other by his nature. And Antisthenes, in my opinion, did not give him a satisfactory answer, who reproached him with frequenting ill company, by saying that the physicians lived well enough amongst the sick, for if they contribute to the health of the sick, no doubt, but by the contagion, continual sight of, and familiarity with diseases, they must of necessity impair their own. Now the end, I take it, is all one, to live at more leisure and at one's ease, but men do not always take the right way. They often think they have totally taken leave of all business, when they have only exchanged one employment for another. There is little less trouble in governing a private family than a whole kingdom. Wherever the mind is perplexed, it is in an entire disorder, and domestic employments are not less troublesome for being less important. Moreover, for having shaken off the court and the exchange, we have not taken leave of the principal vexations of life. Ratio et prudentia curas, non locus effusi late maris arbiter, offered. Reason and prudence, not a place with a commanding view of the great ocean, banish care. Horace, Ep. I2. Ambition, avarice, irresolution, fear, and inordinate desires do not leave us because we forsake our native country. Et post equitem sedit atra cura. Black care sits behind the horseman. Horace, Od. Roman 3, 140. They often follow us even to cloisters and philosophical schools. Nor deserts, nor caves, hair shirts, nor fasts can disengage us from them. Haeret lateri, lethalis arundo. One telling Socrates that such a one was nothing improved by his travels. I very well believe it, said he, for he took himself along with him. Quid terras alio calent sol mutemus, patri quis exsulsi quoque fugit. Why do we seek climates warmed by another sun? Who is the man that by fleeing from his country can also flee from himself? Horace, Od. Roman 2. 16, 18. If a man do not first discharge both himself and his mind of the burden with which he finds himself oppressed, motion will but make it press the harder and sit the heavier, as the lading of a ship is of less encumbrance when fast and bestowed in a settled posture. You do a sick man more harm than good in removing him from place to place. You fix and establish the disease by motion, as stakes sink deeper and more firmly into the earth by being moved up and down in the place where they are designed to stand. Therefore, it is not enough to get remote from the public. 'Tis not enough to shift the soil only. A man must flee from the popular conditions that have taken possession of his soul. He must sequester and come again to himself. Rupi jam vincula, dicas nam luctata canis naudem eripit, atamen illi, quam fugit, a calo trahiter pars longa catini. You say, perhaps, you have broken your chains. The dog who after long efforts has broken his chain, still in his flight drags a heavy portion of it after him. Persius, Sat. v. 158. We still carry our fetters along with us. 'Tis not an absolute liberty, we yet cast back a look upon what we have left behind us. The fancy is still full of it. Nisi purgatum est pectus, qui praelia nobis ac pericula tunc ingratis insinuandum, quanti consindunt hominum cupidinis acres solicitum curi. Quantique parent timors, quid superbia, spersitia, ac petulantia, quantas efficient clades, quid luxus desitisc. But unless the mind is purified, what internal combats and dangers must we incur in spite of all our efforts? How many bitter anxieties, how many terrors follow upon unregulated passion? What destruction befalls us from pride, lust, petulant anger? What evils arise from luxury and sloth? Lucretius, v. 4. Our disease lies in the mind, which cannot escape from itself. In culpa est animus, qui si non effugit unquam, Horace, Ep. I 14:13. And therefore is to be called home and confined within itself. That is the true solitude, and that may be enjoyed even in populous cities and the courts of kings, though more commodiously apart. Now, since we will attempt to live alone, and to waive all manner of conversation amongst them, Let us so order it that our content may depend wholly upon ourselves. Let us dissolve all obligations that ally us to others. Let us obtain this from ourselves, that we may live alone in good earnest, and live at our ease too. Stilpo, having escaped from the burning of his town, where he lost wife, children, and goods, Demetrius Poliorcetes, seeing him, in so great a ruin of his country, appear with an undisturbed countenance, asked him if he had received no loss. To which he made answer, No, and that, thank God, nothing was lost of his. This also was the meaning of the philosopher Antisthenes, when he pleasantly said, that men should furnish themselves with such things as would float, and might with the owner escape the storm. And certainly a wise man never loses anything if he have himself. When the city of Nola was ruined by the barbarians, Paulinus, who was bishop of that place, having there lost all he had, himself a prisoner, prayed after this manner, O Lord, defend me from being sensible of this loss, for thou knowest they have yet touched nothing of that which is mine. St. Augustine de Civit. Day I-10. The riches that made him rich and the goods that made him good were still kept entire. This it is to make choice of treasures that can secure themselves from plunder and violence, and to hide them in such a place into which no one can enter, and that is not to be betrayed by any but ourselves. Wives, children, and goods must be had, and especially health, by him that can get it. But we are not so to set our hearts upon them that our happiness must have its dependence upon them. We must reserve a backshop, wholly our own and entirely free, wherein to settle our true liberty, our principal solitude and retreat. And in this we must for the most part entertain ourselves with ourselves, and so privately that no exotic knowledge or communication be admitted there. There to laugh and to talk, as if without wife, children, goods, train, or attendants, to the end that when it shall so fall out that we must lose any or all of these, it may be no new thing to be without them. We have a mind pliable in itself, that will be company, that has wherewithal to attack and to defend, to receive and to give. Let us not then fear in this solitude to languish under an uncomfortable vacuity. In soli sis tibi turba locis. Virtue is satisfied with herself, without discipline, without words, without effects. In our ordinary actions there is not one of 1,000 that concerns ourselves. He that thou seest scrambling up the ruins of that wall, furious and transported, against whom so many harquebus shots are leveled, and that other all over scars, pale and fainting with hunger, and yet resolved rather to die than to open the gates to him, dost thou think that these men are there upon their own account? No, peradventure in the behalf of one whom they never saw and who never concerns himself for their pains and danger, but lies wallowing the while in sloth and pleasure. This other slavering, blear-eyed, slovenly fellow, that thou seest come out of his study after midnight, dost thou think he has been tumbling over books to learn how to become a better man, wiser, and more content? No such matter. He will there end his days, but he will teach posterity the measure of Plautus verses and the true orthography of a Latin word. Who is it that does not voluntarily exchange his health, his repose, and his very life for reputation and glory, the most useless, frivolous, and false coin that passes current amongst us? Our own death does not sufficiently terrify and trouble us. Let us, moreover, charge ourselves with those of our wives, children, and family. Our own affairs do not afford us anxiety enough. Let us undertake those of our neighbors and friends, still more to break our brains and torment us. Va quemquemni hominum in animum institura, aut perira, quod sit carius quam ips est sibi. Ah, can any man conceive in his mind or realize what is dearer than he is to himself? Terence, Adelph, II 13. Solitude seems to me to wear the best favor in such as have already employed their most active and flourishing age in the world's service, after the example of Thales. We have lived enough for others. Let us at least live out the small remnant of life for ourselves. Let us now call in our thoughts and intentions to ourselves, and to our own ease and repose. 'Tis no light thing to make a sure retreat. It will be enough for us to do without mixing other enterprises. Since God gives us leisure to order our removal, let us make ready, truss our baggage, take leave betimes of the company, and disentangle ourselves from those violent importunities that engage us elsewhere and separate us from ourselves. We must break the knot of our obligations, how strong soever, and hereafter love this or that, but espouse nothing but ourselves. That is to say, let the remainder be our own, but not so joined and so close as not to be forced away without flaying us or tearing out part of our whole. The greatest thing in the world is for a man to know that he is his own. 'Tis time to wean ourselves from society when we can no longer add anything to it. He who is not in a condition to lend must forbid himself to borrow. Our forces begin to fail us. Let us call them in and concentrate them in and for ourselves. He that can cast off within himself and resolve the offices of friendship and company, let him do it. In this decay of nature, which renders him useless, burdensome, and importunate to others, let him take care not to be useless, burdensome, and importunate to himself. Let him soothe and caress himself, and above all things be sure to govern himself with reverence to his reason and conscience to that degree as to be ashamed to make a false step in their presence. Rarum est enim, ut satis si quisque veriter. For 'tis rarely seen that men have respect and reverence enough for themselves. Quintilian, X 7. Socrates says that boys are to cause themselves to be instructed, men to exercise themselves in well-doing, and old men to retire from all civil and military employments, living at their own discretion, without the obligation to any office. There are some complexions more proper for these precepts of retirement than others, such as are of a soft and dull apprehension, and of a tender will and affection, not readily to be subdued or employed, whereof I am one, both by natural condition and by reflection, will sooner incline to this advice than active and busy souls, which embrace all, engage in all, are hot upon everything, which offer, present, and give themselves up to every occasion. We are to use these accidental and extraneous commodities, so far as they are pleasant to us, but by no means to lay our principal foundation there. 'Tis no true one, neither nature nor reason allows it so to be. Why therefore should we, contrary to their laws, enslave our own contentment to the power of another? To anticipate also the accidents of fortune, to deprive ourselves of the conveniences we have in our own power, as several have done upon the account of devotion, and some philosophers by reasoning. To be one's own servant, to lie hard, to put out our own eyes, to throw our wealth into the river, to go in search of grief. These, by the misery of this life, aiming at bliss in another. Those by laying themselves low to avoid the danger of falling. All such are acts of an excessive virtue. The stoutest and most resolute natures render even their seclusion glorious and exemplary. Tuda et parvula laudo, quam res deficiunt, satis inter vilia fortis verum, ubi quid melius contingit et unctius, idem hos saper et solos eo bene viver, quorum conspicitur nitidis fundata pecunia vilis. When means are deficient, I laud a safe and humble condition, content with little. But when things grow better and more easy, I all the same say that you alone are wise and live well, whose invested money is visible in beautiful villas. Horace, Ep. I 15:42. A great deal less would serve my turn well enough. 'Tis enough for me, under fortune's favor, to prepare myself for her disgrace, and, being at my ease, to represent to myself, as far as my imagination can stretch, the ill to come, as we do at jousts and tiltings, where we counterfeit war in the greatest calm of peace. I do not think Arcesilaus the philosopher the less temperate and virtuous, for knowing that he made use of gold and silver vessels, when the condition of his fortune allowed him so to do. I have indeed a better opinion of him than if he had denied himself what he used with liberality and moderation. I see the utmost limits of natural necessity, and considering a poor man begging at my door, ofttimes more jocund and more healthy than I myself am, I put myself into his place, and attempt to dress my mind after his mode. And running, in like manner, over other examples, though I fancy death, poverty, contempt, and sickness treading on my heels, I easily resolve not to be affrighted, forasmuch as a less than I takes them with so much patience, and am not willing to believe that a less understanding can do more than a greater, or that the effects of precept cannot arrive to as great a height as those of custom. And knowing of how uncertain duration these accidental conveniences are, I never forget, in the height of all my enjoyments, to make it my chiefest prayer to Almighty God, that He will please to render me content with myself and the condition wherein I am. I see young men very gay and frolic, who nevertheless keep a mass of pills in their trunk at home, to take when they've got a cold, which they fear so much the less, because they think they have remedy at hand. everyone should do in like manner, and, moreover, if they find themselves subject to some more violent disease, should furnish themselves with such medicines as may numb and stupefy the part. The employment a man should choose for such a life ought neither to be a laborious nor an unpleasing one. Otherwise, 'tis to no purpose at all to be retired, and this depends upon everyone's liking and humor. Mine has no manner of complacency for husbandry, and such as love it ought to apply themselves to it with moderation. Endeavor to make circumstances subject to me, and not me subject to circumstances. Horace, Ep. II 19. Husbandry is otherwise a very servile employment, as Sallust calls it, though some parts of it are more excusable than the rest, as the care of gardens, which Xenophon attributes to Cyrus. And a mean may be found out betwixt the sordid and low application, so full of perpetual solicitude, which is seen in men who make it their entire business and study, and the stupid and extreme negligence, letting all things go at random which we see in others. Democriti pecus edit agelos cultac, dum periger est animus sine corpor velox. Democritus cattle eat his corn and spoil his fields, whilst his soaring mind ranges abroad without the body. Horace, Ep. I 12:12. But let us hear what advice the younger Pliny gives his friend Caninius Rufus upon the subject of solitude. I advise thee, in the full and plentiful retirement wherein thou art, to leave to thy hinds the care of thy husbandry, and to addict thyself to the study of letters, to extract from thence something that may be entirely and absolutely thine own. By which he means reputation. Like Cicero, who says that he would employ his solitude and retirement from public affairs to acquire by his writings an immortal life. Usc idion sire tuum, nihil est, nisi to sire hoc, sciat alter. Is all that thy learning nothing, unless another knows that thou knowest? Persius Sat. I 23. It appears to be reason, when a man talks of retiring from the world, that he should look quite out of himself. These do it but by halves. They design well enough for themselves when they shall be no more in it, but still they pretend to extract the fruits of that design from the world, when absent from it, by a ridiculous contradiction. The imagination of those who seek solitude upon the account of devotion, filling their hopes and courage with certainty of divine promises in the other life, is much more rationally founded. They propose to themselves God, an infinite object in goodness and power. The soul has their wherewithal, at full liberty, to satiate her desires. Afflictions and sufferings turn to their advantage, being undergone for the acquisition of eternal health and joy. Death is to be wished and longed for, where it is the passage to so perfect a condition. The asperity of the rules they impose upon themselves is immediately softened by custom, and all their carnal appetites baffled and subdued, by refusing to humor and feed them, these being only supported by use and exercise. This sole end of another happily immortal life is that which really merits that we should abandon the pleasures and conveniences of this. And he who can really and constantly inflame his soul with the ardor of this vivid faith and hope, erects for himself in solitude a more voluptuous and delicious life than any other sort of existence. Neither the end, then, nor the means of this advice pleases me, for we often fall out of the frying pan into the fire. Or, we always relapse ill from fever into fever. This book employment is as painful as any other, and as great an enemy to health, which ought to be the first thing considered. Neither ought a man to be allured with the pleasure of it, which is the same that destroys the frugal, the avaricious, the voluptuous, and the ambitious man. This plodding occupation of books is as painful as any other, and as great an enemy vnto health, which ought principally to be considered. And a man should not suffer himself to be inveigled by the pleasure he takes in them. Florio, edit. 1613, p. 122. The sages give us caution enough to beware the treachery of our desires, and to distinguish true and entire pleasures from such as are mixed and complicated with greater pain. For the most of our pleasures, say they, wheedle and caress only to strangle us, like those thieves the Egyptians called Philisti. If the headache should come before drunkenness, we should have a care of drinking too much. But pleasure, to deceive us, marches before and conceals her train. Books are pleasant, but if, by being overstudious, we impair our health and spoil our good humor, the best pieces we have, let us give it over. I, for my part, am one of those who think that no fruit derived from them can recompense so great a loss. As men who have long felt themselves weakened by indisposition, give themselves up at last to the mercy of medicine and submit to certain rules of living, which they are for the future never to transgress. So he who retires, weary of and disgusted with the common way of living, ought to model this new one he enters into by the rules of reason, and to institute and establish it by premeditation and reflection. He ought to have taken leave of all sorts of labor, what advantage soever it may promise, and generally to have shaken off all those passions which disturb the tranquillity of body and soul, and then choose the way that best suits with his own humor. Anusquisque sua noverit irvia. In husbandry, study, hunting, and all other exercises, men are to proceed to the utmost limits of pleasure, but must take heed of engaging further, where trouble begins to mix with it. We are to reserve so much employment only as is necessary to keep us in breath, and to defend us from the inconveniences that the other extreme of a dull and stupid laziness brings along with it. There are sterile naughty sciences, chiefly hammered out for the crowd. Let such be left to them who are engaged in the world's service. I, for my part, care for no other books, but either such as are pleasant and easy, to amuse me, or those that comfort and instruct me how to regulate my life and death. Tacitum silvas inter repter salubres, curantum, quidquid dignum sapienti bonoc est. Silently meditating in the healthy groves, whatever is worthy of a wise and good man. Horace, Ep. I 4:4. Wiser men, having great force and vigor of soul, may propose to themselves a rest wholly spiritual, but for me, who have a very ordinary soul, it is very necessary to support myself with bodily conveniences. An age having of late deprived me of those pleasures that were more acceptable to me, I instruct and whet my appetite to those that remain more suitable to this other reason. We ought to hold with all our force, both of hands and teeth, the use of the pleasures of life that our years, one after another, snatch away from us. Carpimus dulcia, nostrum est quod vivis, sines et manes et fabula fais. Let us pluck life's sweets, tease for them we live, by and by we shall be ashes, a ghost, a mere subject of talk. Persius Sat. v. 151. Now, as to the end that Pliny and Cicero propose to us of glory, 'tis infinitely wide of my account. Ambition is of all others the most contrary humor to solitude. Glory and repose are things that cannot possibly inhabit in one and the same place. For so much as I understand, these have only their arms and legs disengaged from the crowd. Their soul and intention remain confined behind more than ever. Tun, Vetchel, auriculis alienis collegas escas. Dost thou then, old man, collect food for others' ears? Persius Sat. I 22. They have only retired to take a better leap, and by a stronger motion to give a brisker charge into the crowd. Will you see how they shoot short? Let us put into the counterpoise the advice of two philosophers, of two very different sects, writing, the one to Idomeneus, the other to Lucilius, their friends, to retire into solitude from worldly honors and affairs. You have, say they, hitherto lived swimming and floating, come now and die in the harbor. You have given the first part of your life to the light, give what remains to the shade. It is impossible to give over business, if you do not also quit the fruit. Therefore disengage yourselves from all concern of name and glory. 'Tis to be feared the luster of your former actions will give you but too much light, and follow you into your most private retreat. Quit with other pleasures that which proceeds from the approbation of another man, and as to your knowledge and parts, never concern yourselves. They will not lose their effect if yourselves be the better for them. Remember him, who being asked why he took so much pains in an art that could come to the knowledge of but few persons. A few are enough for me, replied he. I have enough with one, I have enough with never in one. Seneca, Ep. 7, he said true, you and a companion are theatre enough to one another, or you to yourself. Let the people be to you one, and be you one to the whole people. 'Tis an unworthy ambition to think to derive glory from a man's sloth and privacy. You are to do like the beasts of chase, who efface the track at the entrance into their den. You are no more to concern yourself how the world talks of you, but how you are to talk to yourself. Retire yourself into yourself, but first prepare yourself there to receive yourself. It were a folly to trust yourself in your own hands if you cannot govern yourself. A man may miscarry alone as well as in company, till you have rendered yourself one before whom you dare not trip, until you have a bashfulness and respect for yourself. Obvercenter species honesty animo. Let honest things be ever present to the mind, Cicero, Tusk, Quas Roman 2, 22. Present continually to your imagination Cato, Phocion, and Aristides, in whose presence the fools themselves will hide their faults, and make them controllers of all your intentions. Should these deviate from virtue, your respect to those will set you right. They will keep you in this way to be contented with yourself, to borrow nothing of any other but yourself, to stay and fix your soul in certain and limited thoughts, wherein she may please herself, and having understood the true and real goods, which men the more enjoy the more they understand, to rest satisfied, without desire of prolongation of life or name. This is the precept of the true and natural philosophy, not of a boasting and prating philosophy, such as that of the two former. Chapter 39. A consideration upon Cicero. One word more by way of comparison betwixt these two. There are to be gathered out of the writings of Cicero and the younger Pliny, but little, in my opinion, resembling his uncle in his humours, infinite testimonies of a beyond measure ambitious nature. And amongst others, this for one, that they both, in the sight of all the world, solicit the historians of their time not to forget them in their memoirs. And fortune, as if in spite, has made the vanity of those requests live upon record down to this age of ours, while she has long since consigned the histories themselves to oblivion. But this exceeds all meanness of spirit in persons of such a quality as they were, to think to derive any great renown from babbling and prating, even to the publishing of their private letters to their friends, and so withal, that though some of them were never sent, the opportunity being lost, they nevertheless presented them to the light, with this worthy excuse that they were unwilling to lose their labors and lucubrations. Was it not very well becoming two consuls of Rome, sovereign magistrates of the republic that commanded the world, to spend their leisure in contriving quaint and elegant missives, thence to gain the reputation of being versed in their own mother tongues? What could a pitiful schoolmaster have done worse, whose trade it was thereby to get his living? If the acts of Xenophon and Caesar had not far transcended their eloquence, I scarce believe they would ever have taken the pains to have written them. They made it their business to recommend not their speaking, but their doing. And could the perfection of eloquence have added a luster suitable to a great personage, certainly Scipio and Laelius had never resigned the honor of their comedies, with all the luxuriances and elegances of the Latin tongue, to an African slave. For that the work was theirs, its beauty and excellence sufficiently declare. Terence himself confesses as much, and I should take it ill from anyone that would dispossess me of that belief. 'Tis a kind of mockery and offense to extol a man for qualities misbecoming his condition, though otherwise commendable in themselves, but such as ought not, however, to be his chief talent. As if a man should commend a king for being a good painter, a good architect, a good marksman, or a good runner at the ring. Commendations that add no honor, unless mentioned altogether and in the train of those that are properly applicable to him, namely, justice and the science of governing, and conducting his people both in peace and war. At this rate, Agriculture was an honor to Cyrus, and eloquence and the knowledge of letters to Charlemagne. I have in my time known some, who by writing acquired both their titles and fortune, disown their apprenticeship, corrupt their style, and affect ignorance in so vulgar a quality, which also our nation holds to be rarely seen in very learned hands, and to seek a reputation by better qualities. Demosthenes, companions in the embassy to Philip, extolling that prince as handsome, eloquent, and a stout drinker. Demosthenes said that those were commendations more proper for a woman, an advocate, or a sponge, than for a king. Imperit bellante prior, jacentem lenes in hostum. In the fight, overthrow your enemy, but be merciful to him when fallen. Horace Carm Seek, v. 51. 'Tis not his profession to know either how to hunt or to dance well. Orabunt causas alii, silique metus describant radio, et fulgentia sidera dicent, hic regere imperio populos siet. Let others plead at the bar or describe the spheres and point out the glittering stars. Let this man learn to rule the nations. Aeneid, Romans 6, 849. Plutarch says, moreover, that to appear so excellent in these less necessary qualities is to produce witness against a man's self, that he has spent his time and applied his study ill, which ought to have been employed in the acquisition of more necessary and more useful things. So that Philip, king of Macedon, having heard that great Alexander his son sing once at a feast to the wonder of the best musicians there, "Art thou not ashamed," said he to him, "to sing so well?" And to the same Philip, a musician, with whom he was disputing about some things concerning his art. "Heaven forbid, sir," said he, "that so great a misfortune should ever befall you as to understand these things better than I. A king should be able to answer as Iphicrates did the orator, who pressed upon him in his invective after this manner. And what art thou that thou bravest it at this rate? Art thou a man-at-arms? Art thou an archer? Art thou a pikeman? I am none of all this, but I know how to command all these." And Antisthenes took it for an argument of little value in Ismenias that he was commended for playing excellently well upon a flute. I know very well that when I hear any one dwell upon the language of my essays, I had rather a great deal he would say nothing. 'Tis not so much to elevate the style as to depress the sense, and so much the more offensively as they do it obliquely. And yet I am much deceived if many other writers deliver more worth noting as to the matter, and, how well or ill soever, if any other writer has sown things much more materials, or at all events more downright, upon his paper than myself. To bring the more in, I only muster up the heads. Should I annex the sequel, I should trebly multiply the volume. And how many stories have I scattered up and down in this book that I only touch upon, which, should anyone more curiously search into, they would find matter enough to produce infinite essays. Neither those stories nor my quotations always serve simply for example, authority, or ornament. I do not only regard them for the use I make of them. They carry sometimes, besides what I apply them to, the seed of a more rich and a bolder matter, and sometimes, collaterally, a more delicate sound both to myself who will say no more about it in this place, and to others who shall be of my humor. But returning to the speaking virtue, I find no great choice betwixt not knowing to speak anything but ill and not knowing to speak anything but well. Non est ornamentum virile consummitis. A carefully arranged dress is no manly ornament. Seneca, Ep. 115. The sages tell us that, as to what concerns knowledge, 'tis nothing but philosophy, and as to what concerns effects, nothing but virtue, which is generally proper to all degrees and to all orders. There is something like this in these two other philosophers, for they also promise eternity to the letters they write to their friends, but 'tis after another manner, and by accommodating themselves, for a good end, to the vanity of another. For they write to them that if the concern of making themselves known to future ages, and the thirst of glory, do yet detain them in the management of public affairs, and make them fear the solitude and retirement to which they would persuade them, let them never trouble themselves more about it, forasmuch as they shall have credit enough with posterity to ensure them that were there nothing else but the letters thus written to them, those letters will render their names as known and famous as their own public actions could do. And besides this difference, these are not idle and empty letters, that contain nothing but a fine jingle of well-chosen words and delicate couched phrases, but rather replete and abounding with grand discourses of reason, by which a man may render himself not more eloquent, but more wise, and that instruct us not to speak, but to do well. Away with that eloquence that enchants us with itself, and not with actual things. Unless you will allow that of Cicero to be of so supreme a perfection as to form a complete body of itself. I shall farther add one story we read of him to this purpose, wherein his nature will much more manifestly be laid open to us. He was to make an oration in public, and found himself a little straitened for time to make himself ready at his ease, when Eros, one of his slaves, brought him word that the audience was deferred till the next day, at which he was so ravished with joy that he enfranchised him for the good news. Upon this subject of letters, I will add this more to what has been already said, that it is a kind of writing wherein my friends think I can do something. And I am willing to confess I should rather have chosen to publish my whimsies that way than any other, had I had to whom to write. But I wanted such a settled intercourse, as I once had, to attract me to it, to raise my fancy, and to support me. For to traffic with the wind, as some others have done, and to forge vain names to direct my letters to, in a serious subject, I could never do it but in a dream, being a sworn enemy to all manner of falsification. I should have been more diligent and more confident had I had a judicious and indulgent friend whom to address, than thus to expose myself to the various judgments of a whole people, and I am deceived if I had not succeeded better. I have naturally a humorous and familiar style, but it is a style of my own, not proper for public business, but, like the language I speak, too compact, irregular, abrupt, and singular. And as to letters of ceremony that have no other substance than a fine contexture of courteous words, I am wholly to seek. I have neither faculty nor relish for those tedious tenders of service and affection. I believe little in them from others, and I should not forgive myself should I say to others more than I myself believe. 'Tis doubtless very remote from the present practice, for there never was so abject and servile prostitution of offers. Life, soul, devotion, adoration, vassal, slave, and I cannot tell what, as now. All which expressions are so commonly and so indifferently posted to and fro by everyone and to everyone, that when they would profess a greater and more respectful inclination upon more just occasions, they have not wherewithal to express it. I mortally hate all air of flattery, which is the cause that I naturally fall into a shy, rough, and crude way of speaking, that, to such as do not know me, may seem a little to relish of disdain. I honor those most to whom I show the least honor, and where my soul moves with the greatest cheerfulness, I easily forget the ceremonies of look and gesture, and offer myself faintly and bluntly to them to whom I am the most devoted. Methinks they should read it in my heart, and that the expression of my words does but injure the love I have conceived within. To welcome, take leave, give thanks, accost, offer my service, and such verbal formalities as the ceremonious laws of our modern civility enjoin, I know no man so stupidly unprovided of language as myself. And I have never been employed in writing letters of favor and recommendation, that he, in whose behalf it was written, did not think my mediation cold and imperfect. The Italians are great printers of letters. I do believe I have at least 100 several volumes of them, of all which those of Annibale Caro seem to me to be the best. If all the paper I have scribbled to the ladies at the time when my hand was really prompted by my passion were now in being, there might, peradventure, be found a page worthy to be communicated to our young enamorados that are besotted with that fury. I always write my letters post haste so precipitately, that though I write intolerably ill, I rather choose to do it myself than to employ another, for I can find none able to follow me, and I never transcribe any. I have accustomed the great ones who know me to endure my blots and dashes, and upon paper without fold or margin. Those that cost me the most pains are the worst. When I once begin to draw it in by head and shoulders, 'tis a sign that I am not there. I fall too without premeditation or design. The first word begets the second, and so to the end of the chapter. The letters of this age consist more in fine edges and prefaces than in matter. Just as I had rather write 2 letters than close and fold up one, and always assign that employment to some other, so, when the real business of my letter is dispatched, I would with all my heart transfer it to another hand to add those long harangues, offers, and prayers that we place at the bottom, and should be glad that some new custom would discharge us of that trouble, as also of superscribing them with a long legend of qualities and titles, which for fear of mistakes, I have often not written at all, and especially to men of the long robe and finance. There are so many new offices, such a dispensation and ordering of titles of honor, that 'tis hard to set them forth aright yet, being so dearly bought, they are neither to be altered nor forgotten without offense. I find it equally in bad taste to encumber the fronts and inscriptions of the books we commit to the press with such. Chapter 40. That the relish for good and evil depends in great measure upon the opinion we have of them. Men, says an ancient Greek sentence, are tormented with the opinions they have of things, and not by the things themselves. It were a great victory obtained for the relief of our miserable human condition, could this proposition be established for certain and true throughout. For if evils have no admission into us but by the judgment we ourselves make of them, it should seem that it is, then, in our own power to despise them or to turn them to good. If things surrender themselves to our mercy, why do we not convert and accommodate them to our advantage? If what we call evil and torment is neither evil nor torment of itself, but only that our fancy gives it that quality, it is in us to change it, and it being in our own choice, if there be no constraint upon us, we must certainly be very strange fools to take arms for that side which is most offensive to us, and to give sickness, want, and contempt a bitter and nauseous taste, if it be in our power to give them a pleasant relish, and if, fortune simply providing the matter, 'tis for us to give it the form. Now, that what we call evil is not so of itself, or at least to that degree that we make it, and that it depends upon us to give it another taste and complexion, for all comes to one, let us examine how that can be maintained. If the original being of those things we fear had power to lodge itself in us by its own authority, it would then lodge itself alike, and in like manner, in all. For men are all of the same kind, and saving in greater and less proportions, are all provided with the same utensils and instruments to conceive and to judge. But the diversity of opinions we have of those things clearly evidences that they only enter us by composition. One person, peradventure, admits them in their true being, but 1,000 others give them a new and contrary being in them. We hold death, poverty, and pain for our principal enemies. Now, this death, which some repute the most dreadful of all dreadful things, who does not know that others call it the only secure harbor from the storms and tempests of life, the sovereign good of nature, the sole support of liberty, and the common and prompt remedy of all evils. And as the one expect it with fear and trembling, the others support it with greater ease than life. That one complains of its facility. Mors, utinam pavidos vidi subjucere nols, sed virtus to sola daret. O death, wouldst that thou might spare the coward, but that valor alone should pay thee tribute. Lucan, Roman 4, 580. Now let us leave these boastful courages. Theodorus answered Lysimachus, who threatened to kill him, "Thou wilt do a brave feat," said he, "to attain the force of a Cantharides." The majority of philosophers are observed to have either purposely anticipated or hastened and assisted their own death. How many ordinary people do we see led to execution, and that not to a simple death but mixed with shame and sometimes with grievous torments, appear with such assurance, whether through firm courage or natural simplicity, that a man can discover no change from their ordinary condition, settling their domestic affairs, commending themselves to their friends, singing, preaching, and addressing the people, nay, sometimes sallying into jests, and drinking to their companions quite as well as Socrates. One that they were leading to the gallows told them they must not take him through such a street, lest a merchant who lived there should arrest him by the way for an old debt. Another told the hangman he must not touch his neck for fear of making him laugh, he was so ticklish. Another answered his confessor, who promised him he should that day sup with our Lord. "Do you go then," said he, "in my room, for I for my part keep fast today." Another having called for drink, and the hangman having drunk first, said he would not drink after him, for fear of catching some evil disease. Everybody has heard the tale of the Picard, to whom, being upon the ladder, they presented a common wench, telling him, as our law does sometimes permit, that if he would marry her they would save his life. He, having a while considered her and perceiving that she halted, "Come, tie up," said he, "she limps." And they tell another story of the same kind of a fellow in Denmark, who being condemned to lose his head, and the like condition being proposed to him upon the scaffold, refused it, by reason the girl they offered him had hollow cheeks and too sharp a nose. A servant at Toulouse being accused of heresy, for the sum of his belief referred himself to that of his master, a young student, prisoner with him, choosing rather to die than suffer himself to be persuaded that his master could err. We read that of the inhabitants of Arras, when Louis I took that city, a great many let themselves be hanged rather than they would say, "God save the king." And amongst that mean-souled race of men, the buffoons, there have been some who would not leave their fooling at the very moment of death. One that the hangman was turning off the ladder cried, "Launch the galley," an ordinary saying of his. Another, whom at the point of death his friends had laid upon a bed of straw before the fire, the physician asking him where his pain lay, "Betwixt the bench and the fire," said he, and the priest, to give him extreme unction, groping for his feet which his pain had made him pull up to him, "You will find them," said he, "at the end of my legs." To one who being present exhorted him to recommend himself to God. "Why, who goes thither?" said he, and the other replying, "It will presently be yourself, if it be his good pleasure." "Shall I be sure to be there by tomorrow night?" said he. "Do, but recommend yourself to him," said the other, "and you will soon be there." "I were best then," said he, "to carry my recommendations myself." In the kingdom of Narsinga to this day, the wives of their priests are buried alive with the bodies of their husbands. All other wives are burnt at their husbands' funerals, which they not only firmly but cheerfully undergo. At the death of their king, his wives and concubines, his favorites, all his officers, and domestic servants, who make up a whole people, present themselves so gaily to the fire where his body is burnt, that they seem to take it for a singular honor to accompany their master in death. During our late wars of Milan, where there happened so many takings and retakings of towns, the people, impatient of so many changes of fortune, took such a resolution to die, that I have heard my father say he there saw a list taken of 25 masters of families who made themselves away in 1 week's time. An incident somewhat resembling that of the Xanthians, who being besieged by Brutus, fell men, women, and children into such a furious appetite of dying, that nothing can be done to evade death which they did not to avoid life, insomuch that Brutus had much difficulty in saving a very small number. Only 50 were saved. Plutarch, Life of Brutus, c. 8. Every opinion is of force enough to cause itself to be espoused at the expense of life. The first article of that valiant oath that Greece took and observed in the Median War was that every one should sooner exchange life for death than their own laws for those of Persia. What a world of people do we see in the wars betwixt the Turks and the Greeks, rather embrace a cruel death than uncircumcise themselves to admit of baptism, an example of which no sort of religion is incapable. The kings of Castile having banished the Jews out of their dominions, John, king of Portugal, in consideration of 8 crowns a head, sold them a retreat into his for a certain limited time, upon condition that the time fixed coming to expire they should be gone, and he to furnish them with shipping to transport them into Africa. The day comes, which once lapsed they were given to understand that such as were afterward found in the kingdom should remain slaves. Vessels were very slenderly provided, and those who embarked in them were rudely and villainously used by the passengers. who, besides other indignities, kept them cruising upon the sea, one well forwards and another backwards, till they had spent all their provisions, and were constrained to buy of them at so dear a rate and so long withal, that they set them not on shore till they were all stripped to the very shirts. The news of this inhuman usage being brought to those who remained behind, the greater part of them resolved upon slavery, and some made a show of changing religion. Emmanuel, the successor of John, being come to the crown, first set them at liberty, and afterwards altering his mind, ordered them to depart his country, assigning 3 ports for their passage. He hoped, says Bishop Osorius, no contemptible Latin historian of these later times, that the favor of the liberty he had given them having failed of converting them to Christianity, yet the difficulty of committing themselves to the mercy of the mariners, and of abandoning a country they were now habituated to, and were grown very rich in, to go and expose themselves in strange and unknown regions, would certainly do it. But finding himself deceived in his expectation, and that they were all resolved upon the voyage, he cut off 2 of the 3 ports he had promised them, to the end that the length and incommodity of the passage might reduce some, or that he might have opportunity, by crowding them all into one place, the more conveniently to execute what he had designed, which was to force all the children under 14 years of age from the arms of their fathers and mothers, to transport them from their sight and conversation, into a place where they might be instructed and brought up in our religion. He says that this produced a most horrid spectacle, the natural affection betwixt the parents and their children, and moreover their zeal to their ancient belief, contending against this violent decree. Fathers and mothers were commonly seen making themselves away, and by a yet much more rigorous example, precipitating out of love and compassion their young children into wells and pits, to avoid the severity of this law. As to the remainder of them, the time that had been prefixed being expired, for want of means to transport them they again returned into slavery. Some also turned Christians, upon whose faith, as also that of their posterity, even to this day, which is 100 years since, few Portuguese can yet rely, though custom and length of time are much more powerful counselors in such changes than all other constraints whatever. In the town of Castelnaudary, 50 heretic albiges at one time suffered themselves to be burned alive in one fire rather than they would renounce their opinions. Quatis non modo ductors nostri, sed universi etiam exercitus, ad non dubium mortem concurrerunt. How often have not only our leaders but whole armies run to a certain and manifest death? Cicero, Tusc. Quas I-37. I have seen an intimate friend of mine run headlong upon death with a real affection, and that was rooted in his heart by divers plausible arguments which he would never permit me to dispossess him of, and upon the first honorable occasion that offered itself to him, precipitate himself into it, without any manner of visible reason, with an obstinate and ardent desire of dying. We have several examples in our own times of persons, even young children, who for fear of some little inconvenience have dispatched themselves. And what shall we not fear, says one of the ancients to this purpose, if we dread that which cowardice itself has chosen for its refuge? Should I here produce a long catalogue of those, of all sexes and conditions and sex, even in the most happy ages, who have either with great constancy looked death in the face, or voluntarily sought it, and sought it not only to avoid the evils of this life, but some purely to avoid the satiety of living, and others for the hope of a better condition elsewhere, I should never have done. Nay, the number is so infinite that in truth I should have a better bargain on't to reckon up those who have feared it. This one therefore shall serve for all. Pirho the philosopher being one day in a boat in a very great tempest, showed to those he saw the most affrighted about him, and encouraged them, by the example of a hog that was there, nothing at all concerned at the storm. Shall we then dare to say that this advantage of reason, of which we so much boast, and upon the account of which we think ourselves masters and emperors over the rest of all creation, was given us for a torment? To what end serves the knowledge of things if it renders us more unmanly? If we thereby lose the tranquility and repose we should enjoy without it, and if it put us into a worse condition than Pirho's hog? Shall we employ the understanding that was conferred upon us for our greatest good to our own ruin, setting ourselves against the design of nature and the universal order of things, which intend that every one should make use of the faculties, members, and means he has to his own best advantage? But it may, peradventure, be objected against me, Your rule is true enough as to what concerns death. But what will you say of indigence? What will you, moreover, say of pain, which Aristippus, Hieronymus, and most of the sages have reputed the worst of evils? And those who have denied it by word of mouth have, however, confessed it in effect. Posidonius being extremely tormented with a sharp and painful disease, Pompeius came to visit him, excusing himself that he had taken so unseasonable a time to come to hear him discourse of philosophy. "The gods forbid," said Posidonius to him, "that pain should ever have the power to hinder me from talking," and thereupon fell immediately upon a discourse of the contempt of pain. But in the meantime, his own infirmity was playing his part and plagued him to purpose. To which he cried out, "Thou mayest work thy will, pain, and torment me with all the power thou hast, but thou shalt never make me say that thou art an evil." This story that they make such a clutter withal, what has it to do, I fain would know, with the contempt of pain? He only fights it with words, and in the meantime, if the shootings and dollars he felt did not move him, why did he interrupt his discourse? Why did he fancy he did so great a thing in forbearing to confess it an evil? All does not here consist in the imagination. Our fancies may work upon other things. But here is the certain science that is playing its part, of which our senses themselves are judges. Qui nisi sunt veri, ratio quoque falsa sit omnes. Which, if they be not true, all reasoning may also be false. Lucretius, Roman 4, 486. Shall we persuade our skins that the jerks of a whip agreeably tickle us, or our taste that a potion of aloes is vin de graves? Pirho's hog is here in the same predicament with us. He is not afraid of death, 'tis true, but if you beat him, he will cry out to some purpose. Shall we force the general law of nature, which in every living creature under heaven is seen to tremble under pain? The very trees seem to groan under the blows they receive. Death is only felt by reason, forasmuch as it is the motion of an instant. Aut fuit aut veniet, nihil est presentes in illa. Death has been or will come, there is nothing of the present in it. Estion de la Bodhi, Satires. Morsque minus pony, quam mora mortis habet. The delay of death is more painful than death itself. Ovid, Ep. Ariadne to Theseus, v. 42. 1,000 beasts, 1,000 men, are sooner dead than threatened. That also which we principally pretend to fear in death is pain, its ordinary foreigner. Yet, if we may believe a holy father, malum mortem non facit, nisi quod sequitur mortem. That which follows death makes death bad. St. Augustine de Civit, de I Roman 2. And I should yet say, more probably, that neither that which goes before nor that which follows after is at all of the appurtenances of death. We excuse ourselves falsely. And I find by experience that it is rather the impatience of the imagination of death that makes us impatient of pain, and that we find it doubly grievous as it threatens us with death. But reason accusing our cowardice for fearing a thing so sudden, so inevitable, and so insensible, we take the other as the more excusable pretense. All ills that carry no other danger along with them, but simply the evils themselves, we treat as things of no danger. The toothache or the gout, painful as they are, yet being not reputed mortal, who reckons them in the catalogue of diseases? But let us presuppose that in death we principally regard the pain, as also there is nothing to be feared in poverty, but the miseries it brings along with it of thirst, hunger, cold, heat, watching, and the other inconveniences it makes us suffer. Still we have nothing to do with anything but pain. I will grant, and very willingly, that it is the worst incident of our being, for I am the man upon earth who the most hates and avoids it, considering that hitherto, I thank God, I have had so little traffic with it. But still it is in us, if not to annihilate, at least to lessen it by patience. And though the body and the reason should mutiny, to maintain the soul, nevertheless, in good condition. Were it not so, who had ever given reputation to virtue, valor, force, magnanimity, and resolution? Where were their parts to be played, if there were no pain to be defied? Avida est periculi virtus. Were there no lying upon the hard ground, no enduring, armed at all points, the meridional heats, no feeding upon the flesh of horses and asses, no seeing a man's self hacked and hewed to pieces, no suffering a bullet to be pulled out from amongst the shattered bones, no sewing up, cauterizing, and searching of wounds, by what means were the advantage we covet to have over the vulgar to be acquired? 'Tis far from flying evil and pain, What the sages say, that of actions equally good, a man should most covet to perform that wherein there is greater labor and pain. Non est enim hilaritate, nec lascivia, nec risu, aut joco comite levitatis, sed sep etiam tristes firmitate et constantia sunt bidi. For men are not only happy by mirth and wantonness, by laughter and jesting, the companion of levity, but ofttimes the serious sort reap felicity from their firmness and constancy. Cicero, Definib, Roman 2, 10. And for this reason, it has ever been impossible to persuade our forefathers, but that the victories obtained by dint of force and the hazard of war were not more honorable than those performed in great security by stratagem or practice. Ledius est, quatis magno sibi constat honestum. A good deed is all the more a satisfaction by how much the more it has cost us. Lucan, Roman 9, 404. Besides, this ought to be our comfort, that naturally if the pain be violent, 'tis but short, and if long, nothing violent. Si gravis brevis, si longus levis. Thou wilt not feel it long if thou feelest it too much. It will either put an end to itself or to thee. It comes to the same thing. If thou canst not support it, it will export thee. Remember that the greatest pains are terminated by death, that slighter pains have long intermissions of repose, and that we are masters of the more moderate sort, so that, if they be tolerable, we bear them. If not, we can go out of life as from a theatre when it does not please us. Cicero, Definib. I-15. That which makes us suffer pain with so much impatience is the not being accustomed to repose our chiefest contentment in the soul. That we do not enough rely upon her, who is the sole and sovereign mistress of our condition. The body, saving in the greater or less proportion, has but one and the same bent and bias, whereas the soul is variable into all sorts of forms, and subject to herself and to her own empire, all things whatsoever, both the senses of the body and all other accidents. And therefore it is that we ought to study her, to inquire into her, and to rouse up all her powerful faculties. There is neither reason, force, nor prescription that can anything prevail against her inclination and choice. Of so many thousands of biases that she has at her disposal, let us give her one proper to our repose and conversation, and then we shall not only be sheltered and secured from all manner of injury and offense, but moreover gratified and obliged, if she will, with evils and offenses. She makes her profit indifferently of all things. Error, dreams, serve her to good use, as loyal matter to lodge us in safety and contentment. 'Tis plain enough to be seen that 'tis the sharpness of our mind that gives the edge to our pains and pleasures. Beasts that have no such thing leave to their bodies their own free and natural sentiments, and consequently in every kind very near the same, as appears by the resembling application of their motions. If we would not disturb in our members the jurisdiction that appertains to them in this, 'tis to be believed it would be the better for us, and that nature has given them a just and moderate temper both to pleasure and pain. Neither can it fail of being just, being equal and common. But seeing we have enfranchised ourselves from her rules to give ourselves up to the rambling liberty of our own fancies, let us at least help to incline them to the most agreeable side. Plato fears our too vehemently engaging ourselves with pain and pleasure, forasmuch as these too much knit and ally the soul to the body, whereas I rather, quite contrary, by reason it too much separates and disunites them. As an enemy is made more fierce by our flight, so pain grows proud to see us truckle under her. She will surrender upon much better terms to them who make head against her. A man must oppose and stoutly set himself against her. In retiring and giving ground, we invite and pull upon ourselves the ruin that threatens us. As the body is more firm in an encounter, the more stiffly and obstinately it applies itself to it, so is it with the soul. But let us come to examples, which are the proper game of folks of such feeble force as myself, where we shall find that it is with pain as with stones, that receive a brighter or a duller luster, according to the foil they are set in, and that it has no more room in us than we are pleased to allow it. Tantum dolorunt, quantum doloribus si inserunt. They suffered so much the more, by how much more they gave way to suffering. St. Augustine de Civit, de I-10. We are more sensible of one little touch of a surgeon's lancet than of 20 wounds with a sword in the heat of fight. The pains of childbearing, said by the physicians and by God himself to be great, and which we pass through with so many ceremonies there are whole nations that make nothing of them. I set aside the Lacedaemonian women, but what else do you find in the Swiss among our foot soldiers? If not that, as they trot after their husbands, you see them today carry the child at their necks that they carried yesterday in their bellies. The counterfeit Egyptians we have amongst us go themselves to wash theirs so soon as they come into the world, and bathe in the first river they meet. Besides so many wenches as daily drop their children by stealth, as they conceived them, that fair and noble wife of Sabinus, a patrician of Rome, for another's interest, endured alone without help, without crying out or so much as a groan, the bearing of twins, Plutarch on Love, c. 34. A poor simple boy of Lacedaemon having stolen a fox, for they more fear the shame of stupidity in stealing than we do the punishment of the knavery, and having got it under his coat, rather endured the tearing out of his bowels than he would discover his theft, and another offering incense at a sacrifice, suffered himself to be burned to the bone by a coal that fell into his sleeve, rather than disturb the ceremony. And there have been a great number, for a sole trial of virtue, following their institutions, who have at 7 years old endured to be whipped to death without changing their countenance. And Cicero has seen them fight in parties, with fists, feet, and teeth, till they have fainted and sunk down, rather than confess themselves overcome. Custom could never conquer nature, she is ever invincible, but we have infected the mind with shadows, delights, negligence, sloth, we have grown effeminate through opinions and corrupt morality. Cicero, Tusk, Quaz, v. 27. Every one knows the story of Scaevola, that having slipped into the enemy's camp to kill their general, and having missed his blow, to repair his fault, by a more strange invention and to deliver his country, he boldly confessed to Porsenna, who was the king he had a purpose to kill, not only his design, but moreover added that there were then in the camp a great number of Romans, his accomplices in the enterprise, as good men as he. And to show what a one he himself was, having caused a pan of burning coals to be brought, he saw and endured his arm to broil and roast, till the king himself, conceiving horror at the sight, commanded the pan to be taken away. What would you say of him that would not vouchsafe to respite his reading in a book whilst he was under incision? And of the other that persisted to mock and laugh in contempt of the pains inflicted upon him, so that the provoked cruelty of the executioners that had him in handling, and all the inventions of tortures redoubled upon him, one after another, spent in vain, gave him the bucklers. But he was a philosopher. But what? A gladiator of Caesar's endured, laughing all the while, his wounds to be searched, lanced, and laid open. What ordinary gladiator ever groaned? Which of them ever changed countenance? Which of them not only stood or fell indecorously, which, when he had fallen and was commanded to receive the stroke of the sword, contracted his neck? Cicero, Tusk, Quaz, Roman 2, 17. Let us bring in the women too. Who has not heard at Paris of her that caused her face to be flayed only for the fresher complexion of a new skin? There are who have drawn good and sound teeth to make their voices more soft and sweet, or to place the other teeth in better order. How many examples of the contempt of pain have we in that sex? What can they not do? What do they fear to do? For never so little hope of an addition to their beauty. Valor quaes cura est albos estirp capillos, et facem demptipel refera novum. Who carefully pluck out their gray hairs by the roots and renew their faces by peeling off the old skin. Tibullus, I 8:45. I have seen some of them swallow sand, ashes, and do their utmost to destroy their stomachs to get pale complexions. To make a fine Spanish body, what racks will they not endure of girding and bracing, till they have notches in their sides cut into the very quick, and sometimes to death? It is an ordinary thing with several nations at this day to wound themselves in good earnest to gain credit to what they profess. Of which our king relates notable examples of what he has seen in Poland and done towards himself, but besides this, which I know to have been imitated by some in France, when I came from that famous assembly of the estates at Blois, I had a little before seen a maid in Picardy, who to manifest the ardor of her promises, as also her constancy, give herself, with a bodkin she wore in her hair, 4 or 5 good lusty stabs in the arm, till the blood gushed out to some purpose. The Turks give themselves great scars in honor of their mistresses, and to the end they may the longer remain, they presently clap fire to the wound, where they hold it an incredible time to stop the blood and form the cicatrice. People that have been eyewitnesses of it have both written and sworn it to me. But for tennis spurs they're everyday fellows to be found that will give themselves a good deep slash in the arms or thighs. I am willing, however, to have the testimonies nearest to us when we have most need of them, for Christendom furnishes us with enough. After the example of our blessed guide, there have been many who have crucified themselves. We learn by testimony very worthy of belief that King St. Louis wore a hair shirt till in his old age his confessor gave him a dispensation to leave it off, and that every Friday he caused his shoulders to be drubbed by his priest with 5 small chains of iron, which were always carried about amongst his knight accoutrements for that purpose. William, our last Duke of Guienne, the father of that Alinor who transmitted that duchy to the houses of France and England, continually for the last 10 or 12 years of his life wore a suit of armor under a religious habit by way of penance. Falk, Count of Anjou, went as far as Jerusalem, there to cause himself to be whipped by 2 of his servants, with a rope about his neck, before the sepulchre of our Lord. But do we not, moreover, every Good Friday in various places, see great numbers of men and women beat and whip themselves till they lacerate and cut the flesh to the very bones? I have often seen it, and tease without any enchantment. And it was said there were some amongst them, for they go disguised, who for money undertook by this means to save harmless the religion of others, by a contempt of pain, so much the greater, as the incentives of devotion are more effectual than those of avarice. Q. Maximus buried his son when he was a consul, and M. Cato his when praetor-elect, and L. Paulus both his, within a few days one after another, with such a countenance as expressed no manner of grief. I said once merrily of a certain person, that he had disappointed the divine justice, for the violent death of 3 grown-up children of his being one day sent him, for a severe scourge, as it is to be supposed, he was so far from being afflicted at the accident, that he rather took it for a particular grace and favor of heaven. I do not follow these monstrous humours, though I lost 2 or 3 at nurse, if not without grief, at least without repining, and yet there is hardly any accident that pierces nearer to the quick. I see a great many other occasions of sorrow, that should they happen to me I should hardly feel, and have despised some, when they have befallen me, to which the world has given so terrible a figure that I should blush to boast of my constancy. Ex quo intelligitur non in natura, sed in opinione esse gratitudinem. By which one may understand that grief is not in nature, but in opinion. Cicero, Tusc, Quas Roman 3, 28. Opinion is a powerful party, bold, and without measure. Who ever so greedily hunted after security and repose as Alexander and Caesar did after disturbance and difficulties? Thiers, the father of Sitalces, was wont to say that, when he had no wars, he fancied there was no difference betwixt him and his groom. Cato the consul, to secure some cities of Spain from revolt, only interdicting the inhabitants from wearing arms, a great many killed themselves. Ferox gens, nullum vitam radi sine armis esse. A fierce people who thought there was no life without war. Livy, Roman 34, 17. How many do we know who have forsaken the calm and sweetness of a quiet life at home amongst their acquaintance, to seek out the horror of unhabitable deserts, and having precipitated themselves into so abject a condition as to become the scorn and contempt of the world, have hugged themselves with the conceit, even to affectation. Cardinal Borromeo, who died lately at Milan, amidst all the jollity that the air of Italy, his youth, birth, and great riches invited him to, kept himself in so austere a way of living that the same robe he wore in summer served him for winter too. He had only straw for his bed, and his hours of leisure from affairs he continually spent in study upon his knees, having a little bread and a glass of water set by his book, which was all the provision of his repast, and all the time he spent in eating. I know some who consentingly have acquired both profit and advancement from cuckoldom, of which the bare name only affrights so many people. If the sight be not the most necessary of all our senses, 'tis at least the most pleasant, but the most pleasant and most useful of all our members seem to be those of generation. And yet a great many have conceived a mortal hatred against them only for this, that they were too pleasant, and have deprived themselves of them only for their value, as much thought he of his eyes that put them out. The generality and more solid sort of men look upon abundance of children as a great blessing. I, and some others, think it as great a benefit to be without them. And when you ask Thales why he does not marry, he tells you, because he has no mind to leave any posterity behind him. That our opinion gives the value to things is very manifest in the great number of those which we do, not so much prizing them as ourselves, and never considering either their virtues or their use, but only how dear they cost us, as though that were a part of their substance. And we only repute for value in them, not what they bring to us, but what we add to them. By which I understand that we are great economizers of our expense. As it weighs, it serves for so much as it weighs. Our opinion will never suffer it to want of its value. The price gives value to the diamond, difficulty to virtue, suffering to devotion, and griping to physic. A certain person, to be poor, threw his crowns into the same sea to which so many come, in all parts of the world, to fish for riches. Epicurus says that to be rich is no relief, but only an alteration of affairs. In truth, it is not want, but rather abundance, that creates avarice. I will deliver my own experience concerning this affair. I have since my emergence from childhood lived in 3 sorts of conditions. The first, which continued for some 20 years, I passed over without any other means, but what were casual and depending upon the allowance and assistance of others, without stint, but without certain revenue. I then spent my money so much the more cheerfully, and with so much the less care how it went, as it wholly depended upon my overconfidence of fortune. I never lived more at my ease. I never had the repulse of finding the purse of any of my friends shut against me, having enjoined myself this necessity above all other necessities whatever, by no means to fail of payment at the appointed time, which also they have 1,000 times respited, seeing how careful I was to satisfy them. So that I practiced at once a thrifty, and withal a kind of alluring, honesty. I naturally feel a kind of pleasure in paying, as if I eased my shoulders of a troublesome weight and freed myself from an image of slavery, as also that I find a ravishing kind of satisfaction in pleasing another and doing a just action. I accept payments where the trouble of bargaining and reckoning is required, and in such cases, where I can meet with nobody to ease me of that charge, I delay them, how scandalously and injuriously soever, all I possibly can, for fear of the wranglings for which both my humor and way of speaking are so totally improper and unfit. There is nothing I hate so much as driving a bargain. 'Tis a mere traffic of cozenage and impudence, where, after an hour, cheapening and hesitating, both parties abandon their word and oath for 5 sols abatement. Yet I always borrowed at great disadvantage, for, wanting the confidence to speak to the person myself, I committed my request to the persuasion of a letter, which usually is no very successful advocate, and is a very great advantage to him who has a mind to deny. I, in those days, more jocundly and freely referred the conduct of my affairs to the stars, than I have since done to my own providence and judgment. Most good managers look upon it as a horrible thing to live always thus in uncertainty, and do not consider, in the first place, that the greatest part of the world live so. How many worthy men have wholly abandoned their own certainties, and yet daily do it, to the winds, to trust to the inconstant favor of princes and of fortune. Caesar ran above 1,000,000 of gold, more than he was worth, in debt to become Caesar. And how many merchants have begun their traffic by the sale of their farms, which they sent into the Indies? Tot per impotentia freda. In so great a sixity of devotion as we see in these days, we have 1,000 and 1,000 colleges that pass it over commodiously enough, expecting every day their dinner from the liberality of heaven. Secondly, they do not take notice that this certitude upon which they so much rely is not much less uncertain and hazardous than hazard itself. I see misery as near beyond 2,000 crowns a year as if it stood close by me. For besides that it is in the power of chance to make 100 breaches to poverty through the greatest strength of our riches there, being very often no mean betwixt the highest and the lowest fortune. Fortuna vitrea est, turn, quam splendit frangiter. Fortune is glass, in its greatest brightness it breaks, ex mim p cirrus. And to turn all our barricadoes and bulwarks topsy-turvy, I find that, by divers causes, indigence is as frequently seen to inhabit with those who have estates as with those that have none. And that, peradventure, it is then far less grievous when alone than when accompanied with riches. These flow more from good management than from revenue. Faber est sui quisque fortunae. Every one is the maker of his own fortune. Salus de repub, ord, I. And an uneasy, necessitous, busy, rich man seems to me more miserable than he that is simply poor. Indivitaes mopes, quod genus egestatis gravissimum est. Poor in the midst of riches, which is the sourced kind of poverty. Seneca, Ep. 74. The greatest and most wealthy princes are by poverty, and want driven to the most extreme necessity. For can there be any more extreme than to become tyrants and unjust usurpers of their subjects, goods and estates? My second condition of life was to have money of my own, wherein I so ordered the matter that I had soon laid up a very notable sum out of a mean fortune, considering with myself that that only was to be reputed having which a man reserves from his ordinary expense, and that a man cannot absolutely rely upon revenue he hopes to receive, how clear soever the hope may be. For what, said I, if I should be surprised by such or such an accident? And after such like vain and vicious imaginations, would very learnedly, by this hoarding of money, provide against all inconveniences, and could, moreover, answer such as objected to me that the number of these was too infinite, that if I could not lay up for all, I could, however, do it at least for some and for many. Yet was not this done without a great deal of solicitude and anxiety of mind. I kept it very close, and though I dare talk so boldly of myself, never spoke of my money, but falsely, as others do, who being rich pretend to be poor, and being poor pretend to be rich, dispensing their consciences from ever telling sincerely what they have, a ridiculous and shameful prudence. Was I going a journey? Methought I was never enough provided, and the more I loaded myself with money, the more also was I loaded with fear, one while of the danger of the roads, another of the fidelity of him who had the charge of my baggage, of whom, as some others that I know, I was never sufficiently secure if I had him not always in my eye. If I chanced to leave my cash-box behind me, oh, what strange suspicions and anxiety of mind did I enter into, and, which was worse, without daring to acquaint anybody with it. My mind was eternally taken up with such things as these, so that, all things considered, there is more trouble in keeping money than in getting it. And if I did not altogether so much as I say, or was not really so scandalously solicitous of my money as I have made myself out to be, yet it cost me something at least to restrain myself from being so. I reaped little or no advantage by what I had, and my expenses seemed nothing less to me for having the more to spend. For, as Bion said, the hairy men are as angry as the bald to be pulled. And after you are once accustomed to it and have once set your heart upon your heap, it is no more at your service. You cannot find in your heart to break it. 'Tis a building that you will fancy must of necessity all tumble down to ruin if you stir but the least pebble. Necessity must first take you by the throat before you can prevail upon yourself to touch it. And I would sooner have pawned anything I had or sold a horse, and with much less constraint upon myself, than have made the least breach in that beloved purse I had so carefully laid by. But the danger was that a man cannot easily prescribe certain limits to this desire. They are hard to find in things that a man conceives to be good, and to stint this good husbandry so that it may not degenerate into avarice. Men still are intent upon adding to the heap and increasing the stock from some to some, till at last they vilely deprive themselves of the enjoyment of their own proper goods, and throw all into reserve without making any use of them at all. According to this rule, they are the richest people in the world who are set to guard the walls and gates of a wealthy city. All moneyed men I conclude to be covetous. Plato places corporal or human goods in this order. Health, beauty, strength, riches, and riches, says he, are not blind but very clear-sighted when illuminated by prudence. Dionysius, the sun, did a very handsome act upon this subject. He was informed that one of the Syracusans had hid a treasure in the earth, and thereupon sent to the man to bring it to him, which he accordingly did, privately reserving a small part of it only to himself, with which he went to another city, where being cured of his appetite of hoarding, he began to live at a more liberal rate. Which Dionysius hearing, caused the rest of his treasure to be restored to him, saying that since he had learned to use it, he very willingly returned it back to him. I continued some years in this hoarding humor, when I know not what good demon fortunately put me out of it, as he did the Syracusan, and made me throw abroad all my reserve at random. The pleasure of a certain journey I took at very great expense having made me spurn this fond love of money underfoot. By which means I am now fallen into a third way of living. I speak what I think of it. doubtless much more pleasant and regular, which is, that I live at the height of my revenue. Sometimes the one, sometimes the other may perhaps exceed, but 'tis very little and but rarely that they differ. I live from hand to mouth, and content myself in having sufficient for my present and ordinary expense. For as to extraordinary occasions, all the laying up in the world would never suffice. And 'tis the greatest folly imaginable to expect that fortune should ever sufficiently arm us against herself. 'Tis with our own arms that we are to fight her. Accidental ones will betray us in the pinch of the business. If I lay up, 'tis for some near and contemplated purpose, not to purchase lands, of which I have no need, but to purchase pleasure. Non esse cupidum pecunia est, non esse emesum vertigal est. Not to be covetous is money, not to be acquisitive is revenue. Cicero, Paradox, Romans 6, 3. I neither am in any great apprehension of wanting, nor in desire of any more. Divinarum fructus est in copia, copium declaret satietas. The fruit of riches is in abundance, satiety declares abundance. Idem ibid, Romans 6, 2. And I am very well pleased that this reformation in me has fallen out in an age naturally inclined to avarice, and that I see myself cleared of a folly so common to old men, and the most ridiculous of all human follies. Ferales, a man that had run through both fortunes, and found that the increase of substance was no increase of appetite either to eating or drinking, sleeping, or the enjoyment of his wife, and who on the other side felt the care of his economics lie heavy upon his shoulders, as it does on mine, was resolved to please a poor young man, his faithful friend, who panted after riches, and made him a gift of all his, which were excessively great, and moreover, of all he was in the daily way of getting by the liberality of Cyrus, his good master, and by the war, conditionally that he should take care handsomely to maintain and plentifully to entertain him as his guest and friend, which being accordingly done, they afterwards lived very happily together, both of them equally content with the change of their condition. 'Tis an example that I could imitate with all my heart, and I very much approve the fortune of the aged prelate whom I see to have so absolutely stripped himself of his purse, his revenue, and care of his expense, committing them one while to one trusty servant, and another while to another, that he has spun out a long succession of years, as ignorant, by this means, of his domestic affairs as a mere stranger. The confidence in another man's virtue is no light evidence of a man's own, and God willingly favors such a confidence. As to what concerns him of whom I am speaking, I see nowhere a better governed house, more nobly and constantly maintained than his. Happy to have regulated his affairs to so just a proportion that his estate is sufficient to do it without his care or trouble, and without any hindrance, either in the spending or laying it up, to his other more quiet employments, and more suitable both to his place and liking. Plenty, then, and indigence depend upon the opinion every one has of them, and riches no more than glory or health have other beauty or pleasure than he lends them by whom they are possessed. Every one is well or ill at ease, according as he so finds himself. Not he whom the world believes, but he who believes himself to be so, is content, and in this alone belief gives itself being and reality. Fortune does us neither good nor hurt. She only presents us the matter and the seed, which our soul, more powerful than she, turns and applies as she best pleases, the sole cause and sovereign mistress of her own happy or unhappy condition. All external accessions receive taste and color from the internal constitution, as clothes warm us, not with their heat, but our own, which they are fit to cover and nourish. He who would shield therewith a cold body would do the same service for the cold, for so snow and ice are preserved. And certes, after the same manner that study is a torment to an idle man, abstinence from wine to a drunkard, frugality to the spendthrift, and exercise to a lazy, tender-bred fellow, so it is of all the rest. The things are not so painful and difficult of themselves, but our weakness or cowardice makes them so. To judge of great and high matters requires a suitable soul, otherwise we attribute the vice to them which is really our own. A straight oar seems crooked in the water. It does not only import that we see the thing, but how and after what manner we see it. After all this, why, amongst so many discourses that by so many arguments persuade men to despise death and to endure pain, can we not find out one that helps us? And of so many sorts of imaginations as have so prevailed upon others as to persuade them to do so, Why does not everyone apply someone to himself, the most suitable to his own humor? If he cannot digest a strong working decoction to eradicate the evil, let him at least take a lenitive to ease it. It is an effeminate and flimsy opinion, nor more so in pain than in pleasure, in which, while we are at our ease, we cannot bear without a cry the sting of a bee. The whole business is to commend thyself. Cicero, Tusc. Quis, Roman 2, 22. As to the rest, a man does not transgress philosophy by permitting the acrimony of pains and human frailty to prevail so much above measure, for they constrain her to go back to her unanswerable replies. If it be ill to live in necessity, at least there is no necessity upon a man to live in necessity. No man continues ill long but by his own fault. He who has neither the courage to die nor the heart to live, who will neither resist nor fly, what can we do with him? Chapter 41. Not to communicate a man's honor. Of all the follies of the world, that which is most universally received is the solicitude of reputation and glory, which we are fond of to that degree as to abandon riches, peace, life, and health, which are effectual and substantial goods, to pursue this vain phantom and empty word, that has neither body nor hold to be taken of it. La fama, si invicissa un dolce suono glai super by mortali, et par si bella, e un eco, un sogno, anzi dun sogno unombra si ad ogni vento si dialgua escambra. Fame, which with alluring sound charms proud mortals and appears so fair, is but an echo, a dream, nay, the shadow of a dream, which at every breath vanishes and dissolves. Tasso, Jerus, Roman 14, 63. And of all the irrational humors of men, it should seem that the philosophers themselves are among the last and the most reluctant to disengage themselves from this. 'Tis the most restive and obstinate of all. Quia etiam bene proficiens, animos tenter non cessat. Because it ceases not to assail even well-directed minds, St. Augustine de Civit, de v. 14. There is not any one of which reason so clearly accuses the vanity, but it is so deeply rooted in us that I dare not determine whether anyone ever clearly discharged himself from it or no. After you have said all and believed all has been said to its prejudice, it produces so intestine an inclination in opposition to your best arguments that you have little power to resist it. For, as Cicero says, even those who most controvert it would yet that the books they write about it should visit the light under their own names, and seek to derive glory from seeming to despise it. All other things are communicable and fall into commerce. We lend our goods and stake our lives for the necessity and service of our friends, but to communicate a man's honor and to robe another with a man's own glory is very rarely seen. And yet we have some examples of that kind. Catulus Luctadius in the Cimbrian War, having done all that in him lay to make his flying soldier's face about upon the enemy, ran himself at last away with the rest, and counterfeited the coward, to the end his men might rather seem to follow their captain than to fly from the enemy, which was to abandon his own reputation in order to cover the shame of others. When Charles V came into Provence in the year 1537, Tease said that Antonio de Leva, seeing the emperor positively resolved upon this expedition, and believing it would redound very much to his honor, did, nevertheless, very stiffly oppose it in the council, to the end that the entire glory of that resolution should be attributed to his master, and that it might be said his own wisdom and foresight had been such as that, contrary to the opinion of all. He had brought about so great an enterprise, which was to do him honor at his own expense. The Thracian ambassadors coming to comfort Archeleonida, the mother of Brasidas, upon the death of her son, and commending him to that height as to say he had not left his like behind him, she rejected this private and particular commendation to attribute it to the public. "Tell me not that," said she. "I know the city of Sparta has many citizens both greater and of greater worth than he." In the battle of Cressy, the Prince of Wales, being then very young, had the vanguard committed to him. The main stress of the battle happened to be in that place, which made the lords who were with him, finding themselves overmatched, send to King Edward to advance to their relief. He inquired of the condition his son was in, and being answered that he was alive and on horseback. "I should then do him wrong," said the king, "now to go and deprive him of the honor of winning this battle he has so long and so bravely sustained. What hazard soever he runs, that shall be entirely his own," and, accordingly, would neither go nor send, knowing that if he went, it would be said all had been lost without his succor, and that the honor of the victory would be wholly attributed to him. Semper enim quod postremum adjectum est, id rem totem vider traxis. For always that which is last added seems to have accomplished the whole affair. Livy, Roman 27, 45. Many at Rome thought, and would usually say, that the greatest of Scipio's acts were in part due to Laelius, whose constant practice it was still to advance and support Scipio's grandeur and renown without any care of his own. And Theopompus, king of Sparta, to him who told him the republic could not miscarry since he knew so well how to command, "'Tis rather," answered he, "because the people know so well how to obey." As women succeeding to peerages had, notwithstanding their sex, the privilege to attend and give their votes in the trials that appertain to the jurisdiction of peers, so the ecclesiastical peers, notwithstanding their profession, were obliged to attend our kings in their wars, not only with their friends and servants, but in their own persons. As the Bishop of Beauvais did, who being with Philip Augustus at the Battle of Bouvines, had a notable share in that action. But he did not think it fit for him to participate in the fruit and glory of that violent and bloody trade. He with his own hand reduced several of the enemy that day to his mercy, whom he delivered to the first gentleman he met either to kill or receive them to quarter, referring the whole execution to this other hand. And he did this with regard to William, Earl of Salisbury, whom he gave up to Messer Jehan de Nesle. With a like subtlety of conscience to that I have just named, he would kill but not wound, and for that reason ever fought with a mace. And a certain person of my time, being reproached by the king that he had laid hands on a priest, stiffly and positively denied he had done any such thing, the meaning of which was, he had cudgeled and kicked him. Chapter 42. Of the inequality amongst us. Plutarch says somewhere that he does not find so great a difference betwixt beast and beast as he does betwixt man and man, which he says in reference to the internal qualities and perfections of the soul. And in truth, I find so vast a distance betwixt Epaminondas, according to my judgment of him, and some that I know, who are yet men of good sense, that I could willingly enhance upon Plutarch, and say that there is more difference betwixt such and such a man than there is betwixt such a man and such a beast. Ah, how much may one man surpass another? Terence, Eunuchus Roman 2, 2. And that there are as many and innumerable degrees of mind as there are cubits betwixt this and heaven. But as touching the estimate of men, 'tis strange that, ourselves excepted, no other creature is esteemed beyond its proper qualities. We commend a horse for his strength and sureness of foot. Valacrum sic laudamus equum, facili cui plurim apama fervit, et exultat rocco victoria circo. So we praise the swift horse, for whose easy mastery many a hand glows in applause, and victory exults in the horse circus. Juvenal, Roman 8, 57. And not for his rich caparison. A greyhound for his speed of heels, not for his fine collar, a hawk for her wing, not for her jesses and bells. Why, in like manner, do we not value a man for what is properly his own? He has a great train, a beautiful palace, so much credit, so many £1,000 a year. All these are about him, but not in him. You will not buy a pig in a poke. If you cheapen a horse, you will see him stripped of his housing cloths, you will see him naked and open to your eye. Or if he be clothed, as they anciently were wont to present them to princes to sell, tease only on the less important parts, that you may not so much consider the beauty of his color or the breadth of his crupper, as principally to examine his legs, eyes, and feet, which are the members of greatest use. Regibus hic mos est, ubi equos mercentur, opertos inspiciunt, ni, si facies, ut seep, decora mali fulta pede est, emptorum injucat hyentum. This is the custom of kings. When they buy horses, they have open inspection, lest, if a fair head, as often chances, is supported by a weak foot, it should tempt the gaping purchaser. Horace, Sat. I 286. Why, in giving your estimate of a man, do you prize him wrapped and muffled up in clothes? He then discovers nothing to you but such parts as are not in the least his own, and conceals those by which alone one may rightly judge of his value. 'Tis the price of the blade that you inquire into, not of the scabbard. You would not peradventure bid a farthing for him, if you saw him stripped. You are to judge him by himself and not by what he wears, and, as one of the ancients very pleasantly said, do you know why you repute him tall? You reckon withal the height of his pattens. The pedestal is no part of the statue. Measure him without his stilts. Let him lay aside his revenues and his titles. Let him present himself in his shirt. Then examine if his body be sound and sprightly, active and disposed to perform its functions. What soul has he? Is she beautiful, capable, and happily provided of all her faculties? Is she rich of what is her own, or of what she has borrowed? Has fortune no hand in the affair? Can she, without winking, stand the lightning of swords? Is she indifferent whether her life expire by the mouth or through the throat? Is she settled, even in content? This is what is to be examined, and by that you are to judge of the vast differences betwixt man and man. Is he? Sapiens, sibique imperiosus, quern nec pauperes, nec mors, nec vincula terrent responser cupidinibus, contemner honors forties. Et in sapso totus teres ac rotundus, externi ni quid velat per leve mirari, in quem manca rut semper fortuna. The wise man, self-governed, whom neither poverty nor death nor chains affright, who has the strength to resist his appetites and to contemn honors, who is wholly self-contained, whom no external objects affect, whom fortune assails in vain. Horace, Sat. Roman 2. 7. Such a man is 500 cubits above kingdoms and duchies. He is an absolute monarch in and to himself. Sapiens, Paul, ips fingit fortunam sibi. The wise man is the master of his own fortune. Plautus, Trin, Roman 2. 284. What remains for him to covet or desire? Nani vidmus, nil aliud sibi naturam latrer, nisi ut, qua corpor sejunctus dolor absit, ment fruiter, jucundo sensu, cura semitu maduc. Do we not see that human nature asks no more for itself than that, free from bodily pain, it may exercise its mind agreeably, exempt from care and fear? Lucretius, Roman 2. 16. Compare with such a one the common rabble of mankind, stupid and mean-spirited, servile, unstable, and continually floating with the tempest of various passions, that tosses and tumbles them to and fro, and all depending upon others, and you will find a greater distance than be twixt heaven and earth. And yet the blindness of common usage is such that we make little or no account of it. Whereas if we consider a peasant and a king, a nobleman and a vassal, a magistrate and a private man, a rich man and a poor, there appears a vast disparity, though they differ no more, as a man may say, than in their breeches. In Thrace the king was distinguished from his people after a very pleasant and especial manner. He had a religion by himself, a god all his own, and which his subjects were not to presume to adore, which was Mercury, whilst, on the other hand, he disdained to have anything to do with theirs, Mars, Bacchus, and Diana. And yet they are no other than pictures that make no essential dissimilitude. For as you see actors in a play representing the person of a duke or an emperor upon the stage, and immediately after return to their true and original condition of valets and porters, so the emperor, whose pomp and luster so dazzle you in public. Silis et grans viridi cum lus smaragdi auto includantur, territurc thalassina vestes assidu, et veneris sudorum exercita patate. Because he wears great emeralds richly set in gold, darting green luster, and the sea-blue silken robe, worn with pressure, and moist with illicit love, and absorbs the sweat of Venus. Lucretius, Roman 4. 1123. Do but peep behind the curtain, and you will see no thing more than an ordinary man, and peradventure more contemptible than the meanest of his subjects. Ille beatus intrusum est, istius bractida felicitas est. The one is happy in himself, the happiness of the other is counterfeit. Seneca, Ep. 115. Cowardice, irresolution, ambition, spite, and envy agitate him as much as another. Non enim gazi, nec consularis submovit lictor miseros tumultus mentis, et curas laquita circum tecta volens. For not treasures, nor the consular lictor, can remove the miserable tumults of the mind, nor cares that fly about panelled ceilings. Horace, Od, Roman 2. 16:9. Care and fear attack him even in the center of his battalions. Reverac metus hominum curic sequaces nec metuant sonitus armorum, ni fira tella, audecturc inter reges, rerumc potens versenter, nec fulgurum reverenter ab oro. And in truth, the fears and haunting cares of men fear not the clash of arms nor points of darts, and mingle boldly with great kings and men in authority, nor respect the glitter of gold. Lucretius, Roman 2. 47. Do fevers, gout, and apoplexies spare him any more than one of us? When old age hangs heavy upon his shoulders, can the yeoman of his guard ease him of the burden? When he is astounded with the apprehension of death, can the gentleman of his bedchamber comfort and assure him? When jealousy or any other caprice swims in his brain, can our compliments and ceremonies restore him to his good humor? The canopy embroidered with pearl and gold he lies under has no virtue against a violent fit of the colic. Ni calidis sitius dissedunt corpor, febers textilibus si in picturis, ostroque rubenti jactaris, quam si plebea invest cubandum est. Nor do burning fevers quit you sooner if you're stretched on a couch of rich tapestry and in a vest of purple dye than if you be in a coarse blanket. Item, Roman 2. 34. The flatterers of Alexander the Great possessed him that he was the son of Jupiter, but being one day wounded, and observing the blood stream from his wound. What say you now, my masters? Said he. Is not this blood of a crimson color and purely human? This is not of the complexion of that which Homer makes to issue from the wounded gods. The poet Hermodorus had written a poem in honor of Antigonus, wherein he called him the son of the sun. He who has the emptying of my close stool, said Antigonus, knows to the contrary. He is but a man at best, and if he be deformed or ill-qualified from his birth, the empire of the universe cannot set him to rights. Puli hunc rapient, quidquid calciverit hic, rosa fiat. Let girls carry him off, wherever he steps let there spring up a rose. Persius sat, Roman 2. 38. What of all that, if he be a fool? Even pleasure and good fortune are not relished without vigor and understanding. Hic parens sunt, ut ilius animus, qui e possidit qui judisit, I bona, illi qui non juritor rect mala. Things are as is the mind of their possessor, who knows how to use them, to him they are good, to him who abuses them ill. Terence Hart, I 3:21. Whatever the benefits of fortune are, they yet require a palate to relish them. 'Tis fruition, and not possession, that renders us happy. 'Tis not lands, or a heap of brass and gold, that has removed fevers from the ailing body of the owner, or cares from his mind. The possessor must be healthy if he thinks to make good use of his realized wealth. To him who is covetous or timorous, his house and estate are as a picture to a blind man or a fomentation to a gouty. Horace, Ep. I 2, 47. He is a sot, his taste is palled and flat. He no more enjoys what he has than one that has a cold relishes the flavor of canary, or than a horse is sensible of his rich caparison. Plato is in the right when he tells us that health, beauty, vigor, and riches, and all the other things called goods, are equally evil to the unjust as good to the just, and the evil on the contrary the same. And therefore, where the body and the mind are in disorder, to what use serve these external conveniences, considering that the least prick with a pin, or the least passion of the soul, is sufficient to deprive one of the pleasure of being sole monarch of the world. At the first twitch of the gout, it signifies much to be called Sir and Your Majesty. Totus et argento conflatus, totus et oro. Does he not forget his palaces and girandeurs? If he be angry, can his being a prince keep him from looking red and looking pale, and grinding his teeth like a madman? Now, if he be a man of parts and of right nature, royalty adds very little to his happiness. Si ventri bene, si lateri est, pedibusque tufts, nil divitix potrunt regales adire magis. If it is well with thy belly, thy side, and thy feet, regal wealth will be able to add nothing. Horace, Ep. I 12, 5. He discerns, 'tis nothing but counterfeit and gullery. Nay, perhaps he would be of King Seleucus' opinion, that he who knew the weight of a scepter would not stoop to pick it up, if he saw it lying before him, so great and painful are the duties incumbent upon a good king. Plutarch, if a sage should meddle with affairs of stale, c. 12. Assuredly it can be no easy task to rule others, when we find it so hard a matter to govern ourselves. And as to dominion, that seems so charming, the frailty of human judgment and the difficulty of choice in things that are new and doubtful considered. I am very much of opinion that it is far more easy and pleasant to follow than to lead, and that it is a great settlement and satisfaction of mind to have only one path to walk in, and to have none to answer for but a man's self. Ut satius multo jam sit para quietum, quam regere imperio res vel. 'Tis much better quietly to obey than wish to rule. Lucretius, v. 1126. To which we may add that saying of Cyrus, that no man was fit to rule, but he who in his own worth was of greater value than those he was to govern. But King Hiero in Xenophon says further, that in the fruition even of pleasure itself, they are in a worse condition than private men. Forasmuch as the opportunities and facility they have of commanding those things, atwill, takes off from the delight that ordinary folks enjoy. Pinguis amor, nimium patens in tedia nobis vertiter, et stomacho dulcis ut esca nascit. Love in excess and too palpable turns to weariness, and like sweetmeats to the stomach is injurious. Ovid, Amoi, Roman 2, 19:25. Can we think that the singing boys of the choir take any great delight in music? The satiety rather renders it troublesome and tedious to them. Feasts, balls, masquerades, and tiltings delight such as but rarely see, and desire to see them. But having been frequently at such entertainments, the relish of them grows flat and insipid. Nor do women so much delight those who make a common practice of the sport. He who will not give himself leisure to be thirsty can never find the true pleasure of drinking. Farces and tumbling tricks are pleasant to the spectators, but a wearisome toil to those by whom they are performed. And that this is so, we see that princes divert themselves sometimes in disguising their quality, a while to depose themselves, and to stoop to the poor and ordinary way of living of the meanest of their people. Plarum grati divitibus vices mundic parvo sub laer pauperum coeni. Sine allies et ostro solicitam explicura frontum. The rich are often pleased with variety, and the plain supper in a poor cottage without tapestry and purple has relaxed the anxious brow. Horace, Od, Roman 3, 29:13. Nothing is so distasteful and clogging as abundance. What appetite would not be baffled to see 300 women at its mercy, as the grand signor has in his seraglio? And, of his ancestors, what fruition or taste of sport did he reserve to himself, who never went hawking without 7,000 falconers? And besides all this, I fancy that this luster of grandeur brings with it no little disturbance and uneasiness upon the enjoyment of the most tempting pleasures. The great are too conspicuous, and lie too open to every one's view. Neither do I know to what end a man should more require of them to conceal their errors, since what is only reputed indiscretion in us, the people in them brand with the names of tyranny and contempt of the laws, and, besides their proclivity to vice, are apt to hold that it is a heightening of pleasure to them, to insult over and to trample upon public observances. Plato, indeed, in his Goyges, defines a tyrant to be one who in a city has license to do whatever his own will leads him to do, and by reason of this impunity, the display and publication of their vices do ofttimes more mischief than the vice itself. Every one fears to be pried into and overlooked, but princes are so, even to their very gestures, looks, and thoughts, the people conceiving they have right and title to be judges of them, besides that the blemishes of the great naturally appear greater by reason of the eminence and luster of the place where they are seated, and that a mole or a wart appears greater in them than a wide gash in others. And this is the reason why the poets feign the amours of Jupiter to be performed in the disguises of so many borrowed shapes, and that amongst the many amorous practices they lay to his charge, there is only one, as I remember, where he appears in his own majesty and grandeur. But let us return to Hiero, who further complains of the inconveniences he found in his royalty, in that he could not look abroad and travel the world at liberty, being as it were a prisoner in the bounds and limits of his own dominion, and that in all his actions he was evermore surrounded with an importunate crowd. And in truth, to see our kings sit all alone at table, environed with so many people prating about them, and so many strangers staring upon them, as they always are, I have often been moved rather to pity than to envy their condition. King Alfonso was wont to say that in this asses were in a better condition than kings, their masters permitting them to feed at their own ease and pleasure, a favor that kings cannot obtain of their servants. And it has never come into my fancy that it could be of any great benefit to the life of a man of sense to have 20 people prating about him when he is at stool, or that the services of a man of 10,000 livres a year, or that has taken Casale or defended Siena, should be either more commodious or more acceptable to him than those of a good groom of the chamber who understands his place. The advantages of sovereignty are in a manner but imaginary. Every degree of fortune has in it some image of principality. Caesar calls all the lords of France, having free franchise within their own domains, roitelets or petty kings, and in truth, the name of sire accepted, they go pretty far towards kingship. For do but look into the provinces remote from court, as Brittany for example. Take notice of the train, the vassals, the officers, the employments, service, ceremony, and state of a lord who lives retired from court in his own house, amongst his own tenants and servants. And observe with all the flight of his imagination, there is nothing more royal. He hears talk of his master once a year, as of a king of Persia, without taking any further recognition of him, than by some remote kindred his secretary keeps in some register. And, to speak the truth, our laws are easy enough, so easy that a gentleman of France scarce feels the weight of sovereignty pinch his shoulders above twice in his life. Real and effectual subjection only concerns such amongst us as voluntarily thrust their necks under the yoke, and who design to get wealth and honors by such services. For a man that loves his own fireside, and can govern his house without falling by the ears with his neighbors or engaging in suits of law, is as free as a Duke of Venice. Pauco servitus, plures servitudum tenent. Servitude enchains few, but many enchain themselves to servitude. Seneca, Ep. 22. But that which Hiero is most concerned at is, that he finds himself stripped of all friendship, deprived of all mutual society, wherein the true and most perfect fruition of human life consists. For what testimony of affection and goodwill can I extract from him that owes me, whether he will or no, all that he is able to do? Can I form any assurance of his real respect to me, from his humble way of speaking and submissive behavior, when these are ceremonies it is not in his choice to deny? The honor we receive from those that fear us is not honor. Those respects are due to royalty and not to me. Maximum hoc rigni bonum est quod facta dimini cogiter populus sui quam fair, tam lauder. 'Tis the greatest benefit of a kingdom that the people is forced to commend, as well as to bear the acts of the ruler. Seneca, Thyestes, Roman 2. I 30. Do I not see that the wicked and the good king, he that is hated and he that is beloved, have the one as much reverence paid him as the other my predecessor was, and my successor shall be, served with the same ceremony and state. If my subjects do me no harm, 'tis no evidence of any good affection. Why should I look upon it as such, seeing it is not in their power to do it if they would? No one follows me or obeys my commands upon the account of any friendship, betwixt him and me. There can be no contracting of friendship where there is so little relation and correspondence. My own height has put me out of the familiarity of and intelligence with men. There is too great disparity and disproportion betwixt us. They follow me either upon the account of decency and custom, or rather my fortune than me, to increase their own. All they say to me or do for me is but outward paint, appearance, their liberty being on all parts restrained by the great power and authority I have over them. I see nothing about me but what is dissembled and disguised. The Emperor Julian being one day applauded by his courtiers for his exact justice. I should be proud of these praises, said he, did they come from persons that durst condemn or disapprove the contrary, in case I should do it. All the real advantages of princes are common to them with men of meaner condition. 'Tis for the gods to mount winged horses and feed upon ambrosia. They have no other sleep, nor other appetite than we. The steel they arm themselves withal is of no better temper than that we also use. Their crowns neither defend them from the rain nor the sun. Diocletian, who wore a crown so fortunate and revered, resigned it to retire to the felicity of a private life. And some time after the necessity of public affairs requiring that he should reassume his charge, he made answer to those who came to court him to it. You would not offer, said he, to persuade me to this, had you seen the fine order of the trees I have planted in my orchard, and the fair melons I have sown in my garden. In Anacharsis' opinion, the happiest state of government would be where all other things being equal, precedence should be measured out by the virtues, and repulses by the vices of men. When King Pyrrhus prepared for his expedition into Italy, his wise counselor Cineas, to make him sensible of the vanity of his ambition. Well, sir, said he, to what end do you make all this mighty preparation? To make myself master of Italy, replied the king. And what after that is done? Said Cineas. I will pass over into Gaul and Spain, said the other. And what then? I will then go to subdue Africa. And lastly, when I have brought the whole world to my subjection, I will sit down and rest content at my own ease. For God's sake, sir, replied Cineas, tell me what hinders that you may not, if you please, be now in the condition you speak of. Why do you not now at this instant settle yourself in the state you seem to aim at, and spare all the labor and hazard you interpose? Nimerum, quia non cognivit, quix esset habendi finis, etam nino quod crescet vir voluptas. Forsooth, because he does not know what should be the limit of acquisition, and altogether how far real pleasure should increase. Lucretius, v. 1431. I will conclude with an old versicle, that I think very apt to the purpose. Mores cuique fingunt fortunam. Every man frames his own fortune. Cornelius Nepos, Life of Atticus. Chapter 43. Of Sumptuary Laws. The way by which our laws attempt to regulate idle and vain expenses in meat and clothes seems to be quite contrary to the end designed. The true way would be to beget in men a contempt of silks and gold, as vain, frivolous, and useless, whereas we augment to them the honors, and enhance the value of such things, which, sure, is a very improper way to create a disgust. For to enact that none but princes shall eat turbot, shall wear velvet or gold lace, and interdict these things to the people, what is it but to bring them into a greater esteem, and to set every one more agog to eat and wear them? Let kings leave off these ensigns of grandeur, they have others enough besides. Those excesses are more excusable in any other than a prince. We may learn by the example of several nations better ways of exterior distinction of quality, which truly, I conceive to be very requisite in a state enough, without fostering to this purpose such corruption and manifest inconvenience. 'Tis strange how suddenly, and with how much ease custom in these indifferent things establishes itself and becomes authority. We had scarce worn cloth a year, in compliance with the court, for the mourning of Henry Roman II. But that silks were already grown into such contempt with every one, that a man so clad was presently concluded a citizen. Silks were divided betwixt the physicians and surgeons, and though all other people almost went in the same habit, there was, notwithstanding, in one thing or other, sufficient distinction of the several conditions of men. How suddenly do greasy chamois and linen doublets become the fashion in our armies, whilst all neatness and richness of habit fall into contempt? Let kings but lead the dance and begin to leave off this expense, and in a month the business will be done throughout the kingdom, without edict or ordinance. We shall all follow. It should be rather proclaimed, on the contrary, that no one should wear scarlet or goldsmiths, work but courtesans and tumblers. Zeleucus by the like invention reclaimed the corrupted manners of the Locrians. His laws were, that no free woman should be allowed any more than one maid to follow her, unless she was drunk, nor was to stir out of the city by night, wear jewels of gold about her, or go in an embroidered robe, unless she was a professed and public prostitute. That, bravos excepted, no man was to wear a gold ring, nor be seen in one of those effeminate robes woven in the city of Miletus. By which infamous exceptions, he discreetly diverted his citizens from superfluities and pernicious pleasures. And it was a project of great utility to attract them by honor and ambition to their duty and obedience. Our kings can do what they please in such external reformations. Their own inclination stands in this case for a law. Quicquid principes faciunt, praeciper videntur. What princes themselves do, they seem to prescribe. Quintal, Declam. 3. Whatever is done at court passes for a rule through the rest of France. Let the courtiers fall out with these abominable breeches, that discover so much of those parts should be concealed. These great-bellied doublets, that make us look like I know not what, and are so unfit to admit of arms, these long effeminate locks of hair. This foolish custom of kissing what we present to our equals, and our hands in saluting them, a ceremony in former times only due to princes. Let them not permit that a gentleman shall appear in place of respect without his sword, unbuttoned and untrussed, as though he came from the house of office. And that, contrary to the custom of our forefathers and the particular privilege of the nobles of this kingdom, we stand a long time bare to them in what place soever, and the same to 100 others, so many tiercelets and quartelets of kings we have got nowadays, and other like vicious innovations. They will see them all presently vanish and cried down. These are, 'tis true, but superficial errors, but they are of ill augury, and enough to inform us that the whole fabric is crazy and tottering, when we see the rough cast of our walls to cleave and split. Plato in his laws esteems nothing of more pestiferous consequence to his city than to give young men the liberty of introducing any change in their habits, gestures, dances, songs, and exercises from one form to another, shifting from this to that, hunting after novelties, and applauding the inventors, by which means manners are corrupted and the old institutions come to be nauseated and despised. In all things, saving only in those that are evil, a change is to be feared, even the change of seasons, winds, viands, and humours. And no laws are in their true credit, but such to which God has given so long a continuance that no one knows their beginning, or that there ever was any other. Chapter 44. Of sleep. Reason directs that we should always go the same way, but not always at the same pace. And, consequently, though a wise man ought not so much to give the reins to human passions as to let him deviate from the right path, he may, notwithstanding, without prejudice to his duty, leave it to them to hasten or to slacken his speed, and not fix himself like a motionless and insensible colossus. Could virtue itself put on flesh and blood, I believe the pulse would beat faster going on to assault than in going to dinner. That is to say, there is a necessity she should heat and be moved upon this account. I have taken notice, as of an extraordinary thing, of some great men, who in the highest enterprises and most important affairs have kept themselves in so settled and serene a calm as not at all to break their sleep. Alexander the Great, on the day assigned for that furious battle betwixt him and Darius, slept so profoundly and so long in the morning, that Parmenio was forced to enter his chamber, and coming to his bedside, to call him several times by his name, the time to go to fight compelling him so to do. The Emperor Otho, having put on a resolution to kill himself that night, after having settled his domestic affairs, divided his money amongst his servants, and set a good edge upon a sword he had made choice of for the purpose, and now staying only to be satisfied whether all his friends had retired in safety, he fell into so sound a sleep that the gentlemen of his chamber heard him snore. The death of this emperor has in it circumstances paralleling that of the great Cato, and particularly this just related for Cato being ready to dispatch himself, whilst he only stayed his hand in expectation of the return of a messenger he had sent to bring him news whether the senators he had sent away were put out from the port of Utica. He fell into so sound a sleep that they heard him snore in the next room. And the man, whom he had sent to the port, having awakened him to let him know that the tempestuous weather had hindered the senators from putting to sea, he dispatched away another messenger, and composing again himself in the bed, settled to sleep, and slept till by the return of the last messenger he had certain intelligence they were gone. We may here further compare him with Alexander in the great and dangerous storm that threatened him by the sedition of the tribune Metellus, who, tempting to publish a decree for the calling in of Pompey with his army into the city at the time of Catiline's conspiracy, was only and that stoutly opposed by Cato, so that very sharp language and bitter menaces passed betwixt them in the Senate about that affair. But it was the next day, in the forenoon, that the controversy was to be decided, where Metellus, besides the favor of the people, and of Caesar at that time of Pompey's faction was, to appear accompanied with a rabble of slaves and gladiators. And Cato only fortified with his own courage and constancy, so that his relations, domestics, and many virtuous people of his friends were in great apprehensions for him. And to that degree, that some there were who passed over the whole night without sleep, eating, or drinking, for the danger they saw him running into. His wife and sisters did nothing but weep and torment themselves in his house. Whereas he, on the contrary, comforted everyone, and after having supped after his usual manner, went to bed, and slept profoundly till morning, when one of his fellow tribunes roused him to go to the encounter. The knowledge we have of the greatness of this man's courage by the rest of his life may warrant us certainly to judge that his indifference proceeded from a soul so much elevated above such accidents, that he disdained to let it take any more hold of his fancy than any ordinary incident. In the naval engagement that Augustus won of Sextus Pompeius in Sicily, just as they were to begin the fight, he was so fast asleep that his friends were compelled to wake him to give the signal of battle. And this was it that gave Mark Antony afterwards occasion to reproach him that he had not the courage so much as with open eyes to behold the order of his own squadrons, and not to have dared to present himself before the soldiers, till first Agrippa had brought him news of the victory obtained. But as to the young Marius, who did much worse, for the day of his last battle against Sylla, after he had marshaled his army and given the word and signal of battle, he laid him down under the shade of a tree to repose himself, and fell so fast asleep that the rout and flight of his men could hardly waken him, he having seen nothing of the fight. He is said to have been at that time so extremely spent and worn out with labor and want of sleep, that nature could hold out no longer. Now, upon what has been said, the physicians may determine whether sleep be so necessary that our lives depend upon it. For we read that King Perseus of Macedon, being prisoner at Rome, was killed by being kept from sleep. but Pliny instances such as have lived long without sleep. Herodotus speaks of nations where the men sleep and wake by half years, and they who write the life of the sage Epimenides affirm that he slept 57 years together. Chapter 45. Of the Battle of Dreux. December 19, 1562, in which the Catholics, under the command of the Duc de Guise and the Constable de Montmorency, defeated the Protestants, commanded by the Prince de Conde. See Sismondi, Hist. Des Francais, Volume Roman 18, p. 354. Our Battle of Dreux is remarkable for several extraordinary incidents, but such as have no great kindness for M. de Guise, nor much favor his reputation, are willing to have him thought to blame, and that his making a halt and delaying time with the forces he commanded, whilst the constable, who was general of the army, was racked through and through with the enemy's artillery, his battalion routed, and himself taken prisoner, is not to be excused, and that he had much better have run the hazard of charging the enemy in flank than staying for the advantage of falling in upon the rear, to suffer so great and so important a loss. But besides what the event demonstrated, he who will consider it without passion or prejudice will easily be induced to confess that the aim and design, not of a captain only, but of every private soldier, ought to regard the victory in general, and that no particular occurrences, how nearly soever they may concern his own interest, should divert him from that pursuit. Philopoemen, in an encounter with Machanidas, having sent before a good strong party of his archers and slingers to begin the skirmish, and these being routed and hotly pursued by the enemy, who, pushing on the fortune of their arms, and in that pursuit passing by the battalion where Philopoemen was, though his soldiers were impatient to fall on, he did not think fit to stir from his post, nor to present himself to the enemy to relieve his men. But having suffered these to be chased and cut in pieces before his face, charged in upon the enemy's foot when he saw them left unprotected by the horse, and notwithstanding that they were Lacedaemonians, yet taking them in the nick, when thinking themselves secure of the victory, they began to disorder their ranks. He did this business with great facility, and then put himself in pursuit of Machanidas, which case is very like that of Monsieur de Guise. In that bloody battle betwixt Agesilaus and the Boeotians, which Xenophon, who was present at it, reports to be the sharpest that he had ever seen, Agesilaus waived the advantage that fortune presented him, to let the Boeotian battalions pass by, and then to charge them in the rear, how certain soever he might make himself of the victory, judging it would rather be an effect of conduct than valor, to proceed that way. And therefore, to show his prowess, rather chose with a marvelous ardor of courage to charge them in the front. But he was well beaten and well wounded for his pains, and constrained at last to disengage himself, and to take the course he had at first neglected, opening his battalion to give way to this torrent of Boeotians, and they being passed by, taking notice that they marched in disorder, like men who thought themselves out of danger, he pursued and charged them in flank. Yet could not so prevail as to bring it to so general a rout, but that they leisurely retreated, still facing about upon him, till they had retired to safety. Chapter 46. Of names. What variety of herbs soever are sheafed together in the dish, yet the whole mass is swallowed up under one name of a salad. In like manner, under the consideration of names, I will make a hodgepodge of divers articles. Every nation has certain names, that I know not why are taken in no good sense, as with us John, William, Benedict. In the genealogy of princes also there seem to be certain names fatally affected, as the Ptolemies of Egypt, the Henrys in England, the Charleses in France, the Baldwins in Flanders, and the Williams of our ancient Aquitaine, from whence, T said, the name of Guyenne has its derivation, which would seem far-fetched were there not as crude derivations in Plato himself. Item, T's a frivolous thing in itself, but nevertheless worthy to be recorded for the strangeness of it. That is written by an eyewitness, that Henry, Duke of Normandy, son of Henry Roman II, King of England, making a great feast in France, the concourse of nobility and gentry was so great, that being, for sport's sake, divided into troops, according to their names, in the first troop, which consisted of Williams, there were found 110 knights sitting at the table of that name, without reckoning the ordinary gentlemen and servants. It is as pleasant to distinguish the tables by the names of the guests as it was in the Emperor Geta to distinguish the several courses of his meat by the first letters of the meats themselves, so that those that began with B were served up together, as brawn, beef, bream, bustards, beccaficos, and so of the others. Item, there is a saying that it is a good thing to have a good name, that is to say, credit and a good repute. But besides this, it is really convenient to have a well-sounding name, such as is easy of pronunciation and easy to be remembered, by reason that kings and other great persons do, by that means the more easily know and the more hardly forget us. And indeed of our own servants we more frequently call and employ those whose names are most ready upon the tongue. I myself have seen Henry Roman too, when he could not for his heart hit of a gentleman's name of our country of Gascony, and moreover was fain to call one of the Queen's maids of honor by the general name of her race, her own family name being so difficult to pronounce or remember. And Socrates thinks it worthy of father's care to give fine names to his children. Item, T said that the foundation of Notre Dame la Grande at Poitiers took its original from hence that a debauched young fellow formerly living in that place, having got to him a wench, and, at her first coming in, asking her name, and being answered that it was Mary, he felt himself so suddenly pierced through with the awe of religion and the reverence to that sacred name of the Blessed Virgin, that he not only immediately sent the girl away, but became a reformed man and so continued the remainder of his life, and that, in consideration of this miracle, there was erected upon the place where this young man's house stood, first a chapel dedicated to Our Lady, and afterwards the church that we now see standing there. This vocal and auricular reproof wrought upon the conscience, and that right into the soul. This that follows insinuated itself merely by the senses. Pythagoras being in company with some wild young fellows, and perceiving that, heated with the feast, they complotted to go violate an honest house, commanded the singing wench to alter her wanton airs, and by a solemn, grave, and spondaic music, gently enchanted and laid asleep their ardor. Item, will not posterity say that our modern Reformation has been wonderfully delicate and exact, in having not only combated errors and vices, and filled the world with devotion, humility, obedience, peace, and all sorts of virtue, but in having proceeded so far as to quarrel with our ancient baptismal names of Charles, Louis, Francis, to fill the world with Methuselahs, Ezekiels, and Malachis, names of a more spiritual sound. A gentleman, a neighbor of mine, a great admirer of antiquity, and who was always extolling the excellences of former times in comparison with this present age of ours, did not, amongst the rest, forget to dwell upon the lofty and magnificent sound of the gentlemen's names of those days, Don Grumedan, Quedragan, Aegisilon, which, but to hear named he conceived to denote other kind of men than Peer, Gillot, and Mitchell. Item, I am mightily pleased with Jacques Amiot for leaving, throughout a whole French oration, the Latin names entire, without varying and garbling them to give them a French cadence. It seemed a little harsh and rough at first, but already custom, by the authority of his Plutarch, has overcome that novelty. I have often wished that such as write histories in Latin would leave our names as they find them, and as they are. For in making Vaudemont into Valamontanus, and metamorphosing names to make them suit better with the Greek or Latin, We know not where we are, and with the persons of the men lose the benefit of the story. To conclude, 'tis a scurvy custom, and a very ill consequence, that we have in our kingdom of France to call every one by the name of his manor or seigneury. 'Tis the thing in the world that the most prejudices and confounds families and descents. A younger brother of a good family, having a manor left him by his father, by the name of which he has been known and honored, cannot handsomely leave it. 10 years after his decease it falls into the hand of a stranger, who does the same. Do but judge whereabouts we shall be concerning the knowledge of these men. We need look no further for examples than our own royal family, where every partition creates a new surname, whilst in the meantime the original of the family is totally lost. There is so great liberty taken in these mutations, that I have not in my time seen anyone advanced by fortune to any extraordinary condition who has not presently had genealogical titles added to him, new and unknown to his father, and who has not been inoculated into some illustrious stem by good luck. And the obscurest families are the most apt for falsification. How many gentlemen have we in France who by their own account are of royal extraction? More, I think, than who will confess they are not. Was it not a pleasant passage of a friend of mine? There were several gentlemen assembled together about the dispute of one seigneur with another, which other had, in truth, some preeminence of titles and alliances above the ordinary gentry. Upon the debate of this prerogative, every one, to make himself equal to him, alleged this one extraction, that another. This, the near resemblance of name, that of arms, another, an old worm-eaten patent, the very least of them was great-grandchild to some foreign king. When they came to sit down, to dinner, my friend, instead of taking his place amongst them, retiring with most profound conges, entreated the company to excuse him for having hitherto lived with them at the saucy rate of a companion. But being now better informed of their quality, he would begin to pay them the respect due to their birth and grandeur, and that it would ill become him to sit down among so many princes, ending this farce with 1,000 reproaches. Let us, in God's name, satisfy ourselves with what our fathers were contented with what we are. We are great enough if we rightly understand how to maintain it. Let us not disown the fortune and condition of our ancestors, and let us lay aside these ridiculous pretenses that can never be wanting to anyone that has the impudence to allege them. Arms have no more security than surnames. I bear azure powdered with trefoils, or with a lion's paw of the same armed gules in fess. What privilege has this to continue particularly in my house? A son-in-law will transport it into another family, or some paltry purchaser will make them his first arms. There is nothing wherein there is more change and confusion. But this consideration leads me, perforce, into another subject. Let us pry a little narrowly into, and, in God's name, examine upon what foundation we erect this glory and reputation for which the world is turned topsy-turvy. Wherein do we place this renown that we hunt after with so much pains? It is, in the end, Peter or William that carries it, takes it into his possession, and whom it only concerns. Oh, what a valiant faculty is hope, that in a mortal subject, and in a moment, makes nothing of usurping infinity, immensity, eternity, and of supplying its master's indigence, at its pleasure, with all things he can imagine or desire. Nature has given us this passion for a pretty toy to play withal. And this Peter or William, what is it but a sound when all is done? Or 3 or 4 dashes with a pen, so easy to be varied that I would fain know to whom is to be attributed the glory of so many victories, to Gesquin, to Glesquin, or to Gequin. And yet there would be something of greater moment in the case than in Lucian, that Sigma should serve Tau with a process. For non levia aut ludicra petentur premia. The chase is there in very good earnest. The question is, which of these letters is to be rewarded for so many sieges, battles, wounds, imprisonments, and services done to the crown of France by this famous constable? Nicolas Denisot never concerned himself further than the letters of his name, of which he has altered the whole contexture to build up by anagram the Count d'Alsenois, whom he has handsomely endowed with the glory of his poetry and painting. The historian Suetonius was satisfied with only the meaning of his name, which made him cashier his father's surname, Linus, to leave tranquillus successor to the reputation of his writings. Who would believe that Captain Bayard should have no honor but what he derives from the deeds of Peter Terrell? and that Antonio Iscolin should suffer himself to his face to be robbed of the honor of so many navigations and commands at sea and land by Captain Paulin and the Baron de la Garde. Secondly, these are dashes of the pen common to 1,000 people. How many are there in every family of the same name and surname? And how many more in several families, ages, and countries? History tells us of 3 of the name of Socrates, of 5 Platos, of 8 Aristotles, of 7 Xenophons, of 20 Demetrius, and of 20 Theodores. And how many more she was not acquainted with we may imagine. Who hinders my groom from calling himself Pompey the Great? But after all, what virtue, what authority, or what secret springs are there that fix upon my deceased groom, or the other Pompey, who had his head cut off in Egypt, this glorious renown, and these so much honored flourishes of the pen, so as to be of any advantage to them? Id cinerum, et manes credis curari sepultos. What sense have the 2 companions in greatest esteem amongst me Epaminondas, of this fine verse that has been so many ages current in his praise? Conciliis nostris, laus estetrita lacanum. The glory of the Spartans is extinguished by my plans. Cicero, Tusc, quas v17. Or Africanus of this other. A sol exorient supra meodes, paludes nemo est qui factis me equiparer quit. From where the sun rises over the palace Meodes to where it sets, there is no one whose acts can compare with mine, idem, ibid. Survivors indeed tickle themselves with these fine phrases, and by them incited to jealousy and desire, inconsiderately and according to their own fancy, attribute to the dead this their own feeling, vainly flattering themselves that they shall one day in turn be capable of the same character. However, ad hic si Romanus Graiusque et barbaras induperator erexit, caucus discrimines ac laboris indehabuit, tanto major fami situs est, quam virtudes. For these the Roman, the Greek, and the barbarian commander hath aroused himself. He has incurred thence causes of danger and toil, so much greater is the thirst for fame than for virtue. Juvenal, X 137. Chapter 47. Of the uncertainty of our judgment. Well says this verse. For example, Hannibal conquered, but knew not how to make the best use of his victorious venture. Petrarch, Son 83. Such as would improve this argument, and condemn the oversight of our leaders in not pushing home the victory at Moncontour, or accuse the King of Spain of not knowing how to make the best use of the advantage he had against us at St. Quentin, may conclude these oversights to proceed from a soul already drunk with success, or from a spirit which, being full and overgorged with this beginning of good fortune, had lost the appetite of adding to it. Already having enough to do to digest what it had taken in, he has his arms full, and can embrace no more. Unworthy of the benefit fortune has conferred upon him and the advantage she had put into his hands. For what utility does he reap from it, if, notwithstanding, he give his enemy respite to rally and make head against him? What hope is there that he will dare at another time to attack an enemy reunited and recomposed, and armed anew with anger and revenge, who did not dare to pursue them when rooted and unmanned by fear? Dum fortuna calit, dum confiscit omnia terror. whilst fortune is fresh and terror finishes all. Lucan, Romans 7, 734. But withal, what better opportunity can he expect than that he has lost? Tease not here, as in fencing, where the most hits gain the prize. For so long as the enemy is on foot, the game is new to begin, and that is not to be called a victory that puts not an end to the war. In the encounter, where Caesar had the worst, near the city of Oricum, he reproached Pompey's soldiers that he had been lost had their general known how to overcome, and afterwards clawed him in a very different fashion when it came to his turn. But why may not a man also argue, on the contrary, that it is the effect of a precipitous and insatiate spirit not to know how to bound and restrain its coveting, that it is to abuse the favors of God to exceed the measure he has prescribed them, and that again to throw a man's self into danger after a victory obtained is again to expose himself to the mercy of fortune, that it is one of the greatest discretions in the rule of war not to drive an enemy to despair. Sylla and Marius in the social war, having defeated the Marsians, seeing yet a body of reserve that, prompted by despair, was coming on like enraged brutes to dash in upon them, thought it not convenient to stand their charge. Had not Monsieur de Foix's ardor transported him so furiously to pursue the remains of the victory of Ravenna, he had not obscured it by his own death. And yet the recent memory of his example served to preserve Monsieur d'Anguien from the same misfortune at the Battle of Sarasoles. 'Tis dangerous to attack a man you have deprived of all means to escape, but by his arms, for necessity teaches violent resolutions. Gravissimi sunt morsis irritati necessitatis. Vincitor haud gratis, jugilo qui provocet hostem. He is not readily beaten who provokes the enemy by showing his throat, or he who presents himself to his foe sells his life dear. Lucan, Roman 4, 275. This was it that made Ferax withhold the king of Lacedaemon, who had won a battle against the Mantineans, from going to charge 1,000 Argians, who had escaped in an entire body from the defeat, but rather let them steal off at liberty that he might not encounter valor whetted and enraged by mischance. Clodomir, king of Aquitaine, after his victory pursuing Gondomar, king of Burgundy, beaten and making off as fast as he could for safety, compelled him to face about and make head, wherein his obstinacy deprived him of the fruit of his conquest, for he there lost his life. In like manner, if a man were to choose whether he would have his soldiers richly and sumptuously accoutred or armed only for the necessity of the matter in hand, this argument would step in to favor the first, of which opinion was Sertorius, Philip Semen, Brutus, Caesar, and others, that it is to a soldier an inflaming of courage and a spur himself in brave attire, and withal a motive to be more obstinate in fight, having his arms, which are in a manner his estate and whole inheritance to defend. Which is the reason, says Xenophon, why those of Asia carried their wives and concubines, with their choicest jewels and greatest wealth, along with them to the wars. But then these arguments would be as ready to stand up for the other side, that a general ought rather to lessen in his men their solicitude of preserving themselves than to increase it, that by such means they will be in a double fear of hazarding their persons, as it will be a double temptation to the enemy to fight with greater resolution, where so great booty and so rich spoils are to be obtained. And this very thing has been observed in former times, notably to encourage the Romans against the Samnites. Antiochus, showing Hannibal the army he had raised, wonderfully splendid and rich in all sorts of equipage, asked him if the Romans would be satisfied with that army. Satisfied, replied the other, yes, doubtless, were their avarice never so great. Lycurgus not only forbade his soldiers all manner of bravery in their equipage, but moreover to strip their conquered enemies, because he would, as he said, that poverty and frugality should shine with the rest of the battle. At sieges and elsewhere, where occasion draws us near to the enemy, we willingly suffer our men to brave, rate, and affront him with all sorts of injurious language, and not without some color of reason. For it is of no little consequence to take from them all hopes of mercy and composition, by representing to them that there is no fair quarter to be expected from an enemy they have incensed to that degree, nor other remedy remaining but in victory. And yet Vitellius found himself deceived in this way of proceeding. For having to do with Otho, weaker in the valor of his soldiers, long unaccustomed to war and effeminated with the delights of the city, he so nettled them at last with injurious language, reproaching them with cowardice and regret for the mistresses and entertainments they had left behind at Rome, that by this means he inspired them with such resolution as no exhortation had had the power to have done, and himself made them fall upon him, with whom their own captains before could by no means prevail. And indeed, when they are injuries that touch to the quick, it may very well fall out that he who went, but unwillingly to work in the behalf of his prince, will fall taut with another sort of metal when the quarrel is his own. Considering of how great importance is the preservation of the general of an army, and that the universal aim of an enemy is leveled directly at the head, upon which all the others depend, the course seems to admit of no dispute, which we know has been taken by so many great captains, of changing their habit and disguising their persons upon the point of going to engage. Nevertheless, the inconvenience a man by so doing runs into is not less than that he thinks to avoid. For the captain, by this means being concealed from the knowledge of his own men, the courage they should derive from his presence and example happens by degrees to cool and to decay. And not seeing the wonted marks and ensigns of their leader, they presently conclude him either dead, or that, despairing of the business, he is gone to shift for himself. And experience shows us that both these ways have been successful and otherwise. What befell Pyrrhus in the battle he fought against the consul Levinus in Italy will serve us to both purposes, for though by shrouding his person under the armor of Megacles and making him wear his own, he undoubtedly preserved his own life, yet, by that very means, he was withal very near running into the other mischief of losing the battle. Alexander, Caesar, and Lucullus loved to make themselves known in a battle by rich accoutrements and armor of a particular luster and color. Agis, Agesilaus, and that great Gylippus, on the contrary, used to fight obscurely armed and without any imperial attendance or distinction. Amongst other oversights Pompey is charged withal at the battle of Pharsalia. He is condemned for making his army stand still to receive the enemy's charge, by reason that I shall here steal Plutarch's own words, which are better than mine. He by so doing deprived himself of the violent impression the motion of running adds to the first shock of arms, and hindered that clashing of the combatants against one another which is wont to give them greater impetuosity and fury. Especially when they come to rush in with their utmost vigor, their courages increasing by the shouts and the career, teased to render the soldiers' ardor, as a man may say, more reserved and cold. This is what he says. But if Caesar had come by the worse, why might it not as well have been urged by another, that, on the contrary, the strongest and most steady posture of fighting is that wherein a man stands planted firm without motion, and that they who are steady upon the march, closing up, and reserving their force within themselves for the push of the business, have a great advantage against those who are disordered, and who have already spent half their breath in running on precipitately to the charge. Besides that an army is a body made up of so many individual members, it is impossible for it to move in this fury with so exact a motion as not to break the order of battle, and that the best of them are not engaged before their fellows can come on to help them. In that unnatural battle betwixt the two Persian brothers, the Lacedaemonian Clearchus, who commanded the Greeks of Cyrus' party, led them on softly and without precipitation to the charge, but coming within 50 paces, hurried them on full speed, hoping in so short a career both to keep their order and to husband their breath, and at the same time to give the advantage of impetuosity and impression both to their persons and their missile arms. Others have regulated this question as to their armies thus: if your enemy come full drive upon you, stand firm to receive him. If he stand to receive you, run full drive upon him. In the expedition of the Emperor Charles V into Provence, King Francis was put to choose either to go meet him in Italy or to await him in his own dominions. Wherein, though he very well considered of how great advantage it was to preserve his own territory entire and clear from the troubles of war, to the end that, being unexhausted of its stores, it might continually supply men and money at need. That the necessity of war requires at every turn to spoil and lay waste the country before us, which cannot very well be done upon one's own, to which may be added that the country people do not so easily digest such a havoc by those of their own party as from an enemy, so that seditions and commotions might by such means be kindled amongst us, that the license of pillage and plunder, which are not to be tolerated at home, is a great ease and refreshment against the fatigues and sufferings of war. and that he who has no other prospect of gain than his bare pay will hardly be kept from running home, being but 2 steps from his wife and his own house. That he who lays the cloth is ever at the charge of the feast, that there is more alacrity in assaulting than defending, and that the shock of a battle's loss in our own bowels is so violent as to endanger the disjointing of the whole body, there being no passion so contagious as that of fear, that is so easily believed, or that so suddenly diffuses itself. And that the cities that should hear the rattle of this tempest at their gates, that should take in their captains and soldiers, yet trembling and out of breath, would be in danger in this heat, and hurry to precipitate themselves upon some untoward resolution. Notwithstanding all this, so it was that he chose to recall the forces he had beyond the mountains, and to suffer the enemy to come to him. For he might, on the other hand, imagine that, being at home and amongst his friends, he could not fail of plenty of all manner of conveniences. The rivers and passes he had at his devotion would bring him in both provisions and money in all security, and without the trouble of convoy. That he should find his subjects by so much the more affectionate to him, by how much their danger was more near and pressing. That having so many cities and barriers to secure him, it would be in his power to give the law of battle at his own opportunity and advantage. And that, if it pleased him to delay the time, under cover and at his ease, he might see his enemy founder and defeat himself with the difficulties he was certain to encounter, being engaged in a hostile country, where before, behind, and on every side war would be made upon him. No means to refresh himself or to enlarge his quarters, should diseases infest them, or to lodge his wounded men in safety. No money, no victuals, but at the point of the lance. No leisure to repose and take breath. No knowledge of the ways or country to secure him from ambushes and surprises, and in case of losing a battle, no possible means of saving the remains. Neither is there want of example in both these cases. Scipio thought it much better to go and attack his enemy's territories in Africa than to stay at home to defend his own and to fight him in Italy, and it succeeded well with him. But, on the contrary, Hannibal in the same war ruined himself by abandoning the conquest of a foreign country to go and defend his own. The Athenians, having left the enemy in their own dominions to go over into Sicily, were not favored by fortune in their design. But Agathocles, king of Syracuse, found her favorable to him when he went over into Africa and left the war at home. By which examples we are wont to conclude, and with some reason, that events, especially in war, for the most part depend upon fortune, who will not be governed by nor submit unto human reasons and prudence, according to the poet. Et male consultes pretium est, prudentia fallit nec fortune probet causas, sequiturque merens, sed vaga per cunctos nullo discrimine furter, silicit est aliud, quod nos cogec regac magis, et in proprias ducit mortalia legs. And there is value in ill counsel. Prudence deceives, nor does fortune inquire into causes, nor aid the most deserving, but turns hither and thither without discrimination. Indeed, there is a greater power which directs and rules us and brings mortal affairs under its own laws. Manilius, Roman 4, 95. But to take the thing right, it should seem that our counsels and deliberations depend as much upon fortune as anything else we do, and that she engages also our arguments in her uncertainty and confusion. We argue rashly and adventurously, says Timaeus in Plato, by reason that, as well as ourselves, our discourses have great participation in the temerity of chance. Chapter 48. Of war horses or destriers. I here have become a grammarian, I who never learned any language but by rote, and who do not yet know adjective, conjunction, or ablative. I think I have read that the Romans had a sort of horses by them called funnils or dexterios, which were either led horses or horses laid on at several stages to be taken fresh upon occasion, and thence it is that we call our horses of service destriers. And our romances commonly use the phrase of a destra for a compener to accompany. They also called those that were trained in such sort, that running full speed, side by side, without bridle or saddle, the Roman gentlemen, armed at all pieces, would shift and throw themselves from one to the other, desultorios equos. The Numidian men at arms had always a led horse in one hand, besides that they rode upon, to change in the heat of battle. Quibus, desultorum in modum, binos trahintibus equos, inter aceramam sic pugnam, in recentum equum, ex fesso, armatis transulter mos erat. Tanta velocitas ipsis, tamque docile equorum genus. To whom it was a custom, leading along two horses, often in the hottest fight, to leap armed from a tired horse to a fresh one, so active were the men, and the horses so docile. Livy, Roman 23, 29. There are many horses trained to help their riders so as to run upon anyone, that appears with a drawn sword, to fall both with mouth and heels upon any that front or oppose them. But it often happens that they do more harm to their friends than to their enemies. And, moreover, you cannot loose them from their hold, to reduce them again into order, when they are once engaged and grappled, by which means you remain at the mercy of their quarrel. It happened very ill to Artibius, general of the Persian army, fighting, man to man, with Onesilis, king of Salamis, to be mounted upon a horse trained after this manner, it being the occasion of his death, the squire of Onesilis cleaving the horse down with a scythe betwixt the shoulders as it was reared up upon his master. And what the Italians report, that in the battle of Fornova, the horse of Charles Roman 8, with kicks and plunges, disengaged his master from the enemy that pressed upon him, without which he had been slain, sounds like a very great chance, if it be true. In the narrative which Philip de Comines has given of this battle, in which he himself was present, lib Roman 8, ch. 6, he tells us of wonderful performances by the horse on which the king was mounted. The name of the horse was Savoy, and it was the most beautiful horse he had ever seen. During the battle, the king was personally attacked, when he had nobody near him but a valet de chamber, a little fellow, and not well armed. The king, says Comines, had the best horse under him in the world, and therefore he stood his ground bravely, till a number of his men, not a great way from him, arrived at the critical minute. The Mamelukes make their boast that they have the most ready horses of any cavalry in the world, that by nature and custom they were taught to know and distinguish the enemy, and to fall foul upon them with mouth and heels, according to a word or sign given, as also to gather up with their teeth darts and lances scattered upon the field, and present them to their riders, on the word of command. T is said, both of Caesar and Pompey, that amongst their other excellent qualities they were both very good horsemen, and particularly of Caesar, that in his youth, being mounted on the bare back without saddle or bridle, he could make the horse run, stop, and turn, and perform all its airs with his hands behind him. As nature designed to make of this person, and of Alexander, two miracles of military art, so one would say she had done her utmost to arm them after an extraordinary manner, for every one knows that Alexander's horse, Bucephalus, had a head inclining to the shape of a bull, that he would suffer himself to be mounted and governed by none but his master, and that he was so honored after his death as to have a city erected to his name. Caesar had also one which had 4 feet like those of a man, his hoofs being divided in the form of fingers, which likewise was not to be ridden by any but Caesar himself, who, after his death, dedicated his statue to the goddess Venus. I do not willingly alight when I am once on horseback, for it is the place where, whether well or sick, I find myself most at ease. Plato recommends it for health, as also Pliny says it is good for the stomach and the joints. Let us go further into this matter, since here we are. We read in Xenophon a law forbidding anyone who is master of a horse to travel on foot. Trogus Pompeius and Justin say that the Parthians were wont to perform all offices and ceremonies, not only in war but also all affairs whether public or private, make bargains, confer, entertain, take the air, and all on horseback, and that the greatest distinction betwixt freemen and slaves amongst them was that the one rode on horseback and the other went on foot, an institution of which King Cyrus was the founder. There are several examples in the Roman history, and Suetonius more particularly observes it of Caesar of captains who, on pressing occasions, commanded their cavalry to alight, both by that means to take from them all hopes of flight, as also for the advantage they hoped in this sort of fight. Quo bod dubi superet Romanus, says Livy. And so the first thing they did to prevent the mutinies and insurrections of nations of late conquest was to take from them their arms and horses, and therefore it is that we so often meet in Caesar. Arma proferi, jumenta produci, absides deri jubit. He commanded the arms to be produced, the horses brought out, hostages to be given. De bello Gaul, Roman 7, Roman 2. The grand signior to this day suffers not a Christian or a Jew to keep a horse of his own throughout his empire. Our ancestors, and especially at the time they had war with the English, in all their greatest engagements and pitched battles fought for the most part on foot, that they might have nothing but their own force, courage, and constancy to trust to in a quarrel of so great concern as life and honor. You stake whatever Chrysanthus in Xenophon says to the contrary, your valor and your fortune upon that of your horse. His wounds or death bring your person into the same danger. His fear or fury shall make you reputed rash or cowardly. If he have an ill mouth or will not answer to the spur, your honor must answer for it. And therefore, I do not think it strange that those battles were more firm and furious than those that are fought on horseback. Quidabunt parator rubent victors victique, nec his fuga nota neceles. They fought and fell pell-mell, victors and vanquished, nor was flight thought of by either. Aeneid, X 756. Their battles were much better disputed. Nowadays there are nothing but routs. Primus clamor ac impetus rem discernit. And the means we choose to make use of in so great a hazard should be as much as possible at our own command. Wherefore I should advise to choose weapons of the shortest sort, and such of which we are able to give the best account. A man may repose more confidence in a sword he holds in his hand than in a bullet he discharges out of a pistol, wherein there must be a concurrence of several circumstances to make it perform its office, the powder, the stone, and the wheel, if any of which fail it endangers your fortune. A man himself strikes much surer than the air can direct his blow. Et, quo fair velant, permitter vulnera ventis and cis habet vires, et gens quicumque virorum est, bella gerit gladiis. The winds allow the wounds, the sword has strength of arm, and whatever nation of men there is, they wage war with swords. Lucan, Roman 8, 384. But of that weapon I shall speak more fully when I come to compare the arms of the ancients with those of modern use. Only, by the way, the astonishment of the ear abated, which every one grows familiar with in a short time, I look upon it as a weapon of very little execution, and hope we shall one day lay it aside. That missile weapon which the Italians formerly made use of both with fire and by sling was much more terrible. They called a certain kind of javelin, armed at the point with an iron 3 feet long, that it might pierce through and through an armed man, phalerica, which they sometimes in the field darted by hand, sometimes from several sorts of engines for the defense of beleaguered places. The shaft being rolled round with flax, wax, rosin, oil, and other combustible matter, took fire in its flight, and lighting upon the body of a man or his target, took away all the use of arms and limbs. And yet, coming to close fight, I should think they would also damage the assailant, and that the camp being as it were planted with these flaming truncheons, would produce a common inconvenience to the whole crowd. Magnum stridens contorta phalerica venet, fulminis acta modo. The phalerica, launched like lightning, flies through the air with a loud rushing sound. Aeneid, Roman 9, 705. They had, moreover, other devices which custom made them perfect in, which seem incredible to us who have not seen them, by which they supplied the effects of our powder and shot. They darted their spears with so great force, as ofttimes to transfix 2 targets and 2 armed men at once, and pin them together. Neither was the effect of their slings less certain of execution or of shorter carriage. Culling round stones from the beach for their slings, and with these practicing over the waves, so as from a great distance to throw within a very small circuit, they became able not only to wound an enemy in the head, but hit any other part at pleasure. Livy, Roman 38, 29. Their pieces of battery had not only the execution, but the thunder of our cannon also. Ad ictus monium cum terribili sonitu editos, pavor et trepidatio cepit. At the battery of the walls, performed with a terrible noise, the defenders began to fear and tremble. Item ibid. 5. The Gauls, our kinsmen in Asia, abominated these treacherous missile arms, it being their use to fight, with greater bravery, hand to hand. They are not so much concerned about large gashes. The bigger and deeper the wound, the more glorious do they esteem the combat, but when they find themselves tormented by some arrowhead or bullet lodged within, but presenting little outward show of wound, transported with shame and anger to perish by so imperceptible a destroyer, they fall to the ground. Livy, Roman 38, 21. A pretty description of something very like an arquebuse shot. The 10,000 Greeks in their long and famous retreat met with a nation who very much galled them with great and strong bows, carrying arrows so long that, taking them up, one might return them back like a dart, and with them pierce a buckler and an armed man through and through. The engines that Dionysius invented at Syracuse, to shoot vast massy darts and stones of a prodigious greatness with so great impetuosity, and at so great a distance, came very near to our modern inventions. But in this discourse of horses and horsemanship, we are not to forget the pleasant posture of one Maester Pierre Paul, a doctor of divinity, upon his mule, whom Monstrelet reports always to have ridden sideways through the streets of Paris like a woman. He says also, elsewhere, that the Gascons had terrible horses that would wheel in their full speed, which the French, Picards, Flemings, and Brabanters looked upon as a miracle, having never seen the like before, which are his very words. Caesar, speaking of the Suabians, in the charges they make on horseback, says he, they often throw themselves off to fight on foot, having taught their horses not to stir in the meantime from the place, to which they presently run again upon occasion. And according to their custom, nothing is so unmanly and so base as to use saddles or pads, and they despise such as make use of those conveniences. Insomuch that, being but a very few in number, they fear not to attack a great many. That which I have formerly wondered at, to see a horse made to perform all his airs with a switch only and the reins upon his neck, was common with the Massilians, who rid their horses without saddle or bridle. Et gens, qui nudo residens Massilia dorso, ora levi flectit, frenorum nescia virga. The Massilians, mounted on the bare backs of their horses, bridleless, guide them by a mere switch. Lucan, Roman 4, 682. Et numidi infrenisingunt. The Numidians guiding their horses without bridles. Aeneid, Roman 4, 41. Equisine frenes, deformis ips cursus, rigida cervis et extento capite currentium. The career of a horse without a bridle is ungraceful, the neck extended stiff, and the nose thrust out. Livy, Roman 35, Roman 2. King Alfonso, he who first instituted the order of the band or scarf in Spain, amongst other rules of the order, gave them this, that they should never ride mule or mulet, upon penalty of a mark of silver. This I had lately out of Guevara's letters. Whoever gave these the title of golden epistles had another kind of opinion of them than I have. The courtier says that till his time it was a disgrace to a gentleman to ride on one of these creatures. But the Abyssinians, on the contrary, the nearer they are to the person of Prester John, love to be mounted upon large mules for the greatest dignity and grandeur. Xenophon tells us that the Assyrians were fain to keep their horses fettered in the stable, they were so fierce and vicious, and that it required so much time to loose and harness them, that to avoid any disorder this tedious preparation might bring upon them in case of surprise, they never sat down in their camp till it was first well fortified with ditches and ramparts. His Cyrus, who was so great a master in all manner of horse service, kept his horses to their due work, and never suffered them to have anything to eat till first they had earned it by the sweat of some kind of exercise. The Scythians, when in the field and in scarcity of provisions, used to let their horses blood, which they drank, and sustain themselves by that diet. Venit et epoto sarmata pastis equo. The Scythian comes, who feeds on horse flesh martial, de spectaculis libi epiger, Roman 3, 4. Those of Crete, being besieged by Metellus, were in so great necessity for drink that they were fain to quench their thirst with their horses' urine. To show how much cheaper the Turkish armies support themselves than our European forces, Tease said that besides the soldiers drink nothing but water and eat nothing but rice and salt flesh pulverized, of which everyone may easily carry about with him a month's provision. They know how to feed upon the blood of their horses as well as the Muscovite and Tartar, and salt it for their use. These new-discovered people of the Indies, when the Spaniards first landed amongst them, had so great an opinion both of the men and horses, that they looked upon the first as gods and the other as animals ennobled above their nature. Insomuch that after they were subdued, coming to the men to sue for peace and pardon, and to bring them gold and provisions, they failed not to offer of the same to the horses, with the same kind of harangue to them they had made to the others, interpreting their neighing for a language of truce and friendship. In the other Indies, to ride upon an elephant was the first and royal place of honor, the second to ride in a coach with 4 horses, the third to ride upon a camel, and the last and least honor to be carried or drawn by 1 horse only. One of our late writers tells us that he has been in countries in those parts where they ride upon oxen with pads, stirrups, and bridles, and very much at their ease. Quintus Fabius Maximus Rullianus, in a battle with the Samnites, seeing his horse, after 3 or 4 charges, had failed of breaking into the enemy's battalion, took this course, to make them unbridle all their horses and spur their hardest, so that having nothing to check their career, they might through weapons and men open the way to his foot, who by that means gave them a bloody defeat. The same command was given by Quintus Fulvius Flaccus against the Celtiberians. You will do your business with greater advantage of your horses' strength if you send them unbridled upon the enemy, as it is recorded the Roman horse to their great glory have often done. Their bits being taken off, they charged through and again back through the enemy's ranks with great slaughter, breaking down all their spears. Item, XL. 40. The Duke of Muscovy was anciently obliged to pay this reverence to the Tartars, that when they sent an embassy to him, he went out to meet them on foot, and presented them with a goblet of mare's milk, a beverage of greatest esteem amongst them. And if, in drinking, a drop fell by chance upon their horse's mane, he was bound to lick it off with his tongue. The army that Bajazet had sent into Russia was overwhelmed with so dreadful a tempest of snow, that to shelter and preserve themselves from the cold, many killed and emboweled their horses, to creep into their bellies and enjoy the benefit of that vital heat. Bajazet, after that furious battle wherein he was overthrown by Tamerlane, was in a hopeful way of securing his own person by the fleetness of an Arabian mare he had under him, had he not been constrained to let her drink her fill at the ford of a river in his way, which rendered her so heavy and indisposed that he was afterwards easily overtaken by those that pursued him. They say, indeed, that to let a horse stale takes him off his mettle, but as to drinking, I should rather have thought it would refresh him. Croesus, marching his army through certain waste lands near Sardis, met with an infinite number of serpents, which the horses devoured with great appetite, and which Herodotus says was a prodigy of ominous portent to his affairs. We call a horse entire, that has his mane and ears so, and no other will pass muster. The Lacedaemonians, having defeated the Athenians in Sicily, returning triumphant from the victory into the city of Syracuse, amongst other insolences, caused all the horses they had taken to be shorn and led in triumph. Alexander fought with a nation called Dahas, whose discipline it was to march 2 and 2 together armed on 1 horse to the war. And being in fight, one of them alighted, and so they fought on horseback and on foot, one after another by turns. I do not think that for graceful riding any nation in the world excels the French. A good horseman, according to our way of speaking, seems rather to have respect to the courage of the man than address in riding. Of all that ever I saw, the most knowing in that art, who had the best seat and the best method in breaking horses, was Monsieur de Carnavalet, who served our King Henry Roman II. I have seen a man ride with both his feet upon the saddle, take off his saddle, and at his return take it up again and replace it, riding all the while full speed. Having galloped over a cap, make at it very good shots backwards with his bow, take up anything from the ground, setting 1 foot on the ground and the other in the stirrup, with 20 other apes' tricks, which he got his living by. There has been seen in my time at Constantinople 2 men upon 1 horse, who, in the height of its speed, would throw themselves off and into the saddle again by turn, and one who bridled and saddled his horse with nothing but his teeth, another who betwixt two horses, one foot upon one saddle and the other upon another, carrying the other man upon his shoulders, would ride full career, the other standing bolt upright upon and making very good shots with his bow. Several who would ride full speed with their heels upward, and their heads upon the saddle betwixt several scimitars, with the points upwards, fixed in the harness. When I was a boy, the Prince of Salmona, riding an unbroken horse at Naples, prone to all sorts of action, held Real's small coin of Spain, the two Sicilies, and sea, under his knees and toes as if they had been nailed there to show the firmness of his seat. Chapter 49. Of Ancient Customs. I should willingly pardon our people for admitting no other pattern or rule of perfection than their own peculiar manners and customs, for 'tis a common vice, not of the vulgar only, but almost of all men, to walk in the beaten road their ancestors have trod before them. I am content, when they see Fabricius or Laelius, that they look upon their countenance and behavior as barbarous, seeing they are neither clothed nor fashioned according to our mode. But I find fault with their singular indiscretion in suffering themselves to be so blinded and imposed upon by the authority of the present usage as every month to alter their opinion, if customs so require, and that they should so vary their judgment in their own particular concern. When they wore the busk of their doublets up as high as their breasts, they stiffly maintained that they were in their proper place. Some years after it was slipped down betwixt their thighs, and then they could laugh at the former fashion as uneasy and intolerable. The fashion now in use makes them absolutely condemn the other two with so great resolution and so universal consent, that a man would think there was a certain kind of madness crept in amongst them that infatuates their understandings to this strange degree. Now, seeing that our change of fashions is so prompt and sudden, that the inventions of all the tailors in the world cannot furnish out new whimwhams eno to feed our vanity withal, there will often be a necessity that the despised forms must again come in vogue. These immediately after fall into the same contempt, and that the same judgment must, in the space of 15 or 20 years, take up half a dozen not only divers, but contrary opinions, with an incredible lightness and inconstancy. There is not any of us so discreet, who suffers not himself to be gulled with this contradiction, and both in external and internal sight to be insensibly blinded. I wish to muster up here some old customs that I have in memory, some of them the same with ours, the others different, to the end that, bearing in mind this continual variation of human things, we may have our judgment more clearly and firmly settled. The thing in use amongst us of fighting with rapier and cloak was in practice amongst the Romans also. Sinistras sagas involvant, gladiosque distringunt. They wrapped their cloaks upon the left arm and drew their swords. De bello civili, I-75. Says Caesar, and he observes a vicious custom of our nation, that continues yet amongst us, which is to stop passengers we meet upon the road, to compel them to give an account who they are, and to take it for an affront and just cause of quarrel if they refuse to do it. At the baths, which the ancients made use of every day before they went to dinner, and as frequently as we wash our hands, they at first only bathed their arms and legs. But afterwards, and by a custom that has continued for many ages in most nations of the world, they bathed stark naked in mixed and perfumed water, looking upon it as a great simplicity to bathe in mere water. The most delicate and affected perfume themselves all over 3 or 4 times a day. They often cause their hair to be pinched off, as the women of France have some time since taken up a custom to do their foreheads. Quod pectus, quod curatibae, quad bratia velis. You pluck the hairs out of your breast, your arms, and thighs. Martial Roman 2, 62I. Though they had ointments proper for that purpose. Cilatro nitet, out acids letet oblita creta. She shines with unguents or with chalk dissolved in vinegar. Item Roman 6, 93-9. They delighted to lie soft, and alleged it as a great testimony of hardiness to lie upon a mattress. They ate lying upon beds, much after the manner of the Turks in this age. Indethoro pater Aeneas sic orsis ab alto. Thus Father Aeneas from his high bed of state spoke, Aeneid Roman 2, 2. And Tees said of the younger Cato, that after the battle of Pharsalia, being entered into a melancholy disposition at the ill posture of the public affairs, he took his repasts always sitting, assuming a strict and austere course of life. It was also their custom to kiss the hands of great persons, the more to honor and caress them. And meeting with friends, they always kissed in salutation, as do the Venetians. Gratitusque derm cum dulcibus oscula verbis. And kindest words I would mingle with kisses. Ovid de Pont, Roman 4, 9-13. In petitioning or saluting any great man, they used to lay their hands upon his knees. Pasicles the philosopher, brother of Crates, instead of laying his hand upon the knee, laid it upon the private parts, and being roughly repulsed by him to whom he made that indecent compliment. What, said he, is not that part your own as well as the other? They used to eat fruit, as we do, after dinner. They wiped their fundaments, let the ladies, if they please, mince it smaller with a sponge, which is the reason that spongia is a smutty word in Latin, which sponge was fastened to the end of a stick, as appears by the story of him who, as he was led along to be thrown to the wild beasts in the sight of the people, asking leave to do his business, and having no other way to dispatch himself, forced the sponge and stick down his throat and choked himself. They used to wipe, after coition, with perfumed wool. At tibi nil facium, said Iot Amencula lana. They had in the streets of Rome vessels, and little tubs for passengers to urine in. Pusi sep lacum propter si, ac dolia curta, somno devincti, credunt extoller vestum. The little boys in their sleep often think they are near the public urinal, and raise their coats to make use of it. Lucretius, Roman 4. They had collation betwixt meals, and had in summer cellars of snow to cool their wine, and some there were who made use of snow in winter, not thinking their wine cool enough, even at that cold season of the year. The men of quality had their cupbearers and carvers, and their buffoons to make them sport. They had their meat served up in winter upon chafing dishes, which were set upon the table, and had portable kitchens, of which I myself have seen some, wherein all their service was carried about with them. Hes vobis epulis habit, laudi nos offendimer ambulante cina. Do you, if you please, esteem these feasts? We do not like the ambulatory suppers. Martial Roman 7, 48-4. In summer they had a contrivance to bring fresh and clear rills through their lower rooms, wherein were great store of living fish, which the guests took out with their own hands to be dressed every man according to his own liking. Fish has ever had this preeminence, and keeps it still, that the grandees, as to them, all pretend to be cooks, and indeed the taste is more delicate than that of flesh, at least to my fancy. But in all sorts of magnificence, debauchery, and voluptuous inventions of effeminacy and expense, we do, in truth, all we can to parallel them, for our wills are as corrupt as theirs. But we want ability to equal them. Our force is no more able to reach them in their vicious than in their virtuous qualities, for both the one and the other proceeded from a vigor of soul which was without comparison greater in them than in us. And souls, by how much the weaker they are, by so much have they less power to do either very well or very ill. The highest place of honor amongst them was the middle. The name going before or following after, either in writing or speaking, had no signification of grandeur, as is evident by their writings. They will as soon say Oppius and Caesar as Caesar and Oppius, and me and thee as thee and me. This is the reason that made me formerly take notice in the life of Flaminius, in our French Plutarch, of one passage, where it seems as if the author, speaking of the jealousy of honor betwixt the Aetolians and Romans, about the winning of a battle they had with their joined forces obtained, made it of some importance, that in the Greek songs they had put the Aetolians before the Romans, if there be no amphibology in the words of the French translation. The ladies, in their baths, made no scruple of admitting men amongst them, and moreover made use of their serving men to rub and anoint them. Ingina succinctus nigri tibi servis eludistat, quatis calides nuda foveris aquas. A slave his middle girded with a black apron stands before you when naked, you take a hot bath. Martial Roman 7, 35I. They all powdered themselves with a certain powder, to moderate their sweats. The ancient Gauls, says Sidonius Apollinaris, wore their hair long before and the hinder part of the head shaved, a fashion that begins to revive in this vicious and effeminate age. The Romans used to pay the watermen their fare at their first stepping into the boat, which we never do till after landing. Dum is exigiter, dum mula ligeter, toda abit hora. Whilst the fare's paying and the mule is being harnessed, a whole hour's time is past. Horace sat, I 5:13. The women used to lie on the side of the bed next the wall, and for that reason they called Caesar. Spondum regis Nicomedes. They took breath in their drinking, and watered their wine. Quis puer otius restinct ardentes, Falerni pocula praederunt lympha. What boy will quickly come and cool the heat of the Falernian wine with clear water? Horace, Odd Roman 2. Z. 18. And the roguish looks and gestures of our lackeys were also in use amongst them. O Jane, a tergo quern nulls Siconia pincit, nec manus, auriculas imitari est mobilis albas, nec lingua, quantum sitiat canis apula, tantum. O Janus, whom no crooked fingers, simulating a stork, peck it behind your back, whom no quick hands deride behind you, by imitating the motion of the white ears of the ass, against whom no mocking tongue is thrust out, as the tongue of the thirsty Apulian dog. Persius, I 58. The Argian and Roman ladies mourned in white, as ours did formerly and should do still, were I to govern in this point. But there are whole books on this subject. Chapter 50. Of Democritus and Heraclitus. The judgment is an utensil proper for all subjects, and will have an oar in everything, which is the reason that in these essays I take hold of all occasions where, though it happen to be a subject I do not very well understand, I try, however, sounding it at a distance, and finding it too deep for my stature, I keep me on the shore. And this knowledge that a man can proceed no further is one effect of its virtue, yes, one of those of which it is most proud. One while in an idle and frivolous subject, I try to find out matter whereof to compose a body, and then to prop and support it. Another while, I employ it in a noble subject, one that has been tossed and tumbled by 1,000 hands, wherein a man can scarce possibly introduce anything of his own, the way being so beaten on every side that he must of necessity walk in the steps of another. In such a case, 'tis the work of the judgment to take the way that seems best, and of 1,000 paths to determine that this or that is the best. I leave the choice of my arguments to fortune, and take that she first presents to me. They are all alike to me. I never design to go through any of them, for I never see all of anything, neither do they who so largely promise to show it others. Of 100 members and faces that everything has, I take one while to look it over only, another while to ripple up the skin, and sometimes to pinch it to the bones. I give a stab, not so wide but as deep as I can, and am for the most part tempted to take it in hand by some new light I discover in it. Did I know myself less, I might perhaps venture to handle something or other to the bottom, and to be deceived in my own inability. But sprinkling here one word and there another, patterns cut from several pieces and scattered without design and without engaging myself too far, I am not responsible for them, or obliged to keep close to my subject, without varying at my own liberty and pleasure, and giving up myself to doubt and uncertainty, and to my own governing method, ignorance. All motion discovers us. The very same soul of Caesar, that made itself so conspicuous in marshalling and commanding the battle of Pharsalia, was also seen as solicitous and busy in the softer affairs of love and leisure. A man makes a judgment of a horse, not only by seeing him when he is showing off his paces, but by his very walk, nay, and by seeing him stand in the stable. Amongst the functions of the soul, there are some of a lower and meaner form. He who does not see her in those inferior offices as well as in those of nobler note never fully discovers her, and, peradventure, she is best shown where she moves her simpler pace. The winds of passions take most hold of her in her highest flights, and the rather by reason that she wholly applies herself to, and exercises her whole virtue upon, every particular subject, and never handles more than one thing at a time, and that not according to it, but according to herself. Things in respect to themselves have, peradventure, their weight, measures, and conditions, but when we once take them into us, the soul forms them as she pleases. Death is terrible to Cicero, coveted by Cato, indifferent to Socrates. Health, conscience, authority, knowledge, riches, beauty, and their contraries all strip themselves at their entering into us and receive a new robe and of another fashion from the soul. And of what color, brown, bright, green, dark, and of what quality, sharp, sweet, deep, or superficial, as best pleases each of them, for they are not agreed upon any common standard of forms, rules, or proceedings. Everyone is a queen in her own dominions. Let us, therefore, no more excuse ourselves upon the external qualities of things. It belongs to us to give ourselves an account of them. Our good or ill has no other dependence but on ourselves. 'Tis there that our offerings and our vows are due, and not to fortune. She has no power over our manners. On the contrary, they draw and make her follow in their train, and cast her in their own mold. Why should not I judge of Alexander at table, ranting and drinking at the prodigious rate he sometimes used to do? Or if he played at chess, what string of his soul was not touched by this idle and childish game? I hate and avoid it, because it is not play enough, that it is too grave and serious a diversion, and I am ashamed to lay out as much thought and study upon it as would serve to much better uses. He did not more pump his brains about his glorious expedition into the Indies, nor than another in unraveling a passage upon which depends the safety of mankind. To what a degree does this ridiculous diversion molest the soul, when all her faculties are summoned together upon this trivial account? And how fair an opportunity she herein gives every one to know and to make a right judgment of himself. I do not more thoroughly sift myself in any other posture than this. What passion are we exempted from in it? Anger, spite, malice, impatience, and a vehement desire of getting the better in a concern wherein it were more excusable to be ambitious of being overcome. For to be eminent, to excel above the common rate in frivolous things, nowise befits a man of honor. What I say in this example may be said in all others. Every particle, every employment of man manifests him equally with any other. Democritus and Heraclitus were two philosophers, of whom the first, finding human condition ridiculous and vain, never appeared abroad but with a jeering and laughing countenance. Whereas Heraclitus, commiserating that same condition of ours, appeared always with a sorrowful look and tears in his eyes. Alter ridebet, quatis elimen moverat unum precellurec pedum, flebet contrarius alter. The one always, as often as he had stepped one pace from his threshold, laughed, the other always wept. Juvenal sat, X 28. Or, as Voltaire, Life is a comedy to those who think, a tragedy to those who feel. D.W. I am clearly for the first humor, not because it is more pleasant to laugh than to weep, but because it expresses more contempt and condemnation than the other, and I think we can never be despised according to our full desert. Compassion and bewailing seem to imply some esteem of and value for the thing bemoaned, whereas the things we laugh at are by that expressed to be of no moment. I do not think that we are so unhappy as we are vain, or have in us so much malice as folly. We are not so full of mischief as inanity, nor so miserable as we are vile and mean. And therefore Diogenes, who passed away his time in rolling himself in his tub, and made nothing of the great Alexander, esteeming us no better than flies or bladders puffed up with wind, was a sharper and more penetrating, and, consequently in my opinion, a juster judge than Timon, surnamed the man-hater. For what a man hates he lays to heart. This last was an enemy to all mankind, who passionately desired our ruin, and avoided our conversation as dangerous, proceeding from wicked and depraved natures. The other valued us so little that we could neither trouble nor infect him by our example, and left us to herd one with another, not out of fear, but from contempt of our society, concluding us as incapable of doing good as evil. Of the same strain was Statilius' answer, when Brutus courted him into the conspiracy against Caesar. He was satisfied that the enterprise was just, but he did not think mankind worthy of a wise man's concern, according to the doctrine of Hegesias, who said that a wise man ought to do nothing but for himself, forasmuch as he only was worthy of it. And to the saying of Theodorus, that it was not reasonable a wise man should hazard himself for his country, and endanger wisdom for a company of fools. Our condition is as ridiculous as risible. Chapter 51. Of the vanity of words. A rhetorician of times past said that to make little things appear great was his profession. This was a shoemaker, who can make a great shoe for a little foot. They would in Sparta have sent such a fellow to be whipped for making profession of a tricky and deceitful act. And I fancy that Archidamus, who was king of that country, was a little surprised at the answer of Thucydides, when inquiring of him, which was the better wrestler, Pericles or he replied, that it was hard to affirm. For when I have thrown him, said he always persuades the spectators that he had no fall and carries away the prize. The women who paint, pounce, and plaster up their ruins, filling up their wrinkles and deformities, are less to blame, because it is no great matter whether we see them in their natural complexions. Whereas these make it their business to deceive not our sight only but our judgments, and to adulterate and corrupt the very essence of things. The republics that have maintained themselves in a regular and well-modeled government, such as those of Lacedaemon and Crete, had orators in no very great esteem. Aristo wisely defined rhetoric to be a science to persuade the people, Socrates and Plato an art to flatter and deceive. And those who deny it in the general description verify it throughout in their precepts. The Mohammedans will not suffer their children to be instructed in it, as being useless, and the Athenians, perceiving of how pernicious consequence the practice of it was, it being in their city of universal esteem, ordered the principal part, which is to move the affections, with their exordiums and perorations, to be taken away. 'Tis an engine invented to manage and govern a disorderly and tumultuous rabble, and that never is made use of, but like physic to the sick, in a discomposed state. In those where the vulgar or the ignorant, or both together, have been all-powerful and able to give the law, as in those of Athens, Rhodes, and Rome, and where the public affairs have been in a continual tempest of commotion, to such places have the orators always repaired. And in truth, we shall find few persons in those republics who have pushed their fortunes to any great degree of eminence without the assistance of eloquence. Pompey, Caesar, Crassus, Lucullus, Lentulus, Metellus thence took their chiefest spring to mount to that degree of authority at which they at last arrived, making it of greater use to them than arms, contrary to the opinion of better times. For L. Volumnius speaking publicly in favor of the election of Q. Fabius and Pub. Decius to the consular dignity. These are men, said he, born for war and great in execution, in the combat of the tongue altogether wanting, spirits truly consular. The subtle, eloquent, and learned are only good for the city, to make praetors of, to administer justice. Eloquence most flourished at Rome when the public affairs were in the worst condition and most disquieted with intestine commotions, as a free and untilled soil bears the worst weeds, by which it should seem that a monarchical government has less need of it than any other, for the stupidity and facility natural to the common people, and that render them subject to be turned and twined, and, led by the ears by this charming harmony of words, without weighing or considering the truth and reality of things by the force of reason. This facility, I say, is not easily found in a single person, and it is also more easy by good education and advice to secure him from the impression of this poison. There was never any famous orator known to come out of Persia or Macedon. I have entered into this discourse upon the occasion of an Italian I lately received into my service, and who was clerk of the kitchen to the late Cardinal Carafa till his death. I put this fellow upon an account of his office, when he fell to discourse of this palate science, with such a settled countenance and magisterial gravity, as if he had been handling some profound point of divinity. He made a learned distinction of the several sorts of appetites, of that a man has before he begins to eat, and of those after the second and third service, the means simply to satisfy the first, and then to raise and actuate the other two, the ordering of the sauces, first in general, and then proceeded to the qualities of the ingredients and their effects, the differences of salads according to their seasons, those which ought to be served up hot, and which cold, the manner of their garnishment and decoration to render them acceptable to the eye. After which, he entered upon the order of the whole service, full of weighty and important considerations. Nec minimo sane discrimine refert, quo gestu lepores, et quo gallina cesseter. Nor with less discrimination observes how we should carve a hare and how a hen, or nor with the least discrimination relates how we should carve hares and how cut up a hen. Juvenal, Sat. v. 123. And all this set out with lofty and magnificent words, the very same we make use of when we discourse of the government of an empire. Which learned lecture of my man brought this of Terence into my memory. Hoc salsum est, hoc adustum est, hoc laudum est, parum, illud rect, itrum sic memento. Sedulo monio quix possum pro me sapientia. Postremo, tanquem in speculum in patinas de me in spicer jubeo et monio, quid facto usus sit. This is too salt, that's burnt, that's not washed enough, that's well, remember to do so another time. Thus do I ever advise them to have things done properly, according to my capacity, and lastly, de me I command my cooks to look into every dish as if it were a mirror, and tell them what they should do. Terence, Adelph, Roman 3:71. And yet even the Greeks themselves very much admired, and highly applauded the order and disposition that Paulus Emilius observed in the feast he gave them at his return from Macedon. But I do not here speak of effects, I speak of words only. I do not know whether it may have the same operation upon other men that it has upon me, but when I hear our architects thunder out their bombast words of pilasters, architraves, and cornices, of the Corinthian and Doric orders, and such like jargon, my imagination is presently possessed with the palace of Apollodon, when, after all, I find them but the paltry pieces of my own kitchen door. To hear men talk of metonymies, metaphors, and allegories, and other grammar words, would not one think they signified some rare and exotic form of speaking? And yet they are phrases that come near to the babble of my chambermaid. And this other is a gullery of the same stamp. To call the offices of our kingdom by the lofty titles of the Romans, though they have no similitude of function, and still less of authority and power. And this also, which I doubt will one day turn to the reproach of this age of ours, unworthily and indifferently to confer upon any we think fit the most glorious surnames with which antiquity honored but one or two persons in several ages. Plato carried away the surname of divine by so universal a consent that never anyone repined at it, or attempted to take it from him. And yet the Italians, who pretend, and with good reason, to more sprightly wits and sounder sense than the other nations of their time, have lately bestowed the same title upon Aretin, in whose writings, save tumid phrases set out with smart periods, ingenious indeed but far-fetched and fantastic, and the eloquence, be it what it may, I see nothing in him above the ordinary writers of his time, so far is he from approaching the ancient divinity. And we make nothing of giving the surname of great to princes who have nothing more than ordinary in them. Chapter 52. Of the parsimony of the ancients. Attilius Regulus, general of the Roman army in Africa, in the height of all his glory and victories over the Carthaginians, wrote to the Republic to acquaint them that a certain hind he had left in trust with his estate, which was in all but 7 acres of land, had run away with all his instruments of husbandry, and entreating therefore that they would please to call him home that he might take order in his own affairs, lest his wife and children should suffer by this disaster. Whereupon the Senate appointed another to manage his business, caused his losses to be made good, and ordered his family to be maintained at the public expense. The elder Cato, returning consul from Spain, sold his war-horse to save the money it would have cost in bringing it back by sea into Italy. And being governor of Sardinia, he made all his visits on foot, without other train than one officer of the Republic who carried his robe and a censer for sacrifices, and for the most part carried his trunk himself. He bragged that he had never worn a gown that cost above 10 crowns, nor had ever sent above 10 pence to the market for one day's provision, and that as to his country houses, he had not one that was rough cast on the outside. Scipio Aemilianus, after 2 triumphs and 2 consulships, went an embassy with no more than 7 servants in his train. Tees said that Homer had never more than 1, Plato 3, and Zeno, founder of the sect of Stoics, none at all. Tiberius Gracchus was allowed but 5 pence halfpenny a day when employed as public minister about the public affairs, and being at that time the greatest man of Rome.